Valentine Pontifex by Robert Silverberg. Copyright 1983 by Agberg Limited. Narrated by Maurice Shroder.
This book was originally created for audio cassette playback. Any announcements concerning cassettes do not apply to this recording. This version contains markers allowing direct access to major portions of the book.
Annotation. Before retiring into the Labyrinth as Pontifex, the maturing pacifist Lord Valentine faces a serious conflict with his designated successor Hissune on how the complex world of Majipoor is to be ruled. A planetary crisis confronts both men as the original inhuman inhabitants of the planet begin to destroy the world's food supply. Sequel to the Majipoor Chronicles, RC 20531, 1983. From the book jacket. Here is the triumphant crown jewel in Robert Silverberg's Majipoor trilogy, already recognized in the previously published Lord Valentine's Castle and Majipoor Chronicles as one of the landmark achievements in imaginative fiction. In this volume, Lord Valentine, before he assumes the role of Pontifex and retires into the Labyrinth, learns to cope with the tasks of government amidst the problems of blight and rebellion. Gentle, pacifist, and saintly, Valentine goes up against his putative successor, the tough, pragmatic Hissune, about how the suddenly turbulent planet of Majipoor should be ruled. Their conflict and its resolution in a breathtaking climax forms the substance of this boldly inventive, humane, and symbolic tapestry of a world that is also palpably real and convincing, peopled with characters, the Lady of the Isle of Sleep, the King of Dreams, the elusive humanoid metamorphs, who test the future Pontifex at every step of his hazardous and challenging odyssey. Valentine Pontifex is a stirring and moving capstone to a brilliantly executed work of the imagination. About the author. Robert Silverberg, four-time winner of the Nebula Award and twice a Hugo winner, is the author of numerous works of fiction, including Lord Valentine's Castle and, from Arbor House, Majipoor Chronicles, World of 1,000 Colors, and most recently, Lord of Darkness. He makes his home in Oakland, California. Other books by Robert Silverberg. Dying Inside, The Book of Skulls, The Stochastic Man, Night Wings, Shadrach in the Furnace. For Karen, Sandra, Catherine, Jerry, Carol, Ellen, Diane, Hillary, Diana. Bulwarks in a season of stormy weather. I live in mighty fear that all the universe will be broken into 1,000 fragments in the general ruin, that formless chaos will return and vanquish the gods and men, that the earth and sea will be engulfed by the planets wandering in the heavens. Of all the generations, it is we who have been chosen to merit this bitter fate, to be crushed by the falling pieces of the broken sky. Seneca, Thyestes. 1. The Book of the Coronal. Chapter 1. Valentine swayed, braced himself with his free hand against the table, struggled to keep himself from spilling his wine. This is very odd, he thought, this dizziness, this confusion. Too much wine, the stale air, maybe gravity pulls harder this far down below the surface. Propose the toast, Lordship, Deliamber murmured. First to the Pontifex, and then to his aides, and then— Yes, I know. Valentine peered uncertainly from side to side, like a steatmoy at bay, ringed round by the spears of hunters. Friends, he began. To the Pontifex Tieverus, Deliamber whispered sharply. Friends. Yes, those who were most dear to him, seated close at hand. Almost everyone but Carabella and Elidath. She was on her way to meet him in the west, was she not? And Elidath was handling the chores of government on Castle Mount in Valentine's absence. But the others were here: Sleet, Deliamber, Tunagorn, Shanamir, Lisamon and Ermanar, Tisana, the Skandar Zalzan Kavol, Asenhart the Hjort, yes, all his dear ones, all the pillars of his life and reign. "Friends," he said, "lift your wine bowls, join me in one more toast. You know that it has not been granted me by the divine to enjoy an easy time upon the throne. You all know the hardships that have been thrust upon me, the challenges that had to be faced, the tasks required of me, the weighty problems still unresolved." "This is not the right speech, I think," he heard someone behind him say. Deliamber muttered again, "His Majesty the Pontifex! You must offer a toast to His Majesty the Pontifex." Valentine ignored them. These words that came from him now seemed to come of their own accord. "If I have borne these unparalleled difficulties with some grace," he went on, "it is only because I have had the support, the counsel, the love of such a band of comrades and precious friends as few rulers can ever have claimed. It is with your indispensable help, good friends, that we will come at last to a resolution of the troubles that afflict Majipoor, and enter into the era of true amity that we all desire. And so, as we make ready to set forth tomorrow into this realm of ours, eagerly, joyously to undertake the grand processional, I offer this last toast of the evening, my friends, to you, to those who have sustained me and nurtured me throughout all these years, and who—" "How strange he looks," Ermanar murmured. "Is he ill?" A spasm of astonishing pain swept through him. There was a terrible droning buzz in his ears, and his breath was as hot as flame. He felt himself descending into night, a night so terrible that it obliterated all light and swept across his soul like a tide of black blood. The wine bowl fell from his hand and shattered, and it was as if the entire world had shattered, flying apart into thousands of crumbling fragments that went tumbling crazily toward every corner of the universe. The dizziness was overwhelming now, and the darkness, that utter and total night, that complete eclipse. "Lordship!" someone bellowed. Could that have been Hissune? "He's having ascending!" another voice cried. "Ascending? How, while he is awake? My lord! My lord! My lord!" Valentine looked downward. Everything was black, a pool of night rising from the floor. That blackness seemed to be beckoning to him. "Come," a quiet voice was saying, "here is your path, here is your destiny, night, darkness, doom. Yield, yield, Lord Valentine, Coronal that was, Pontifex that will never be. Yield." And Valentine yielded, for in that moment of bewilderment and paralysis of spirit there was nothing else he could do. He stared into the black pool rising about him, and he allowed himself to fall toward it. Unquestioningly, uncomprehendingly, he plunged into that all-engulfing darkness. "I am dead," he thought. "I float now on the breast of the black river that returns me to the source, and soon I must rise and go ashore and find the road that leads to the Bridge of Farewells, and then will I go across into that place where all life has its beginning and its end." A strange kind of peace pervaded his soul then, a feeling of wondrous ease and contentment, a powerful sense that all the universe was joined in happy harmony. He felt as though he had come to rest in a cradle, where now he lay warmly swaddled, free at last of the torments of kingship. Ah, how good that was, to lie quietly and let all turbulence sweep by him. Was this death? Why then, death was joy. "You are deceived, my lord. Death is the end of joy. Who speaks to me here? You know me, my lord. Deliamber, are you dead also? Ah, what a safe, kind place death is, old friend. You are safe, yes, but not dead. It feels much like death to me. And have you such thorough experience of death, my lord, that you can speak of it so knowingly? What is this, if it is not death?" "Merely a spell," said Deliamber. "One of yours, wizard?" "No, not mine, but I can bring you from it if you will permit. Come, awaken, awaken." "No, Deliamber, let me be." "You must, my lord." Must, Valentine said bitterly. Must, always must. Am I never to rest? Let me stay where I am. This is a place of peace. I have no stomach for war, Deliamber. Come, my lord. Tell me next that it is my duty to awaken. I need not tell you what you know so well. Come. He opened his eyes and found himself in midair, lying limply in Lysamon Hulton's arms. The Amazon carried him as though he were a doll, nestling against the vastness of her breasts. Small wonder he had imagined himself in a cradle, he thought, or floating down the Black River. Beside him was Autiphon Deliamber, perched on Lysamon's left shoulder. Valentine perceived the wizardry that had called him back from his swoon. The tips of 3 of the Vroom's tentacles were touching him, one to his forehead, one to his cheek, one to his chest. He said, feeling immensely foolish, "You can put me down now." "You are very weak, lordship," Lysamon rumbled. "Not quite that weak, I think. Put me down." Carefully, as though Valentine were 900 years old, Lysamon lowered him to the ground. At once, sweeping waves of dizziness rocked him, and he reached out to lean against the giant woman, who still hovered protectively close by. His teeth were chattering. His heavy robes clung to his damp, clammy skin like shrouds. He feared that if he closed his eyes only for an instant, that pool of darkness would rise up again and engulf him. But he forced himself toward a sort of steadiness, even if it were only a pretense. Old training asserted itself. He could not allow himself to be seen looking dazed and weak, no matter what sort of irrational terrors were roaring through his head. He felt himself growing calmer after a moment, and looked around. They had taken him from the great hall. He was in some brightly lit corridor, inlaid with 1,000 intertwined and overlapping pontifical emblems, the eye-baffling labyrinth symbol repeated over and over. A mob of people clustered about him, looking anxious and dismayed. Cunagorn, Sleet, Hissune, and Shanamir of his own court, and some of the Pontifex's staff as well, Horncast, and old Dilithon, and behind them 6 other bobbing yellow-masked heads. "Where am I?" Valentine asked. "Another moment, and we'll be at your chambers, lordship," Sleet said. "Have I been unconscious long?" 2 or 3 minutes only. You began to fall while making your speech, but Hissune caught you, and Lysamon." "It was the wine," Valentine said. "I suppose I had too much, a bowl of this and a bowl of that." "You are quite sober now," Deliamber pointed out, "and it is only a few minutes later." "Let me believe it was the wine," said Valentine, "for a little while longer." The corridor swung leftward, and there appeared before him the great carved door of his suite, chased with gold inlays of the starburst emblem over which his own LVC monogram had been engraved. "Where is Tisana?" he called. "Here, my lord," said the dream speaker from some distance. "Good. I want you inside with me. Also Deliamber and Sleet. No one else. Is that clear?" "May I enter also?" said a voice out of the group of pontifical officials. It belonged to a thin-lipped, gaunt man with strangely ashen skin, whom Valentine recognized after a moment as Sepulthrove, physician to the Pontifex Tieverus. He shook his head. "I am grateful for your concern, but I think you are not needed. Such a sudden collapse, my lord. It calls for diagnosis." "There's some wisdom in that," Cunagorn observed quietly. Valentine shrugged. "Afterward, then. First, let me speak with my advisers, good Sepulthrove, and then you can tap my kneecaps a bit if you think that it's necessary. Come, Tisana, Deliamber." He swept into his suite with the last counterfeit of regal pose he could muster, feeling a vast relief as the heavy door swung shut on the bustling throng in the corridor. He let out his breath in a long, slow gust and dropped down, trembling in the release of tension, on the brocaded couch. "Lordship," Sleet said softly. "Wait. Wait. Just let me be." He rubbed his throbbing forehead and his aching eyes. The strain of feigning out there that he had made a swift and complete recovery from whatever had happened to him in the banquet hall had been expensive to his spirit. But gradually some of his true strength returned. He looked toward the dream speaker. The robust old woman, thick-bodied and strong, seemed to him just then to be the fount of all comfort. "Come, Tisana," "Sit next to me," Valentine said. She settled down beside him and slipped her arm around his shoulders. Yes, he thought. Oh, yes, good. Warmth flowed back into his chilled soul, and the darkness receded. From him rushed a great torrent of love for Tisana, sturdy and reliable and wise, who, in the days of his exile, had been the first openly to hail him as Lord Valentine, when he had been still content to think of himself as Valentine the juggler. How many times in the years of his restored reign had she shared the mind-opening dream wine with him, and had taken him in her arms to draw from him the secrets of the turbulent images that came to him in sleep. How often had she given him ease from the weight of kingship. She said, "I was frightened greatly to see you fall, Lord Valentine, and you know I am not one who frightens easily. You say it was the wine?" "So I said, out there. But it was not the wine, I think." "No. Deliamber thinks it was a spell." "Of whose making?" Tisana asked. Valentine looked to the Vroon. "Well?" Deliamber displayed a tension that Valentine had only rarely seen the little creature reveal, a troubled coiling and weaving of his innumerable tentacles, a strange glitter in his great yellow eyes, grinding motions of his bird-like beak. "I am at a loss for an answer," said Deliamber finally. "Just as not all dreams are sendings, so too is it the case that not all spells have makers." "Some spells cast themselves, is that it?" Valentine asked. "Not precisely, but there are spells that arise spontaneously, from within, my lord, within oneself, generated out of the empty places of the soul." "What are you saying? That I put an enchantment on myself, Deliamber?" Tisana said gently, "Dreams, spells, it is all the same thing, Lord Valentine. Certain auguries are making themselves known through you. Omens are forcing themselves into view. Storms are gathering, and these are the early harbingers. You see all that so soon? I had a troubled dream, you know, just before the banquet, and most certainly it was full of stormy omens and auguries and harbingers, but unless I've been talking of it in my sleep, I've told you nothing of it yet, have I? I think you dreamed of chaos, my lord." Valentine stared at her. "How could you know that?" Shrugging, Tisana said, "Because chaos must come. We all recognize the truth of that. There is unfinished business in the world, and it cries out for finishing." "The shapeshifters, you mean," Valentine muttered. "I would not presume," the old woman said, "to advise you on matters of state. Spare me such tact. From my advisers I expect advice, not tact." "My realm is only the realm of dreams," said Tisana. "I dreamed snow on Castle Mount, and a great earthquake that split the world apart. Shall I speak that dream for you, my lord?" "How can you speak it, when we haven't yet had the dream wine?" "A speaking's not a good idea just now," said Deliamber firmly. "The Coronal's had visions enough for one night. He'd not be well served by drinking dream wine now. I think this can easily wait until—" "That dream needs no wine," said Tisana. "A child could speak it. Earthquakes, the shattering of the world. Why, you must prepare yourself for hard hours, my lord." "What are you saying?" It was Sleet who replied. "These are omens of war, lordship." Valentine swung about and glared at the little man. "War?" he cried. "War? Must I do battle again? I was the first coronal in 8,000 years to lead an army into the field. Must I do it twice?" "Surely you know, my lord," said Sleet, "that the War of the Restoration was merely the first skirmish of the true war that must be fought, a war that has been in the making for many centuries, a war that I think you know cannot now be avoided." "There are no unavoidable wars," Valentine said. "Do you think so, my lord?" The coronal glowered bleakly at Sleet, but made no response. They were telling him what he had already concluded without their help, but did not wish to hear, and, hearing it anyway, he felt a terrible restlessness invading his soul. After a moment, he rose and began to wander silently around the room. At the far end of the chamber was an enormous eerie sculpture, a great thing made of the curved bones of sea dragons, interwoven to meet in the form of the fingers of a pair of clasped upturned hands, or perhaps the interlocking fangs of some colossal demonic mouth. For a long while Valentine stood before it, idly stroking the gleaming polished bone. "Unfinished business," Tisana had said. Yes, yes, the shapeshifters. Shapeshifters, metamorphs, puerivars, call them by whatever name you chose, the true natives of Majipoor, those from whom this wondrous world had been stolen by the settlers from the stars 14,000 years before. For 8 years, Valentine thought, I've struggled to understand the needs of those people, and I still know nothing at all. He turned and said, "When I rose to speak, my mind was on what Horncast, the high spokesman, just had said. The Coronal is the world, and the world is the Coronal. And suddenly I became Majipoor. Everything that was happening everywhere in the world was sweeping through my soul." "You have experienced that before," Tisana said, "in dreams that I have spoken for you. When you said you saw 20 billion golden threads sprouting from the soil, and you held them all in your right hand. And another dream, when you spread your arms wide and embraced the world, and—" "This was different," Valentine said. "This time the world was falling apart." "How so?" "Literally, crumbling into fragments. There was nothing left but a sea of darkness, into which I fell." "Horncast spoke the truth," said Tisana quietly. "You are the world, lordship. Dark knowledge is finding its way to you, and it comes through the air from all the world about you. It is ascending, my lord, not of the lady, nor of the king of dreams, but of the world entire." Valentine glanced toward the Vroon. "What do you say to that, Deliamber? I have known Tisana 50 years, I think, and I have never yet heard foolishness from her lips." "Then there is to be war?" "I believe the war has already begun," said Deliamber. Chapter 2. Hissune would not soon forgive himself for coming late to the banquet. His first official event since being elevated to Lord Valentine's staff, and he hadn't managed to show up on time. That was inexcusable. Some of it was his sister Ailamour's fault. All the while he was trying to get into his fine new formal clothes, she kept running in, fussing with him, adjusting his shoulder chain, worrying about the length and cut of his tunic, finding scuff marks on his brilliantly polished boots that would be invisible to anyone's eyes but hers. She was 15, a very difficult age for girls. All ages seemed to be difficult for girls, Hissune sometimes thought, and these days she tended to be bossy, opinionated, preoccupied with trivial domestic detail. So, in her eagerness to make him perfect for the Coronal's banquet, she helped to make him late. She spent what felt to him like a good 20 minutes simply fiddling with his emblem of office, the little golden starburst epaulet that he was supposed to wear on his left shoulder within the loop of the chain. She moved it endlessly a fraction of an inch this way or that to center it more exactly, until at last she said, "All right, that'll do. Here, see if you like it." She snatched up her old hand mirror, speckled and rusty where the backing was wearing away, and held it before him. Hissune caught a faint, distorted glimpse of himself, looking very unfamiliar, all pomp and splendor, as though decked out for a pageant. The costume felt theatrical, stagey, unreal, and yet he was aware of a new kind of poise and authority seeping inward to his soul from his clothing. How odd, he thought, that a hasty fitting at a fancy place of masks tailor could produce such an instant transformation of personality. No longer Hissune, the ragged, hustling street boy, no longer Hissune, the restless and uncertain young clerk, but now Hissune the popinjay, Hissune the peacock, Hissune the proud companion of the Coronal. And Hissune the unpunctual. If he hurried, though, he might still reach the great hall of the Pontifex on time. But just then his mother Elsinome returned from work, and there was another small delay. She came into his room, a slight, dark-haired woman, pale and weary-looking, and stared at him in awe and wonder, as though someone had captured a comet and set it loose to whirl about her dismal flat. Her eyes were glowing, her features had a radiance he had never seen before. "How magnificent you look, Hissune! How splendid!" He grinned and spun about, better to show off his imperial finery. "It's almost absurd, isn't it? I look like a knight just down from Castle Mount." "You look like a prince. You look like a coronal." "Ah, yes, Lord Hissune. But I'd need an ermine robe for that, I think, and a fine green doublet, and perhaps a great gaudy starburst pendant on my chest. Yet this is good enough for the moment, eh, Mother?" They laughed, and for all her weariness, she seized him and swung him about in a wild little three-step dance. Then she released him and said, "But it grows late. You should have been off to the feast by this time." "I should have been, yes." He moved toward the door. "How strange all this is, eh, Mother? To be going off to dine at the coronal's table, to sit at his elbow, to journey with him on the grand processional, to dwell on Castle Mount." "So very strange. Yes," said Elsinome quietly. They all lined up, Elsinome, Elamur, his younger sister Meroni, and solemnly Hissune kissed them, and squeezed their hands, and sidestepped them when they tried to hug him, fearing they would rumple his robes. And he saw them staring at him again as though he were some godlike being, or at the very least, the coronal himself. It was quite as if he were no longer one of this family, or as if he never had been, but had descended from the sky to strut about these dreary rooms for a little while this afternoon. At times he almost felt that way himself, that he had not spent these 18 years of his life in a few dingy rooms in the first ring of the Labyrinth, but indeed was and always had been Hissune of the castle, knight and initiate, frequenter of the royal court, connoisseur of all its pleasures. Folly. Madness. You must always remember who you are, he told himself, and where you started from. But it was hard not to keep dwelling on the transformation that had come over their lives, he thought, while he was making his way down the endless spiraling staircase to the street. So much had changed. Once he and his mother both had worked the streets of the Labyrinth, she begging crowns from passing gentry for her hungry children, he rushing up to tourists and insistently offering to guide them, for half a royal or so, through the scenic wonders of the underground city. And now he was the coronal's young protégé, and she, through his new connections, was steward of wines at the Café of the Court of Globes. All achieved by luck, by extraordinary and improbable luck. Or was it only luck, he wondered? That time, so many years back, when he was 10, and had thrust his services as a guide upon that tall, fair-haired man, it had been convenient indeed for him that the stranger was none other than the coronal Lord Valentine, overthrown and exiled, and in the Labyrinth to win the support of the Pontifex in his reconquest of the throne. But that in itself might not have led anywhere. Hissune often asked himself what it was about him that had caught Lord Valentine's fancy, that caused the coronal to remember him, and have him located after the Restoration, and be taken from the streets to work in the House of Records, and now to be summoned into the innermost sphere of his administration. His irreverence, perhaps, his quips, his cool, casual manner, his lack of awe for coronals and pontifexes, his ability, even at 10, to look out for himself. That must have impressed Lord Valentine. Those Castle Mount knights, Hissune thought, are all so polite, so dainty-mannered. I must have seemed more alien than a gayrog to him. And yet the Labyrinth is full of tough little boys. Any of them might have been the one who tugged at the coronal sleeve. But I was the one. Luck. Luck. He emerged into the dusty little plaza in front of his house. Before him lay the narrow curving streets of the Guadalume Court district, where he had spent all the days of his life. Above him rose the decrepit buildings, thousands of years old and lopsided with age, that formed the boundary palisade of his world. Under the harsh white lights, much too bright, almost crackling in their electric intensity, all this ring of the Labyrinth was bathed in that same fierce light, so little like that of the gentle golden-green sun, whose rays never reached this city. The flaking gray masonry of the old buildings emanated a terrible weariness, a mineral fatigue. Hissune wondered if he had ever noticed before just how bleak and shabby this place was. The plaza was crowded. Not many of the people of Guadalume Court cared to spend their evenings penned up in their dim little flats, and so they flocked down here to mill aimlessly about in a kind of random, patternless promenade. And as Hissune, in his shimmering new clothes, made his way through that promenade, it seemed that every one that he had ever known was out there glaring at him, glowering, snickering, scowling. He saw Vannamoon, who was his own age to the hour, and had once seemed almost like a brother to him, and Vannamoon's slender, almond-eyed little sister, not so little any more, and Herlin's three great hulking brothers, and Niccolone, and tiny squinch-faced Gisnet, and the beady-eyed Vroon who sold candied gumba root, and Confaloom the pickpocket, and the old Gayrog sisters that everyone thought were really metamorphs, which Hissune had never believed, and this one, and that one, and more. All staring, all silently asking him, "Why are you putting on such airs, Hissune? Why this pomp? Why this splendor?" He moved uneasily across the plaza, miserably aware that the banquet must be almost about to begin, and he had an enormous distance down level to traverse, and every one he had ever known stood in his way, staring at him. Vannamoon was the first to cry out. "Where are you going, Hissune? To a costume ball?" "He's off to the Isle, to play nine-sticks with the lady." "No, he's going to hunt sea-dragons with the Pontifex." "Let me by," Hissune said quietly, for they were pressing close upon him now. "Let him by! Let him by!" they chorused gaily, but they did not move back. "Where'd you get the fancy clothes, Hissune?" Gisnet asked. "Rented them," Herlin said. "Stole them, you mean," said one of Herlin's brothers. "Found a drunken knight in an alleyway and stripped him bare." "Get out of my way," said Hissune, holding his temper in check with more than a little effort. "I have something important to do." "Something important! Something important! He has an audience with the Pontifex. The Pontifex is going to make Hissune a duke. Duke Hissune! Prince Hissune! Why not Lord Hissune? Lord Hissune! Lord Hissune!" There was an ugly edge to their voices. 10 or 12 of them ringed him, pushing inward. Resentment and jealousy ruled them now. This flamboyant outfit of his, the shoulder chain, the epaulette, the boots, the cloak, it was too much for them, an arrogant way of underscoring the gulf that had opened between him and them. In another moment they'd be plucking at his tunic, tugging at the chain. Hissune felt the beginnings of panic. It was folly to try to reason with a mob, worse folly to attempt to force his way through. And of course it was hopeless to expect imperial proctors to be patrolling a neighborhood like this. He was on his own. Vannamoon, who was the closest, reached toward Hissune's shoulder as though to give him a shove. Hissune backed away, but not before Vannamoon had left a grimy track along the pale green fabric of his cloak. Sudden, astonishing fury surged through him. "Don't touch me again!" he yelled, angrily making the sign of the sea-dragon at Vannamoon. "Don't any of you touch me!" With a mocking laugh, Vannamoon clawed for him a second time. Swiftly, Hissune caught him by the wrist, clamping down with crushing force. "Hoy! Let go!" Vannamoon grunted. Instead, Hissune pulled Vannamoon's arm upward and back, and spun him roughly around. Hissune had never been much of a fighter. He was too small and lithe for that, and preferred to rely on speed and wits, but he could be strong enough when anger kindled him. Now he felt himself throbbing with violent energy. In a low, tense voice he said, "If I have to, Vannamoon, I'll break it. I don't want you or anybody else touching me." "You're hurting me." "Will you keep your hands to yourself? Man can't even stand to be teased." Hissune twisted Vannamoon's arm as far up as it would go. "I'll pull it right off you if I have to." "Let go! If you'll keep your distance." "All right! All right!" Hissune released him and caught his breath. His heart was pounding, and he was soaked with sweat. He did not dare to wonder how he must look, after all of Ailamour's endless fussing over him, too. Vannamoon, stepping back, sullenly rubbed his wrist. "Afraid I'll soil his fancy clothes. Doesn't want common people's dirt on them." "That's right. Now get out of my way. I'm late enough already. For the Coronal's banquet, I suppose." "Exactly. I'm late for the Coronal's banquet." Vannamoon and the others gaped at him, their expressions hovering midway between scorn and awe. Hissune pushed his way past them and strode across the plaza. The evening, he thought, was off to a very bad start. Chapter 3. On a day in high summer, when the sun hung all but motionless over Castle Mount, the Coronal Lord Valentine rode out joyously into the flower-shimmering meadows below the castle's southern wing. He went alone, not even taking with him his consort, the Lady Carabella. The members of his council objected strongly to his going anywhere unguarded, even within the castle, let alone venturing outside the sprawling perimeter of the royal domain. Whenever the issue arose, Elidath pounded hand against fist, and Tunagorn rose up tall, as though prepared to block Valentine's departure with his own body, and little Sleet turned positively black in the face with fury, and reminded the Coronal that his enemies had succeeded in overthrowing him once, and might yet again. "Ah, surely I'd be safe anywhere on Castle Mount," Valentine insisted. But always they had had their way, until today. The safety of the Coronal of Majipoor, they insisted, was paramount, and so, whenever Lord Valentine went riding, Elidath, or Tunagorn, or perhaps Stasselane rode always beside him, as they had since they were boys together, and half a dozen members of the Coronal's guard lurked a respectful distance behind. This time, though, Valentine had somehow eluded them all. He was unsure how he had managed it, but when the overpowering urge to ride had come upon him in mid-morning, he simply strode into the south wing stables, saddled his mount without the help of a groom, and set out across the green porcelain cobblestones of a strangely empty Dismal Plaza, passing swiftly under the great arch and into the lovely fields that flanked the grand Calentane highway. No one stopped him. No one called out to him. It was as though some wizardry had rendered him invisible. Free, if only for an hour or two. The Coronal threw his head back and laughed as he had not laughed in a long while, and slapped his mount's flank, and sped across the meadows, moving so swiftly that the hooves of his great purple beast seemed scarcely to touch the myriad blossoms all about. Ah, this was the life! He glanced over his shoulder. The fantastic, bewildering pile of the castle was diminishing rapidly behind him, though it still seemed immense at this distance, stretching over half the horizon, an incomprehensibly huge edifice of some 40,000 rooms that clung like some vast monster to the summit of the mount. He could not remember any occasion since his restoration to the throne when he had been out of that castle without his bodyguard. Not even once. Well, he was out of it now. Valentine looked off to his left, where the 30-mile-high crag that was Castle Mount sloped away at a dizzying angle, and saw the pleasure city of High Morpin gleaming below, a webwork of airy golden threads. Ride down there? Spend a day at the games? Why not? He was free. Ride on beyond if he chose, and stroll in the gardens of Talongar Barrier, among the Halatingas and Tanagales and Cithareels, and come back with a yellow alabandina flower in his cap as a cockade. Why not? The day was his. Ride to Furable in time for the feeding time of the stone birds. Ride to Stee and sip golden wine atop Thimmen Tower. Ride to Bomafale, or Peratole, or Banglecode. His mount seemed equal to any such labor. It carried him hour after hour without fatigue. When he came to High Morpin, he tethered it at Confalum Fountain, where shafts of tinted water, slender as spears, shot hundreds of feet into the air, while maintaining, by some ancient magic, their rigid shapes, and on foot he strode along the streets of closely woven golden cable, until he came to the place of the mirror slides, where he and Voriax had tested their skills so often when they were boys. But when he went out on the glittering slides, no one took any notice of him, as though they felt it rude to stare at a Coronal doing the slides, or as though he were still somehow cloaked by that strange invisibility. That seemed odd, but he was not greatly troubled by it. When he was done with the slides, he thought he might go on to the power tunnels or the juggernauts. But then it seemed just as pleasing to continue his journey, and a moment later he was upon his mount once more and riding on to Bomafale. In that ancient and most lovely of cities, where curving walls of the deepest burnt orange sandstone were topped with pale towers tapering to elegant points, they had come to him one day long ago when he had been on holiday alone, 5 of them, his friends, and found him in a tavern of vaulted onyx and polished alabaster, and when he greeted them with surprise and laughter, they responded by kneeling to him, and making the starburst sign, and crying, "Valentine, Lord Valentine! Hail, Lord Valentine!" To which his first thought was that he was being mocked, for he was not the king, but the king's younger brother, and he knew he never would be king, and did not want to be. And though he was a man who did not get angry easily, he grew angry then, that his friends should intrude on him with this cruel nonsense. But then he saw how pale their faces were, how strange their eyes, and his anger left him, and grief and fear entered his soul. And that was how he learned that Voriax his brother was dead, and he had been named Coronal in his place. In Balmafale, this day 10 years later, it seemed to Valentine that every third man he met had the face of Voriax, black-bearded and hard-eyed and ruddy-faced, and that troubled him, so he left Balmafale quickly. He did not stop again, for there was so much to see, so many hundreds of miles to traverse. He went on past one city and another in a serene, untroubled way, as if he were floating, as if he were flying. Now and again he had an astounding view from the brink of some precipice of all the mount spread out below him, its 50 cities somehow visible every one at once, and the innumerable foothill towns too, and the 6 rivers, and the broad plain of Alhanroel sweeping off to the faraway inner sea. Such splendor, such immensity. Majipoor. Surely it was the most beautiful of all the worlds to which mankind had spread in the thousands of years of the great movement outward from old earth, and all given into his hand, all placed in his charge, a responsibility from which he would never shrink. But as he rode onward, an unexpected mystery began to impinge upon his soul. The air grew dark and cold, which was strange, for on Castle Mount the climate was forever controlled to yield an eternal balmy springtime. Then something like chill spittle struck him on the cheek, and he searched about for a challenger, and saw none, and was struck again and again. Snow, he realized finally, sweeping hard against him on the breast of the frosty wind. Snow on Castle Mount? Harsh winds? And worse, the earth was groaning like a monster in labor. His mount, that had never disobeyed him, now reared back in fear, made a weird whinnying sound, shook its heavy head in slow, ponderous dismay. Valentine heard the booming of distant thunder, and closer at hand a strange cracking noise, and he saw giant furrows appearing in the ground. Everything was madly heaving and churning. An earthquake? The entire mount was whipping about like a dragon ship's mast when the hot, dry winds blew from the south. The sky itself, black and leaden, took on sudden weight. What is this? Oh, good lady, my mother, what is happening on Castle Mount? Valentine clung desperately to his bucking, panicky animal. The whole world seemed to be shattering, crumbling, sliding, flowing. It was his task to hold it together, clutching its giant continents close against his breast, keeping the seas in their beds, holding back the rivers that rose in ravening fury against the helpless cities. And he could not sustain it all. It was too much for him. Mighty forces thrust whole provinces aloft and set them clashing against their neighbors. Valentine reached forth to keep them in their places, wishing he had iron hoops with which to bind them. But he could not do it. The land shivered and rose and split, and black clouds of dust covered the face of the sun, and he was powerless to quell that awesome convulsion. One man alone could not bind this vast planet and halt its sundering. He called his comrades to his aid. Lysamon! Elidath! No response. He called again and again, but his voice was lost in the booming and the grinding. All stability had gone from the world. It was as though he were riding the mirror slides in High Morpen, where you had to dance and hop lively to stay upright as the whirling slides tilted and jerked, but that was a game, and this was true chaos, the roots of the world uprooted. The heaving tossed him down and rolled him over and over, and he dug his fingers fiercely into the soft, yielding earth to keep from sliding into the crevasses that opened beside him. Out of those yawning cracks came terrifying sounds of laughter, and a purple glow that seemed to rise from a sun that the earth had swallowed. Angry faces floated in the air above him, faces he almost recognized, but they shifted about disconcertingly as he studied them, eyes becoming noses, noses becoming ears. Then behind those nightmare faces he saw another that he knew, shining dark hair, gentle warm eyes, the Lady of the Isle, the sweet mother. "It is enough," she said. "Awaken now, Valentine." "And am I dreaming then?" "Of course, of course. Then I should stay and learn what I can from this dream. You have learned enough, I think. Awaken now." Yes, it was enough. Any more such knowledge might make an end of him. As he had been taught long ago, he brought himself upward from this unexpected sleep, and sat up, blinking, struggling to shed his grogginess and confusion. Images of titanic cataclysms still reverberated in his soul, but gradually he perceived that all was peaceful here. He lay on a richly brocaded couch in a high-vaulted room all green and gold. What had halted the earthquake? Where was his mount? Who had brought him here? Ah, they had. Beside him crouched a pale, lean, white-haired man with a ragged scar running the length of one cheek. Sleet. And Cunagorn standing just to the rear, frowning, heavy eyebrows contracting into a single furry ridge. "Calm, calm, calm," Sleet was saying. "It's all right now. You're awake." Awake? A dream, then? Only a dream? So it would seem. He was not on Castle Mount at all. There had been no snowstorm, no earthquake, no clouds of dust blotting out the sun. A dream, yes, but such a terrible dream, frighteningly vivid and compelling, so powerful that he found it difficult now to return to reality. "Where is this place?" Valentine asked. "Labyrinth, lordship." "Where?" "The Labyrinth." What then? Had he been spirited away from Castle Mount while he slept? Valentine felt sweat bursting from his brow. The Labyrinth. Ah, yes, yes, the truth of it closed on him like a hand on his throat. The Labyrinth, yes, he remembered now. The state visit, of which this was, the divine be thanked, the final night. That ghastly banquet still to endure. He could not hide from it any longer. The Labyrinth, the Labyrinth, the confounded Labyrinth. He was in it, down in the bottommost level of all. The walls of the suite glowed with handsome murals of the castle, the mount, the 50 cities, seen so lovely that they were a mockery to him now. So distant from Castle Mount, so far from the sun's sweet warmth. Ah, what a sour business, he thought, to awaken from a dream of destruction and calamity, only to find yourself in the most dismal place in the world. Chapter 4. 600 miles east of the brilliant crystalline city of Dulorn, in the marshy valley known as Prestimian Vale, where a few hundred families of Gayrogs raised lousavander and rice on widely scattered plantations, it was getting to be the mid-year harvest season. The glossy, swollen black lousavander pods, nearly ripe, hung in thick clusters at the ends of curving stems that rose from the half-submerged fields. For Aximan Thrace, the oldest and shrewdest of the lousavander farmers of Prestimian Vale, there was an excitement about this harvest like nothing she had felt in decades. The experiment in protoplast augmentation that she had begun 3 seasons back under the guidance of the government agricultural agent was reaching its culmination now. This season she had given her entire plantation over to the new kind of lousavander, and there were the pods, twice normal size, ready to be stripped. No one else in the Vale had dared to take the risk, not until Aximan Thrace had checked things out. And now she had, and soon her success would be confirmed, and they would all weep, oh yes, when she came to market a week ahead of everyone else, with double her usual volume of seed. As she stood deep in mud by the edge of her fields, pressing her finger ridges into the closest pods and trying to determine how soon to start the picking, one of her eldest son's boys came running up with a message. "Father says to tell you he's just heard in town that the agricultural agent's on his way from Macedon. He's reached Helcoplot already. Tomorrow he'll ride to Sigonil." "Then he'll be in the Vale by 2 days," she said. "Good. Perfect." Her forked tongue began to flicker. "Go, child. Run back to your father. Tell him we'll hold the feast for the agent on C-Day, and we'll begin the harvest on 4-Day. And I want the whole family to gather in the plantation house in half an hour. Go now. Run." The plantation had been in the family of Axima and Thrace since Lord Confalum's time. It covered an irregularly triangular area that stretched for 5 miles or so along the banks of Havelbove Fluence, jigged in a southeasterly way down to the outskirts of Macedon Forest Preserve, and swung by roundabout curves back toward the river to the north. Within that zone, Axima Thrace ruled as Lord Absolute over her 5 sons and 9 daughters, her uncountable grandchildren, and the 20-odd leamen and vroons who were her farmhands. When Axima Thrace said it was seed time, they went out and seeded. When Axima Thrace said it was harvest time, they went out and reaped. At the great house at the edge of the Androdragma Grove, dinner was served at the time Axima Thrace came to table, whenever that time happened to be. Even the family sleeping schedules were subject to Axima Thrace's decrees, for Gayrogs are hibernators, but she could not have the whole family asleep at once. The eldest son knew he must always be awake during the first 6 weeks of his mother's annual winter rest. The eldest daughter took command for the remaining 6 weeks. Axima Thrace assigned sleep times to the other family members according to her sense of what was appropriate to the plantation's needs. No one ever questioned her. Even when she was young, an impossibly long time ago, when Ossior was Pontifex and Lord Tieverius had the castle, she had been the one to whom all others turned, even her father, even her mate, in time of crisis. She had outlived both of those, and some of her offspring as well, and many a coronal had come and gone on Castle Mount, and still Axima Thrace went on and on. Her thick scaly hide had lost its high gloss and was purplish with age now. The writhing fleshy serpents of her hair had faded from jet black to pale gray. Her chilly, unblinking green eyes were clouded and milky, but yet she moved unceasingly through the routines of the farm. Nothing of any value could be raised on her land, except rice and lousavender, and even those were not easy. The rainstorms of the far north found easy access to Doulorn province down the great funnel of the rift, and, though the city of Doulorn itself lay in a dry zone, the territory to its west, amply watered and well drained, was fertile and rich. But the district around Prestimian Vale on the eastern side of the rift was another sort of place entirely, dank and swampy, its soil a heavy bluish muck. With careful timing, though, it was possible to plant rice at the end of winter, just ahead of the spring floods, and to put in lousavender in late spring, and again at the end of autumn. No one in the region knew the rhythm of the seasons better than Axima Thrace, and only the most rash of farmers would set his seedlings out before word had come that she had begun her planting. Imperious though she was, overwhelming in her prestige and authority, Axima Thrace nevertheless had one trait that the people of the Vale found incomprehensible. She deferred to the provincial agricultural agent as though he were the fount of all knowledge, and she the merest apprentice. 2 or 3 times a year, the agent came out from the provincial capital of Macedon, riding a circuit through the swamplands, and his first stop in the Vale was always Axima Thrace's plantation. She housed him in the great house. She breached the casks of fire-shower wine and brandied neak. She sent her grandsons off to Havelbove Fluence to catch the tasty little hictigans that scurried between the rocks of the rapids. She ordered the frozen bidlack steaks to be thawed and roasted over logs of aromatic thwale. And when the feasting was done, she drew the agent aside and talked far into the night with him of such things as fertilizers and seedling grafts and harvesting machinery, while her daughters, Hynoch and Jarnoch, sat by, taking down notes of every word. It mystified everyone that Aximon Thrace, who surely knew more about the planting of Lusavander than anyone who had ever lived, would care a straw for what some little government employee could tell her. But her family knew why. "We have our ways, and we become set in our ways," she often said. "We do what we have done before because it has worked for us before. We plant our seeds, we tend our seedlings, we watch over the ripening, we harvest our crop, and then we begin all over in the same way. And if each crop is no smaller than the crop before, we think we are doing well. But in fact, we are failing if we merely equal what we have done before. There is no standing still in this world. To stand still is to sink into the mud." So it was that Aximon Thrace subscribed to the agricultural journals, and sent her grandchildren off now and then to the university, and listened most carefully to what the provincial agent might have to say. And year by year the method of her farming underwent small changes, and year by year the sacks of Lusavander seeds that Aximon Thrace shipped off to market in Macedon were greater in number than the year before, and the shining grains of rice were heaped ever higher in her storehouses. For there was always some better way of doing things to be learned, and Aximon Thrace made sure she learned it. "We are Majipoor," she said again and again. "The great cities rest on foundations of grain. Without us, Nimoya and Pidruid and Kintor and Piliplok would be wastelands. And the cities grow ever larger every year, so we must work ever harder to feed them. Is that not so? We have no choice in that. It is the will of the divine. Is that not so?" She had outlasted 15 or 20 agents by now. They came out as young men, brimming over with the latest notions, but often shy about offering them to her. "I don't know what I could possibly teach you," they liked to tell her. "I'm the one who should be learning from you, Aximon Thrace." So she had to go through the same routine again and again, putting them at their ease, convincing them that she was sincerely interested in hearing of the latest techniques. It was always a nuisance when the old agent retired and some youngster took over. As she moved deeper into vast old age, it became ever harder to establish any sort of useful relationship with the new ones until several seasons had gone by. But that had not been a problem when Calamanthain had turned up 2 years ago. He was a young human, 30 or 40 or 50 years old. Anyone short of 70 seemed young to Aximon Thrace these days, with a curiously blunt, off-hand manner that was much to her liking. He showed no awe for her, and did not seem interested in flattering her. "They tell me you are the farmer most willing to try new things," he said brusquely no more than 10 minutes after they had met. "What would you say to a process that can double the size of Lusavander seeds without harming their flavor?" "I would say that I am being gulled," she said. "It sounds considerably too good to be true. Nevertheless, the process exists." "Does it now? We're ready to put it into limited experimental use. I see by my predecessor's files that you're known for your willingness to experiment." "So I am," said Aximon Thrace. "What sort of thing is this?" It was, he said, something called protoplast augmentation, which involved using enzymes to digest the cell walls of plants to give access to the genetic material within. That material then could undergo manipulation, after which the cellular matter, the protoplast, was placed in a culture medium and allowed to regenerate its cell wall. From that single cell, an entire new plant with greatly improved characteristics could be grown. "I thought such skills were lost on Majipoor thousands of years ago," Aximon Thrace said. "Lord Valentine has been encouraging some revival of interest in the ancient sciences." "Lord Valentine? The Coronal, yes," said Calamanthain. "Ah, the Coronal!" Aximon Thrace looked away. "Valentine? Valentine?" She would have said the Coronal's name was Voriax, but a moment's thought, and she recalled that Voriax was dead. Yes, and a Lord Valentine had replaced him, she had heard, and as she gave it more thought, she remembered that something odd had happened to that Valentine. Was he the one who had had his body exchanged with another man's? Probably that was the one. But such people as Coronals meant very little to Aximon Thrace, who had not left Prestimian Vale in 20 or 30 years, and to whom Castle Mount and its Coronals were so far away that they might just as well be mythical. What mattered to Aximon Thrace was the growing of rice and lucavander. The Imperial Botanical Laboratories, Calaman Hain told her, had bred an enhanced clone of lucavander that needed field research under normal farming conditions. He invited Aximon Thrace to collaborate in this research, in return for which he would agree not to offer the new plant to anyone else in Prestimian Vale until she had had the chance to establish it in all her fields. It was irresistible. She received from him a packet of astonishingly immense lucavander seeds, great shiny things as big around as a Skandar's eye, and planted them in a remote corner of her land where there was no likelihood of their cross-pollinating with her normal lucavanders. The seeds sprouted rapidly, and from them came plants that differed from the usual kind only in having stems of a thickness 2 or 3 times normal. When they flowered, though, the ruffled purple blossoms were enormous, as broad as saucers, and the flowers brought forth pods of awesome length that at harvest time yielded huge quantities of the giant seeds. Aximon Thrace was tempted to use them for the autumn planting and cover all her acreage with the new kind of lucavander in order to reap an amazing bumper crop next winter. But she could not, for she had agreed to turn most of the oversized seed over to Calaman Hain for laboratory study in Macedon. He left her enough to plant perhaps 1/5 of her land. This season, however, she was instructed to mix the augmented plants among the normal ones to induce interbreeding. The augmented characteristics were thought to be dominant, but that had never been tested on so large a scale. Though Aximon Thrace forbade her family to speak of the experiment in Prestimian Vale, it was impossible for long to keep the other farmers from learning of it. The thick-stemmed, second-generation plants that sprang up everywhere on her plantation could hardly be concealed, and, in one way and another, news of what Aximon Thrace was doing spread through the Vale. Curious neighbors wangled invitations, and stared at the new lucavander in amazement. But they were suspicious. Plants like that, they'll suck all the nourishment from the soil in 2 or 3 years, some said. She keeps it up, she'll turn her place into a desert. Others thought the giant seeds surely would yield tasteless or bitter lucavander meal. A few argued that Aximon Thrace generally knew what she was doing, but even they were content to let her be the pioneer. At winter's end, she harvested her crop. Normal seeds, which were sent off to market as usual, and giant ones, which were bagged and set aside for planting. The 3rd season would tell the tale, for some of the big seeds were of the pure clone, and some, probably most, were hybrids between normal and augmented lucavander, and it remained to be seen what sort of plants the hybrid seeds would produce. In late winter came the time for planting rice, before the floods arrived. When that was done, the higher and drier lands of the plantation received the lucavander seeds, and all through the spring and summer she watched the thick stems rising, the huge flowers unfolding, the heavy pods elongating and turning dark. From time to time she broke open a pod and peered at the soft green seeds. They were large, no question about that. But their flavor? What if they had no flavor, or a foul one? She had gambled an entire season's production on that. Well, the answer would be at hand soon enough. On Star Day came word that the agricultural agent was approaching and would arrive at the plantation, as expected, on 2 Day. But the same report brought puzzling and disturbing news, for the agent who was coming was not Calaman Hain, but someone named Yarrowayn Nur. Aximon Thrace could not understand that. Hain was too young to have retired, and it bothered her to have him vanish just as the protoplast experiment was nearing its end. Yarrowayn Nur turned out to be even younger than Hain, and annoyingly callow. He began at once to tell her how honored he was to meet her, with all the usual rhetorical flourishes, but she cut him off. "Where's the other man?" she demanded. "No one seemed to know," Nur said. Lamely, he explained that Hain had gone off without warning 3 months ago, saying nothing to anyone, and dumping an enormous administrative mess on the rest of the department. "We're still figuring it all out. Evidently, he was mixed up in a bunch of experimental studies, but we don't know what sort or with whom, and—" "One of them took place here," said Aximon Thrace coldly. "Field testing of protoplast-augmented lucavander." Nur groaned. The divines spare me! How many more of Haynes' little private projects am I going to stumble into? Protoplast augmented Lucavander, is it? You sound as if you've never heard the term. I've heard it, yes, but I can't say I know much about it. Come with me, Aximon Thrace said, and marched off past the paddies where the rice now stood hip high, and on into the Lucavander fields. Anger sped her stride. The young agricultural agent was hard-pressed to match her pace. As she went, she told him about the packet of giant seeds Hayne had brought her, the planting of the new clone on her land, the interbreeding with normal Lucavander, the generation of hybrids now coming to ripening. In a moment more, they reached the first rows of Lucavander. Suddenly she halted, appalled, horrified. "The Lady protect us all!" she cried. "What is it? Look! Look!" For once, Aximon Thrace's sense of timing had failed her. Most unexpectedly, the hybrid Lucavander had begun to throw seed 2 weeks or more ahead of the likely day. Under the fierce summer sun, the great pods were starting to split, cracking open with an ugly sound like the snapping of bones. Each, as it popped, hurled its huge seeds almost with the force of bullets in every direction. They flew 30 or 40 feet through the air and disappeared in the thick muck that covered the flooded fields. There was no halting that process. Within an hour, all the pods would be open. The harvest would be lost. But that was far from the worst of it. Forth from the pods came not only seeds, but a fine brown powder that Aximon Thrace knew only too well. Wildly, she rushed into the field, paying no attention to the seeds that crashed with stinging impact against her scaly skin. Seizing a pod that had not yet split, she broke it open, and a cloud of the powder rose toward her face. Yes, yes, Lucavander smut! Each pod held at least a cupful of spores, and as pod after pod yielded to the heat of the day, the brown spores hovering over the field became a visible stain on the air until they were swept away by the lightest of breezes. Yarroway Nur knew what was happening too. "Call out your field hands," he cried. "You've got to torch this stuff." "Too late," said Aximon Thrace in a sepulchral voice. "No hope now. Too late, too late, too late. What can hold the spores back now?" Her land was infected beyond repair, and in an hour the spores would be spread all through the vale. "It's all over with us, can't you see?" "But Lucavander smut was wiped out long ago," Nur said in a foolish voice. Aximon Thrace nodded. She remembered it well. The fires, the sprayings, the breeding of smut-resistant clones, the roguing out of any plant that held the genetic predisposition to harbor the lethal fungus. 70, 80, 90 years ago, how they had worked to rid the world of that blight. And here it was again, in these hybrid plants. These plants alone in all Majipoor, she thought, were capable of providing a home for Lucavander smut. Her plants, so lovingly grown, so skillfully tended. By her own hand had she brought the smut back into the world and set it free to blight her neighbors' crops. "Hayne!" she roared. "Hayne! Where are you? What have you done to me?" She wished she could die, now, here, before what was about to happen could unfold. But she knew she would not be that lucky, for long life had been her blessing, and now it was her curse. The popping of the pods resounded in her ears like the guns of an advancing army rampaging across the vale. She had lived 1 year too long, she thought, long enough to see the end of the world. Chapter 5. Downward Hissune traveled, feeling rumpled and sweaty and apprehensive, through passageways and lift shafts he had known all his life, and soon the shabby world of the outermost ring was far behind him. He descended through level after level of wonders and marvels to which he had not given a second glance in years: Court of Columns, Hall of Winds, Place of Masks, Court of Pyramids, Court of Globes, the Arena, House of Records. People came here from Castle Mount or Alesor or Stoyen, or even from impossibly distant and supposedly fabulous Nimoya on the other continent, and wandered around dazed and stupefied, lost in admiration of the ingenuity that had devised and constructed such bizarre architectural splendors so far underground. But to Hissune it was only the drab and dreary old labyrinth. For him it had neither charm or mystery. It was simply his home. The big pentagonal plaza in front of the House of Records marked the lower limit of the public zone of the labyrinth. Below, all was reserved for government officials. Hissune passed beneath a great green glowing screen on the wall of the House of Records that listed all the pontifexes, all the coronals, the 2 rows of inscriptions stretching up virtually beyond the reach of the keenest eye. Somewhere far up there the names of Dvorn and Melikand and Barhold and Stiamat of thousands of years ago, and down here the entries for Kinniken and Ossier and Tieverus, Malibor and Voriax and Valentine. And on the far side of the imperial roster, Hissune presented his credentials to the puffy-faced masked Hjorts who kept the gateway, and down he went into the deepest realm of the labyrinth. Past the warrens and burrows of the middle bureaucracy, past the courts of the high ministers, past the tunnels that led to the great ventilating systems on which all this depended. Again and again he was stopped at checkpoints and asked to identify himself. Here in the imperial sector they took matters of security very seriously. Somewhere in these depths the Pontifex himself had his lair, a huge spherical glass globe, so it was said, in which the crazy old monarch sat enthroned amidst the network of life-support mechanisms that had kept him alive far past his time. Did they fear assassins, Hissune wondered? If what he had heard was true, it would be merely the divine's own mercy to pull the plug on the old Pontifex and let poor Tieverus return at last to the source. Hissune could not understand what possible reason there could be to keep him living on like that, decade after decade, in such madness, in such senility. At last, breathless and frayed, Hissune arrived at the threshold of the great hall in the uttermost depths of the labyrinth. He was hideously late, perhaps an hour. 3 colossal shaggy Skandars in the uniform of the Coronal's guard barred his way. Hissune, shriveling under the fierce supercilious stares of the gigantic 4-armed beings, had to fight back the impulse to drop to his knees and beg their forgiveness. Somehow he regained a shred or 2 of his self-respect, and, trying his best to stare back just as superciliously, no easy chore when he had to meet the gaze of creatures 9 feet high, he announced himself as a member of Lord Valentine's staff and an invited guest. He half expected them to burst into guffaws and swat him away like some little buzzing insect. But no, gravely they examined his epaulette and consulted some documents they held, and favored him with great sweeping bows, and sent him onward through the huge brass-bound doorway. Finally, the Coronal's banquet. Just within the door stood a resplendently garbed Hjort with great goggling golden eyes and bizarre orange-daubed whiskers sprouting from his rough-skinned grayish face. This astonishing-looking individual was Vinorcus, the Coronal's major-domo, who saluted now with a great flourish and cried, "Ah, the initiate Hissune!" Not yet an initiate, Hissune tried to tell him, but the Hjort had already swung grandly about and was on his way down the center aisle, not looking back. With numb-legged strides, Hissune followed him. He felt impossibly conspicuous. There must have been 5,000 people in the room, seated at round tables that held a dozen or so each, and he imagined that every eye was fastened on him. To his horror, he was no more than 20 paces into the room when he heard laughter beginning to rise, softly at first, then more heartily, and then waves of mirth that rolled from one side of the room to the other, crashing against him with stunning impact. He had never before heard such a vast roaring noise. It was the way he imagined the sea to sound as it flailed some wild northern coast. The Hjort marched on and on for what seemed like a mile and a half, and Hissune grimly marched on behind him through that ocean of merriment, wishing he were half an inch high. But after a while he realized that these people were laughing not at him, but at a pack of dwarfish acrobats who were attempting with deliberate clownishness to form a human pyramid, and he grew less uneasy. Then the high dais came into view, and there was Lord Valentine himself beckoning to him, smiling, indicating the empty seat close by his side. Hissune thought he would weep from sheer relief. Everything was going to be all right after all. "Your lordship," Vinorcus boomed, The initiate Hissune. Hissune sank wearily and gratefully into his seat, just as an enormous round of applause for the acrobats, who were done with their act, resounded in the hall. A steward handed him a brimming bowl of some glistening golden wine, and as he put it to his lips, others around the table lifted their own bowls in a salute of welcome. Yesterday morning, during the brief and astonishing conversation with Lord Valentine, in which the Coronal had invited him to join his staff on Castle Mount, Hissune had seen a few of these people at a distance, but there had been no time for introductions. Now they were actually giving him greeting, and introducing themselves. But they needed no introduction, for these were the heroes of Lord Valentine's glorious war of restoration, and everyone knew who they were. That huge warrior woman sitting beside him was surely Hissune Hulton, the Coronal's personal bodyguard, who, so the story went, once had cut Lord Valentine free of the belly of a sea-dragon after he had been swallowed. And the amazingly pale-skinned little man with the white hair and the scarred face was, Hissune knew, the famous Sleet, juggling tutor to Lord Valentine in the days of exile. And the keen-eyed, heavy-browed man was the master archer Tunagorn of Castle Mount. And the small, many-tentacled Vroon had to be the wizard Deliamber. And that man, hardly older than Hissune himself, with the freckled face, was very likely the one-time herd-boy Shanamir. And that slender, dignified Hjort must be Grand Admiral Asenhart. Yes, these were the famous ones, and Hissune, who once had thought himself immune to any sort of awe, found himself very much awed indeed to be of their company now. Immune to awe? Why, he had once walked up to Lord Valentine himself, and shamelessly extorted half a royal from him for a tour of the Labyrinth, and 3 crowns more to find him lodgings in the outer ring. He had felt no awe then. Coronals and Pontifexes were simply men with more power and money than ordinary people, and they attained their thrones through the good luck of being born into the Castle Mount aristocracy, and making their way through the ranks with just the right happy accidents to take them to the top. You didn't even have to be particularly smart to be a coronal, Hissune had noticed years ago. After all, just in the last 20 years or so, Lord Majipoor had gone off to harpoon sea-dragons, and had stupidly gotten himself eaten by one. And Lord Voriax had died just as foolishly from a stray bolt that struck him down while he was out hunting in the forest, and his brother Lord Valentine, who was reputed to be fairly intelligent, had been witless enough to go drinking and carousing with the son of the King of Dreams, thereby letting himself be drugged and wiped clean of his memory and dumped from his throne. Feel awe for such as those? Why, in the Labyrinth, any 7-year-old who conducted himself with such casual regard for his own welfare would be regarded as a hopeless idiot. But Hissune had observed that some of his earlier reverence seemed to have worn away over the years. When one is 10, and has lived by one's wits in the streets since the age of 5 or 6, it is easy enough to thumb one's nose at power. But he no longer was 10, and he no longer roved the streets. His perspective was a little deeper these days, and he knew it was no small thing to be Coronal of Majipoor, and no easy task. So, when Hissune looked toward that broad-shouldered, golden-haired man, seeming both regal and gentle at once, who wore the green doublet and ermine robe of the world's second-highest office, and when he considered that that man, only 10 feet from him, was the Coronal Lord Valentine, who had chosen him out of all Majipoor to join this group tonight, he felt something very like a shiver traveling down his back, and he admitted finally to himself that what that shiver was awe, for the office of the kingship, and for the person of Lord Valentine, and for the mysterious chain of happenstance that had brought a mere boy of the Labyrinth into this august company. He sipped his wine, and felt a warm glow spread through his soul. What did the evening's earlier troubles matter? He was here now, and welcome. Let Vanemoon and Hurlen and Gisnet eat their hearts out with envy. He was here, among the great ones, beginning his ascent toward the summit of the world, and soon he would be attaining heights from which the Vanemoons of his childhood would be altogether invisible. In moments, though, that sense of well-being was completely gone from him, and he found himself tumbling back into confusion and dismay. The first thing that went wrong was nothing more than a minor blunder, absurd but forgivable, scarcely his fault at all. Sleet had remarked on the obvious anxiety the pontifical officials displayed every time they looked toward the coronal's table. Plainly, they were madly fearful that Lord Valentine was not sufficiently enjoying himself. And Hissune, newly radiant with wine, and gloriously happy to be at the banquet at last, had brashly blurted out, "They ought to be worried. They know they'd better make a good impression, or they'll be out in the cold when Lord Valentine becomes Pontifex." There were gasps all around the table. Everyone stared at him as though he had uttered some monstrous blasphemy, all but the coronal, who clamped his lips together in the manner of one who has unexpectedly found a toad in his soup, and turned away. "Did I say something wrong?" Hissune asked. "Hush!" Lysamon Hulton whispered fiercely, and the mountainous Amazon woman nudged him urgently in the ribs. "But is it not so that one day Lord Valentine will be Pontifex, and when that happens, won't he want to install a staff of his own?" Lysamon nudged him again, so emphatically that she all but knocked him from his seat. Sleet glared belligerently at him, and Shanamir said in a sharp whisper, "Enough! You're only making it worse for yourself." Hissune shook his head. With a trace of anger showing beneath his confusion, he said, "I don't understand." "I'll explain it to you later," said Shanamir. Stubbornly, Hissune said, "But what have I done? To say that Lord Valentine is going to be Pontifex some day, and—" With deep frost in his voice, Shanamir said, "Lord Valentine does not wish to contemplate the necessity of becoming Pontifex at this time. He particularly does not wish to contemplate it during his dinner. It is something not spoken of in his presence. Do you understand now? Do you?" "Ah, I do now," said Hissune miserably. In his shame, he wanted to crawl under the table and hide. But how was he supposed to have known that the coronal was touchy about having to become Pontifex some day? It was only to be expected, wasn't it? When a Pontifex died, the coronal automatically took his place and named a new coronal who would himself eventually go on to dwell in the Labyrinth. That was the system. That was the way it had been for thousands of years. If Lord Valentine disliked the idea of being Pontifex so much, he might better have served himself by declining to become coronal. But it didn't make sense for him to close his eyes to the succession law in the hope it would go away. Though the coronal himself had maintained a cool silence, great damage surely had been done. To show up late, then to say the wrongest possible thing the first time he opened his mouth, what a woeful beginning! Could it ever be undone? He soon brooded about it all through the performance of some terrible jugglers, and during the dreary speeches that followed, and he might have gone on agonizing over it all evening if something far worse had not happened. It was Lord Valentine's turn to make a speech. But the coronal seemed strangely remote and preoccupied as he got to his feet. He appeared almost to be sleepwalking, his eyes distant and vague, his gestures uncertain. At the high table, people began to murmur. After an awful moment of silence, he started to speak, but apparently it was the wrong speech, and very muddled besides. Was the coronal sick? Drunk? Under some sudden malign spell? It troubled Hissune to see Lord Valentine so bewildered. Old Horncast had just finished saying that the coronal not only governed Majipoor, but in some sense was Majipoor, and there was the coronal a moment later, tottering, incoherent, looking as though he was about to topple. Someone should take him by the arm, Hissune thought, and help him to sit down before he falls. But no one moved. No one dared. "Please," Hissune begged silently, staring at Sleet, at Tunagorn, at Erminar. "Stop him, someone! Stop him!" And still no one moved. "Lordship!" a voice cried hoarsely. Hissune realized it was his own, and he went rushing forward to seize the coronal as he dropped headlong toward the gleaming wooden floor. Chapter 6. This is the dream of the Pontifex Tiavarus. Here, in the realm that I inhabit now, nothing has color, and nothing has sound, and nothing has motion. The alabandina blossoms are black, and the shining fronds of the samotan trees are white, and from the bird that does not fly comes a song that cannot be heard. I lie on a bed of soft, gentle rubber moss, staring upward at drops of rain that do not fall. When the wind blows in the glade, not a leaf flutters. The name of this realm is Death, and the Alabandanas and Samotans are dead, and the bird is dead, and the wind and the rain are dead, and I too am dead. They come and stand about me, and they say, "Are you Tiavarus, that was Coronal of Majipoor, and Pontifex of Majipoor?" And I say, "I am dead." "Are you Tiavarus?" they say again, and I say, "I am dead Tiavarus, that was your king, and that was your emperor. See, I have no color. See, I make no sound. I am dead." You are not dead. Here on my right hand is Lord Majipoor, that was my first coronal. He is dead, is he not? Here on my left hand is Lord Valentine, that was my second coronal. Is he not dead? I lie between two dead men. I also am dead. Come and rise and walk, Tiavarus that was coronal, Tiavarus that is pontifex. I need not do that. I am excused, for I am dead. Listen to our voices. Your voices make no sound. Listen, Tiavarus, listen, listen, listen. The Alabandanas are black. The sky is white. This is the realm of death. Come and rise and walk, Emperor of Majipoor. Who are you? Valentine, that is your third coronal. I hail you, Valentine, Pontifex of Majipoor. That title is not yet mine. Come and rise and walk. And I say, it is not required of me, for I am dead. But they say, we do not hear you, king that was, emperor that is. And then the voice that says it is the voice of Valentine tells me once more, come and rise and walk. And the hand of Valentine is on my hand in this realm where nothing moves, and it pulls me upward, and I drift, light as air floating on air, and I go forth, moving without motion, breathing without drawing breath. Together we cross a bridge that curves like the rainbow's arc across an abyss as deep as the world is broad, and its shimmering metal skin rings with a sound like the singing of young girls with each step I take. On the far side all is flooded with color, amber, turquoise, coral, lilac, emerald, auburn, indigo, crimson. The vault of the sky is jade, and the sharp strands of sunlight that pierce the air are bronze. Everything flows, everything billows. There is no firmness, there is no stability. The voices say, "This is life, Tiavarus, this is your proper realm," to which I make no reply, for after all I am dead, and merely dreaming that I live. But I begin to weep, and my tears are all the colors of the stars. And this, too, is the dream of the Pontifex Tiavarus. I sit enthroned on a machine within a machine, and about me is a wall of blue glass. I hear bubbling sounds, and the soft ticking of intricate mechanisms. My heart beats slowly. I am aware of each heavy surge of fluid through its chambers, but that fluid, I think, is probably not blood. Whatever it is, though, it moves in me, and I am aware of it. Therefore I must surely be alive. How can that be? I am so old. Have I then outlived death itself? I am Tiavarus, that was coronal to Ossier, and I touched once the hand of Lord Kinnikin when the castle was his, and Ossier only a prince, and the second Pontifex Thimin had the Labyrinth. If that is so, I think I must be the only man of Thimin's time who is yet alive, if I am alive, and I think I am alive. But I sleep. I dream. A great stillness enfolds me. Color seeps from the world. All is black, all is white, nothing moves, there is no sound. This is how I imagine the realm of death to be. Look, there is the Pontifex Convolum, and there is Prestimian, and there is Decoret. All those great emperors lie staring upward toward rain that does not fall, and in words without sound they say, "Welcome, Tiavarus that was, welcome, weary old king, come lie beside us now that you are dead like us." Yes, yes, ah, how beautiful it is here. Look, there is Lord Majipoor, that man of the city of Balmafale in whom I hoped so much, so wrongly, and he is dead. And that is Lord Valentine of the black beard and the ruddy cheeks, but his cheeks are not ruddy now. and at last am I permitted to join them. Everything is silent. Everything is still. At last, at last, at last, at last they let me die, even if it is only when I dream. And so the Pontifex Tiaverus floats midway between worlds, neither dead nor alive, dreaming of the world of the living when he thinks that he is dead, dreaming of the realm of death when he remembers that he is alive. Chapter 7. "A little wine, if you will," Valentine said. Sleet put the bowl in his hand, and the Coronal drank deeply. "I was just dozing," he muttered. "A quick nap before the banquet. And that dream, Sleet, that dream. Get me Tisana, will you? I have to have a speaking of that dream." "With respect, lordship, there's no time for that now," said Sleet. "We've come to fetch you," Cunegorn put in. "The banquet's about to begin. Protocol requires that you be at the dais when the pontifical officials—" "Protocol, protocol! That dream was almost like a sending, don't you understand? Such a vision of disaster." "The Coronal does not receive sendings, lordship," Sleet said quietly. "And the banquet will start in minutes, and we must robe you and convey you. You'll have Tisana and her potions afterward, if you like, my lord. But for now, I must explore that dream." "I understand, but there lacks the time. Come, my lord." He knew that Sleet and Cunegorn were right. Like it or not, he must get himself to the banquet at once. It was more than just a social event. It was a rite of courtesy, the showing of honor by the senior monarch to the younger king, who was his adopted son and anointed successor, and even though the Pontifex might be senile or altogether mad, the Coronal did not have the option of taking the event lightly. He must go, and the dream must wait. No dream so potent, so rife with omen, could simply be ignored. He would need a dream speaking, and probably a conference with the wizard Deliamber also, but there would be time to deal with all that afterward. "Come, lordship," Sleet said again, holding his ermine robe of office out to him. The heavy spell of that vision still clung to Valentine's spirit when he entered the great hall of the Pontifex 10 minutes later. But it would not do for the Coronal of Majipoor to seem dour or preoccupied at such an event, and so he put upon his face the most affable expression he could manage as he made his way toward the high table. Which was, indeed, the way he had conducted himself all throughout the interminable week of this official visit, the forced smile, the studied amiability. Of all the cities of giant Majipoor, the Labyrinth was the one Lord Valentine loved least. It was to him a grim, oppressive place that he entered only when the unavoidable responsibilities of office required it. Just as he felt most keenly alive under the warm summer sun and the great vault of the open sky, riding in some forest in heavy leaf, a fair fresh wind tossing his golden hair about, so did he feel buried before his time whenever he entered this cheerless sunken city. He loathed its dismal descending coils, its infinity of shadowy underground levels, its claustrophobic atmosphere. And most of all, he loathed the knowledge of the inevitable destiny that awaited him here, when he must succeed to the title of Pontifex at last, and give up the sweet joys of life on Castle Mount, and take up residence for the rest of his days in this dreadful living tomb. Tonight in particular, this banquet in the great hall, on the deepest level of the gloomy subterranean city, how he had dreaded that! The hideous hall itself, all harsh angles and glaring lights and weird ricocheting reflections, and the pompous officials of the pontifical staff in their preposterous little traditional masks, and the windy speech-making, and the boredom, and above all, the burdensome sense of the entire labyrinth pressing down upon him like a colossal mass of stone. Merely to think of it had filled him with horror. Perhaps that ugly dream, he thought, had been a mere foreshadowing of the uneasiness he felt about what he must endure tonight. Yet, to his surprise, he found himself unwinding, relaxing, not precisely enjoying himself at the banquet, no, hardly that, but at least finding it within his endurance. They had redecorated the hall. That helped. Brilliant banners in green and gold, the colors emblematic of the Coronal, had been hung everywhere, blurring and disguising the strangely disquieting outlines of the enormous room. The lighting, too, had been changed since his last visit. Gentle glow floats now drifted pleasantly through the air. And plainly, the officials of the Pontifex had spared neither cost nor effort in making the occasion a festive one. From the legendary pontifical wine cellars came an astounding procession of the planet's finest vintages, the golden fire-shower wine of Pidruid, and the dry white of Amblemorn, and then the delicate red of Nimoya, followed by a rich, robust purple wine of Muldamar that had been laid down years ago in the reign of Lord Malibor. With each wine, of course, an appropriate delicacy: chilled thoca berries, smoked sea dragon, kalimbats in Narabal style, roast haunch of bilantoon, and an unending flow of entertainment, singers, mimes, harpists, jugglers. From time to time, one of the Pontifex's minions would glance warily toward the high table, where Lord Valentine and his companions sat, as though to ask, "Is it sufficient? Is your lordship content?" And Valentine met each of those worried glances with a warm smile, a friendly nod, a lifting of his wine bowl, by way of telling his uneasy hosts, "Yes, yes, I am well pleased with all you have done for us." "What edgy little jackals they all are," Sleet cried. "You can smell the worry sweat on them from 6 tables away." Which led to a foolish and painful remark from young Hissune about the likelihood that they were trying to curry favor with Lord Valentine against the day when he became Pontifex. The unexpected tactlessness stung Valentine with whiplash effect, and he turned away, heart racing, throat suddenly dry. He forced himself to remain calm, smiled across the tables to the high spokesman Horncast, nodded to the pontifical major domo, beamed at this one and that, while behind him he could hear Shanamir explaining irately to Hissune the nature of his blunder. In a moment Valentine's anger had ebbed. Why should the boy have known, after all, that that was a forbidden topic of discussion? But there was nothing he could do to put an end to Hissune's obvious humiliation without acknowledging the depth of his sensitivity on that score. So he let himself glide back into conversation as though nothing untoward had happened. Then 5 jugglers appeared, 3 humans, a Skandar, and a Hjort, to cause a blessed distraction. They commenced a wild and frenzied hurling of torches, sickles, and knives that brought cheers and applause from the Coronal. Of course they were mere flashy third-raters, whose flaws and insufficiencies and evasions were evident enough to Valentine's expert eye. No matter, jugglers always gave him delight. Inevitably, they recalled to his mind that strange and blissful time years ago when he had been a juggler himself, wandering from town to town with an itinerant raggle-taggle troupe. He had been innocent then, untroubled by the burdens of power, a truly happy man. Valentine's enthusiasm for the jugglers drew a scowl from Sleet, who said sourly, "Ah, lordship, do you truly think they're as good as all that?" "They show great zeal, Sleet. So do cattle that forage for fodder in a dry season. But they are cattle none the less. And these zealous jugglers of yours are little more than amateurs, my lord." "Oh, Sleet, Sleet, show some mercy." "There are certain standards in this craft, my lord, as you should still remember." Valentine chuckled. "The joy these people give me has little to do with their skills, Sleet. Seeing them stirs recollections in me of other days, a simpler life, bygone companions." "Ah, then," Sleet said, "that's another matter, my lord. That is sentiment. But I speak of craft. We speak of different things, then." The jugglers took their leave in a flurry of furious throws and bungled catches, and Valentine sat back, smiling, cheerful. But the fun's over, he thought. Time for the speeches now. Even those proved surprisingly tolerable, though. Shinam delivered the first. The pontifical minister of internal affairs, a man of the Gayrog race, with glistening reptilian scales and a flickering forked red tongue. Gracefully and swiftly he offered formal welcome to Lord Valentine and his entourage. The adjutant Ermanar made reply on behalf of the Coronal. When he was done, it was the turn of ancient, shriveled Dilaphon, private secretary to the Pontifex, who conveyed the personal greetings of the High Monarch. which was mere fraud, Valentine knew, since it was common knowledge that old Tievers had not spoken a rational word to anyone close upon a decade. But he accepted Diliphon's quavering fabrications politely, and delegated Tunagorn to offer the response. Then Horncast spoke, the high spokesman of the pontificate, plump, solemn, the true ruler of the Labyrinth in these years of the senility of the Pontifex Tievers. His theme, he declared, was the grand processional. Valentine sat to attention at once, for in the past year he had thought of little else than the processional, that far-ranging ceremonial journey in which the Coronal must go forth upon Majipoor and show himself to the people, and receive from them their homage, their allegiance, their love. "It may seem to some," said Horncast, "a mere pleasure jaunt, a trivial and meaningless holiday from the cares of office. Not so, not so, for it is the person of the Coronal, the actual physical person, not a banner, not a flag, not a portrait, that binds all the far-flung provinces of the world to a common loyalty. And it is only through periodic contact with the actual presence of that royal person that that loyalty is renewed." Valentine frowned and looked away. Through his mind there surged a sudden disturbing image, the landscape of Majipoor sundered and upheaved, and one solitary man desperately wrestling with the splintered terrain, striving to thrust everything back into place. "For the Coronal," Horncast went on, "is the embodiment of Majipoor. The Coronal is Majipoor personified. He is the world is the Coronal. And so when he undertakes the grand processional, as you, Lord Valentine, now will do for the first time since your glorious restoration, he is not only going forth to the world, but he is going forth to himself, to a voyage into his own soul, to an encounter with the deepest roots of his identity." Was it so? Of course. Of course. Horncast, he knew, was simply spouting standard rhetoric, oratorical noises of a sort that Valentine had had to endure all too often. And yet, this time the words seemed to trigger something in him, seemed to open some great dark tunnel of mysteries. That dream, the cold wind blowing across Castle Mount, the groans of the earth, the shattered landscape. The Coronal is the embodiment of Majipoor. He is the world. Once in his reign already, that unity had been broken, when Valentine, thrust from power by treachery, stripped of his memory and even of his own body, had been hurled into exile. Was it to happen again? A second overthrow? A second downfall? Or was something even more dreadful imminent, something far more serious than the fate of one single man? He tasted the unfamiliar taste of fear. Banquet or no, Valentine knew he should have gone at once for a dream-speaking. Some grim knowledge was striving to break through to his awareness, beyond all doubt. Something was wrong within the Coronal, which was the same as saying something was wrong in the world. "My lord?" It was Autophon Deliamber. The little Vrunish wizard said, "It is time, my lord, for you to offer the final toast." "What? When?" "Now, my lord." "Ah, indeed," Valentine said vaguely. "The final toast, yes." He rose, and let his gaze journey throughout the great room into its most shadowy depths. And a sudden strangeness came upon him, for he realized that he was entirely unprepared. He had little notion of what he was to say, or to whom he should direct it, or even, really, what he was doing in this place at all. The Labyrinth. Was this in truth the Labyrinth, that loathsome place of shadows and mildew? Why was he here? What did these people want him to do? Perhaps this was merely another dream, and he had never left Castle Mount. He did not know. He did not understand anything. Something will come, he thought. I need only wait. But he waited, and nothing came except deeper strangeness. He felt a throbbing in his forehead, a humming in his ears. Then he experienced a powerful sense of himself here in the Labyrinth, as occupying a place at the precise center of the world, the core of the whole gigantic globe. But some irresistible force was pulling him from that place. Between one moment and the next, his soul went surging from him as though it were a great mantle of light, streaming upward through the many layers of the labyrinth to the surface, and then reaching forth to encompass all the immensity of Majipoor, even to the distant coasts of Zimroel and sun-blackened Suvrael, and the unknown expanse of the great sea on the far side of the planet. He wrapped the world like a glowing veil. In that dizzying moment, he felt that he and the planet were one, that he embodied in himself the 20 billion people of Majipoor, humans and Skandars and Hjorts and Metamorphs and all the rest, moving within him like the corpuscles of his blood. He was everywhere at once. He was all the sorrow in the world, and all the joy, and all the yearning, and all the need. He was everything. He was a boiling universe of contradictions and conflicts. He felt the heat of the desert, and the warm rain of the tropics, and the chill of the high peaks. He laughed and wept and died and made love and ate and drank and danced and fought and rode wildly through unknown hills and toiled in the fields and cut a path through thick vine-webbed jungles. In the oceans of his soul, vast sea dragons breached the surface and let forth monstrous bleating roars and dived again to the uttermost depths. Faces without eyes hovered before him, grinning, leering. Bony attenuated hands fluttered in the air. Choirs sang discordant hymns. All at once, at once, at once, a terrible lunatic simultaneity. He stood in silence, bewildered, lost, as the room reeled wildly about him. "Propose the toast, Lordship," Deliamber seemed to be saying over and over. "First to the Pontifex, and then to his aides, and then—" "Control yourself," Valentine thought. "You are Coronal of Majipoor." With a desperate effort he pulled himself free of that grotesque hallucination. "The toast to the Pontifex, Lordship." "Yes, yes, I know." Phantom images still haunted him. Ghostly fleshless fingers plucked at him. He fought free. Control, control, control. He felt utterly lost. "The toast, Lordship." The toast? The toast? What was that? A ceremony, an obligation upon him. You are Coronal of Majipoor. Yes, he must speak. He must say words to these people. "Friends," he began, and then came the dizzying plunge into chaos. Chapter 8. "The Coronal wants to see you," Shanamir said. Hissune looked up, startled. For the past hour and a half, he had been waiting tensely in a dismal, many-columned antechamber with a grotesque bulbous ceiling, wondering what was happening behind the closed doors of Lord Valentine's suite, and whether he was supposed to remain here indefinitely. It was well past midnight, and some 10 hours from now the Coronal and his staff were to depart from the Labyrinth on the next leg of the grand processional, unless tonight's strange events had altered that plan. Hissune still had to make his way all the way up to the outermost ring, gather his possessions and say goodbye to his mother and sisters, and get back here in time to join the outbound party, and fit some sleep into the picture too. All was in confusion. After the collapse of the Coronal, after Lord Valentine had been carried away to his suite, after the banquet hall had been cleared, Hissune and some of the other members of the Coronal's group had assembled in this drab room nearby. Word had come, after a time, that Lord Valentine was recovering well, and that they were all to wait there for further instructions. Then, one by one, they had been summoned to the Coronal. Tunagorn first, then Erminar, Asenhart, Shanamir, and the rest, until Hissune was left alone with some members of the Coronal's guard and a few very minor staff people. He did not feel like asking any of these subalterns what the appropriate thing for him to do might be, but he dared not leave either, and so he waited and waited some more, and went on waiting. He closed his eyes when they grew raw and began to ache, though he did not sleep. A single image revolved endlessly in his mind. The Coronal beginning to fall, and he and Lysamon Hulton springing from their seats at the same moment to catch him. He was unable to shake from his mind the horror of that sudden astonishing climax to the banquet, the Coronal bemused, pathetic, groping for words and failing to find the right ones, swaying, teetering, falling. Of course, a coronal was just as capable of getting himself drunk and behaving foolishly as anyone else. One of the many things that Hissune's illicit explorations of the memory readings in the Register of Souls during the years he worked in the House of Records had taught him was that there was nothing superhuman about the men who wore the starburst crown. So it was altogether possible that this evening Lord Valentine, who seemed so intensely to dislike being in the labyrinth, had allowed the free-flowing wine to ease that dislike until, when it was his turn to speak, he was in a drunken muddle. But somehow Hissune doubted that it was wine that had muddled the coronal, even though Lord Valentine had said as much himself. He had been watching the coronal closely all during the speech-making, and he hadn't seemed at all drunk then, only convivial, joyous, relaxed. And afterward, when the little Vrunish wizard had brought Lord Valentine back from his swoon by touching his tentacles to him, the coronal had seemed a trifle shaky, as anyone who had fainted might be, but nevertheless quite clear-headed. Nobody could sober up that fast. No, Hissune thought, more likely it had been something other than drunkenness, some sorcery, some deep sending that had seized Lord Valentine's spirit just at that moment. And that was terrifying. He rose now and went down the winding corridor to the coronal's chambers. As he approached the intricately carved door, gleaming with brilliant golden starbursts and royal monograms, it opened, and Tunigorn and Erminar emerged, looking drawn and somber. They nodded to him, and Tunigorn, with a quick gesture of his finger, ordered the guards at the door to let him go in. Lord Valentine sat at a broad desk of some rare and highly polished blood-colored wood. The coronal's big, heavy-knuckled hands were spread out before him against the surface of the desk, as though he were supporting himself with them. His face was pale, his eyes seemed to be having difficulty focusing, his shoulders were slumped. "My lord," Hissune began uncertainly, and faltered into silence. He remained just within the doorway, feeling awkward, out of place, keenly uncomfortable. Lord Valentine did not seem to have noticed him. The old dream-speaker Tisana was in the room, and Sleet, and the Vroon, but no one said a thing. Hissune was baffled. He had no idea what the etiquette of approaching a tired and obviously ill coronal might be. Was one supposed to offer one's kind sympathies, or to pretend that the monarch was in the finest of health? Hissune made the starburst gesture, and, getting no response, made it again. He felt his cheeks blazing. He searched for some shred of his former youthful self-assurance and found nothing. Strangely, he seemed to be growing more ill at ease with Lord Valentine, rather than less, the more often he saw the coronal. That was hard to understand. Sleet rescued him at last, saying loudly, "My lord, it is the initiate Hissune." The coronal raised his head and stared at Hissune. The depth of fatigue that his fixed and glassy eyes revealed was terrifying. And yet, as Hissune watched in amazement, Lord Valentine drew himself back from the brink of exhaustion the way a man who has caught a vine after slipping over the edge of a precipice pulls himself to safety, with a desperate show of unanswerable strength. It was astonishing to see some color come to his cheeks, some animation to his expression. He managed even to project a distinct kingliness, a feeling of command. Hissune, awed, wondered if it might be some trick they learn on Castle Mount when they are in training to become coronals. "Come closer," Lord Valentine said. Hissune took a couple of steps deeper into the room. "Are you afraid of me?" "My lord." "I can't allow you to waste time fearing me, Hissune. I have too much work to do, and so do you. Once I believed that you felt absolutely no awe of me at all. Was I wrong?" "My lord, it's only that you look so tired, and I'm tired myself, I suppose. This night has been so strange, for me, for you, for everyone." The coronal nodded. "A night full of great strangenesses, yes. Is it morning yet? I never know the time when I'm in this place." "A little past midnight, my lord." "Only a little past midnight? I thought it was almost morning. How long this night has been!" Lord Valentine laughed softly. "But it's always a little past midnight in the labyrinth, isn't it, Hissune? By the divine, if you could know how I yearn to see the sun again!" "My lord, Deliamber murmured tactfully. "It does indeed grow late, and there is still much to do." Indeed. For an instant the coronel's eyes flickered into glassiness again. Then, recovering once more, he said, "To business, then. The first item of which is the giving of my thanks. I'd have been badly hurt but for your being there to catch me. You must have been on your way toward me before I went over, eh? Was it that obvious I was about to keel over?" Reddening a little, Hissune said, "It was, lordship, at least to me." "Ah, but I may have been watching you more closely than the others were." "Yes, I dare say you may have been. I hope your lordship won't greatly suffer the ill effects of— A faint smile appeared on the coronel's lips. "I wasn't drunk, Hissune. I didn't mean to imply— but that is to say, not drunk, no. A spell, ascending, who knows? Wine is one thing, and sorcery's another, and I think I still can tell the difference. It was a dark vision, boy, not the first I've had lately. The omens are troublesome. War's on the wind." "War!" Hissune blurted. The word was unfamiliar, alien, ugly. It hovered in the air like some foul droning insect looking for prey. War? War? Into Hissune's mind leaped an image 8,000 years old, springing from the cache of memories he had stolen in the register of souls. The dry hills of the far northwest ablaze, the sky black with thick coils of rising smoke in the final awful convulsion of Lord Stiamat's long war against the metamorphs. But that was ancient history. There had been no war in all the centuries since, other than the War of Restoration, and scarce any lives had been lost in that, by design of Lord Valentine, to whom violence was an abomination. "How can there be war?" Hissune demanded. "We have no wars on Majipoor." "War's coming, boy," said Sleet roughly, "and when it does, by the lady, there'll be no hiding from it." "But war with whom? This is the most peaceful of worlds. What enemy could there be?" "There is one," Sleet said. "Are you Labyrinth people so sheltered from the real world that you fail to comprehend that?" Hissune frowned. "The metamorphs, you mean?" "Aye, the metamorphs," Sleet cried. "The filthy shapeshifters, boy. Did you think we could keep them penned up forever? By the lady, there'll be a rampage soon enough." Hissune stared in shock and amazement at the lean little scar-faced man. Sleet's eyes were shining. He seemed almost to welcome the prospect. Shaking his head slowly, Hissune said, "With all respect, High Counselor Sleet, this makes no sense to me. A few millions of them against 20 billions of us. They fought that war once and lost it, and however much they hate us, I don't think they're going to try it again." Sleet pointed toward the coronel, who seemed barely to be listening. "And the time they put their own puppet on Lord Valentine's throne, what was that, if not a declaration of war? Ah, boy, you know nothing. The shapeshifters have been scheming against us for centuries, and their time is at hand. The coronel's own dreams foretell it. By the lady, the coronel himself dreams of war." "By the lady, indeed, Sleet," said the coronel in a voice of infinite weariness. "There'll be no war if I can help it, and you know that." "And if you can't help it, my lord?" Sleet shot back. The little man's chalk-white face was flushed now with excitement. His eyes gleamed. He made tight, rapid, obsessive gestures with his hands, as though he were juggling invisible clubs. It had not occurred to Hissune that anyone, even a high counselor, spoke so bluntly to coronels. And perhaps it did not happen often, for he soon saw something much like anger cross the face of Lord Valentine. Lord Valentine, who was reputed never to have known rage, who had gently and lovingly sought even to win the soul of his enemy, the usurper Dominin Barjazid, in the last moments of the War of Restoration. Then that anger gave way to the dreadful weariness again, that made the coronel seem to be a man of 70 or 80 years, and not the young and vigorous 40 or so that Hissune knew him to be. There was an endless moment of tense silence. At length Lord Valentine said, speaking slowly and deliberately, and addressing his words to Hissune as though no one else were in the room, "Let me hear no more talk of war while hope of peace remains. But the omens were dark, true enough. If there is not to be war, there is certain to be some calamity of another kind. I will not ignore such warnings. We have changed some of our plans this night, Hissune. Will you call off the grand processional, my lord? That I must not do. Again and again I've postponed it, saying that there was too much work for me at Castle Mount, that I had no time to go jaunting about the world. Perhaps I've postponed it too long. The processional should be made every 7 or 8 years. And has it been longer than that, sir? Almost 10. Nor did I complete the tour that other time, for at Tiloman, you know, there was that small interruption when someone else relieved me for a while of my tasks, without my knowledge. The Coronal stared past Hissune into an infinitely remote distance. He seemed for a moment to be peering into the misty gulfs of time, thinking, perhaps, of the bizarre usurpation that had been worked upon him by the Barjazid, and of the months or years that he had roamed Majipoor bereft of his mind and of his might. Lord Valentine shook his head. No, the grand processional must be made, must be extended, in fact. I had thought to travel only through Alhanroel, but I think we will need to visit both continents. The people of Zimroel also must see that there is a Coronal. And if Sleet is right, that the metamorphs are the ones we must fear, why then, Zimroel is the place we must go, for that is where the metamorphs dwell. Hissune had not expected that. A great surge of excitement arose in him. Zimroel, too, that unimaginably distant place of forests and vast rivers and great cities, more than half legendary to him, magical cities with magical names. "Ah, if that is the new plan, how splendid it sounds, my lord," he said, smiling broadly. "I had thought never to see that land except in dreams. Will we go to Nimoya, and Pidruid, Tiloman, Narabal?" "Quite likely I will," said the Coronal, in an oddly flat voice that fell upon Hissune's ears like a cudgel. "I, my lord?" said Hissune with sudden alarm. Softly Lord Valentine said, "Another of the changes of plan. You will not be accompanying me on the grand processional." A terrible chill swept through Hissune then, as if the wind that blows between the stars had descended and was scouring out the deepest chambers of the labyrinth. He trembled, and his soul shriveled under that cold blast, and he felt himself withering away to a husk. "Am I then dismissed from your service, lordship?" "Dismissed? Not at all. Surely you understand that I have important plans for you." "So you have said several times, my lord. But the processional is not the right preparation for the tasks you some day will be called upon to perform. No, Hissune, I can't afford to let you spend the next year or two bounding around from province to province at my side. You're to leave for Castle Mount as soon as possible." "Castle Mount, my lord?" "To begin the training appropriate to a knight initiate." "My lord?" said Hissune in amazement. "You are, what, 18? So you're years behind the others. But you're quick. You'll make up for the lost time. You'll rise to your true level soon enough. You must, Hissune. We have no idea what evil is about to come upon our world, but I know now that I must expect the worst, and prepare for it by preparing others to stand beside me when the worst arrives. So there will be no grand processional for you, Hissune." "I understand, my lord." "Do you?" "Yes, I think you do. There'll be time later for you to see Piliplock and Nimoya and Pidruid, won't there? But now... Hissune nodded, though in truth he hardly dared to think that he comprehended what Lord Valentine appeared to be telling him. For a long moment the Coronal stared at him, and Hissune met the gaze of those weary blue eyes steadily and evenly, though he was beginning to feel an exhaustion beyond anything he had ever known. The audience, he realized, had come to its end, though no word of dismissal had been uttered. In silence he made the starburst gesture and backed from the room. He wanted nothing more than sleep now, a week of it, a month. This bewildering night had drained him of all his strength. Only 2 days ago, this same Lord Valentine had summoned him to this very room, and told him to make ready at once to leave the labyrinth, for he was to set forth as part of the royal entourage that was making the grand processional through Alhanroel. And yesterday he had been named one of the Coronal's aides, and given a seat at the high table of tonight's banquet, And now the banquet had come and gone in mysterious chaos, and he had beheld the Coronal haggard and all too human in his confusion, and the gift of the grand processional had been snatched back. And now, Castle Mount, a knight initiate, making up for lost time. Making up what? Life has become a dream, Hissune thought, and there is no one who can speak it for me. In the hallway outside the Coronal's suite, Sleet caught him suddenly by the wrist and pulled him close. Hissune sensed the strange power of the man, the taut energies coiled within him. "Just to tell you, boy, I meant no personal enmity when I spoke so harshly to you in there. I never took it that way. Good. Good. I want no enmity with you. Nor I with you, Sleet. I think we'll have much work to do together, you and I, when the war comes. If the war comes." Sleet smiled bleakly. "There's no doubt of it. But I won't fight that battle with you all over again just now. You'll come over to my way of thinking soon enough. Valentine can't see trouble until trouble's biting at his boots. It's his nature. He's too sweet, has too much faith in the goodwill of others, I think. But you're different, eh, boy? You walk with your eyes open. I think that's what the Coronal prizes the most in you. Do you follow what I say? It's been a long night, Sleet." "So it has. Get some sleep, boy, if you can." Chapter 9. The first rays of morning sun touched the ragged, gray, muddy shore of southeastern Zimroel, and lit that somber coast with a pale green glow. The coming of dawn brought instant wakefulness to the 5 Leamen camped in a torn, many times patched tent on the flank of a dune a few hundred yards from the sea. Without a word, they rose, scooped handfuls of damp sand, rubbed it over the rough, pockmarked, gray-black skin of their chests and arms to make the morning ablution. When they left the tent, they turned toward the west, where a few faint stars still glowed in the dark sky, and offered their salute. One of those stars, perhaps, was the one from which their ancestors had come. They had no idea which star that might be. No one did. 7,000 years had passed since the first Leamen migrants had come to Majipoor, and in that time much knowledge had been lost. During their wanderings over this giant planet, going wherever there might be simple menial jobs to perform, the Leamen had long since forgotten the place that was their starting point. But someday they would know it again. The eldest male lit the fire. The youngest brought forth the skewers and arranged the meat on them. The 2 women silently took the skewers and held them in the flames until they could hear the song of the dripping fat. In silence then they handed the chunks of meat around, and in silence the Leamen ate what would be their only meal of the day. Silent still, they filed from the tent, eldest male, then the women, then the other 2 males. 5 slender, wide-shouldered beings with flat, broad heads and fierce, bright eyes arrayed in a triple set across their expressionless faces. Down to the edge of the sea they walked, and took up positions on a narrow snub of a headland just out of reach of the surf, as they had done every morning for weeks. There they waited in silence, each hoping that this day would bring the coming of the dragons. The southeastern coast of Zimroel, the huge province known as Gehorna, is one of Majipoor's most obscure regions, a land without cities, a forgotten place of thin gray sandy soil and moist blustery breezes, subject at unpredictable intervals to colossal, vastly destructive sandstorms. There is no natural harbor for hundreds of miles along that unhappy coast, only an endless ridge of low, shabby hills sloping down to a sodden strand against which the surf of the inner sea crashes with a sad, dull sound. In the early years of the settlement of Majipoor, explorers who ventured into that forlorn quarter of the western continent reported that there was nothing there worth a second look, and, on a planet otherwise so full of miracles and wonders, that was the most damning dismissal imaginable. So Gehorna was bypassed as the development of the new continent got underway. Settlement after settlement was established. Pillaplok first, midway up the eastern coast at the mouth of the broad river Zimmer, and then Pidruid in the distant northwest, and Nimoya on the great bend of the Zimmer far inland, and Tiloman, and Narabal, and Velithis, and the shining Geirog city of Dulorn, and many more. Outposts turned into towns, and towns into cities, and cities into great cities that sent forth tendrils of expansion creeping outward across the astonishing immensities of Zimroel. But still there was no reason to go into Gehorna, and no one did. Not even the shapeshifters, when Lord Stiamat had finally subjugated them and dumped them down into a forest reservation just across the river Staichi from the western reaches of Gehorna, had cared to cross the river into the dismal lands beyond. Much later, thousands of years later, when most of Zimroel had begun to seem as tame as El Hanroel, a few settlers at last did filter into Gehorna. Nearly all were Liimen, simple and undemanding people who had never woven themselves deeply into the fabric of Majipuri life. By choice, it seemed, they held themselves apart, earning a few waits here and there as sellers of grilled sausages, as fishermen, as itinerant laborers. It was easy for these drifting folk, whose lives seemed bleak and colorless to the other races of Majipur, to drift on into bleak and colorless Gehorna. There they settled in tiny villages, and strung nets just beyond the surf to catch the swarming silvery gray fishes, and dug pits in which to trap the big, glossy, octagonal-shelled black crabs that scuttled along the beaches in packs, numbering many hundreds, and for a feast went out to hunt the sluggish, tender-fleshed dumcars that lived half-buried in the dunes. Most of the year, the Liimen had Gehorna to themselves, but not in summer, for summer was dragon time. In early summer, the tents of curiosity seekers began to sprout like yellow kalimbots after a warm rain, all along the coast of Zimroel, from a point just south of Pilaplok to the edge of the impassable Zimmer Marsh. This was the season when the sea dragon herds made their annual journey up the eastern side of the continent, heading out into the waters between Pilaplok and the Isle of Sleep, where they would bear their young. The coast below Pilaplok was the only place on Majipur where it was possible to get a good view of the dragons without going to sea, for here the pregnant cows liked to come close to shore and feed on the small creatures that lived in the dense thatches of golden seaweed so widespread in those waters. So, each year at dragon passage time, the dragon watchers arrived by the thousands from all over the world and set up their tents. Some were magnificent airy structures, virtual palaces of soaring slender poles and shimmering fabric that were occupied by touring members of the nobility. Some were the sturdy and efficient tents of prosperous merchants and their families, and some were the simple lean-tos of ordinary folk who had saved for years to make this journey. The aristocrats came to Gehorna in dragon time because they found it entertaining to watch the enormous sea dragons gliding through the water, and because it was agreeably unusual to spend a holiday in such a hideously ugly place. The rich merchants came because the undertaking of such a costly trip would surely enhance their position in their communities, and because their children would learn something useful about the natural history of Majipur that might do them some good in school. The ordinary people came because they believed that it brought a lifetime of good luck to observe the passage of the dragons, though nobody was quite sure why that should be the case. And then there were the Liimen, to whom the time of the dragons was a matter neither of amusement, nor of prestige, nor of the hope of fortune's kindness, but of the most profound significance, a matter of redemption, a matter of salvation. No one could predict exactly when the dragons would turn up along the Gehorna coast. Though they always came in summer, sometimes they came early, and sometimes they came late, and this year they were late. The 5 Liimen, taking up their positions on the little headland each morning, saw nothing day after day but gray sea, white foam, dark masses of seaweed. But they were not impatient people. Sooner or later, the dragons would arrive. The day when they finally came into view was warm and close, with a hot, humid wind blowing out of the west. All that morning, crabs in platoons and phalanxes and regiments marched restlessly up and down the beach, as though they were drilling to repel invaders. That was always a sign. Toward noon came a second sign. Up from the heaving surf tumbled a great fat pudding of a rip-toad, all belly and mouth and saw-edged teeth. It staggered a few yards ashore and hunkered down in the sand, panting, shivering, blinking its vast milky-hued eyes. A second toad emerged a moment later, not far away, and sat staring malevolently at the first. Then came a little procession of big-leg lobsters, a dozen or more gaudy blue and purple creatures with swollen orange haunches that marched from the water with great determination and quickly began to dig themselves into the mud. They were followed by red-eyed scallops dancing on wiry little yellow legs, and little angular white-faced hatchet eels, and even some fish that lay helplessly flopping about as the crabs of the shore fell upon them. The Lee men nodded to each other in rising excitement. Only one thing could cause the creatures of the offshore shallows to stray up onto the land this way. The musky smell of the sea dragons, preceding the dragons themselves by a little while, must have begun to pervade the water. "Look now," the eldest male said shortly. Out of the south came the vanguard of the dragons, 2 or 3 dozen immense beasts, holding their black leathery wings spread high and wide, and their long massive necks curving upward and out like great bows. Serenely they moved into the groves of seaweed and began to harvest them, slapping their wings against the surface of the water, stirring turmoil among the creatures of the seaweed, striking with sudden ferocity, gulping weed and lobsters and rip-toads and everything else indiscriminately. These giants were males. Behind them swam a little group of females, rolling from side to side in the manner of pregnant cows to display their bulging flanks. And after them, by himself, the king of the herd, a dragon so big he looked like the upturned hull of some great capsized vessel, and that was only the half of him, for he let his haunches and tail dangle out of sight below the surface. "Down and give praise," said the eldest male, and fell to his knees. With the 7 long bony fingers of his outstretched left hand, he made the sign of the sea dragon again and again, the fluttering wings, the swooping neck. He bent forward and rubbed his cheek against the cool, moist sand. He lifted his head and looked toward the sea dragon king, who now was no more than 200 yards offshore, and tried by sheer force of will to urge the great beast toward the land. "Come to us. Come. Come. Now is the time. We have waited so long. Come. Save us. Lead us. Save us. Come." Chapter 10. With a mechanical flourish, he signed his name to what seemed like the 10,000th official document of the day. Elidath of Morvole, High Counselor and Regent. He scribbled the date next to his name, and one of Valentine's secretaries selected another sheaf of papers and put it down in front of him. This was Elidath's day for signing things. It seemed to be a necessary weekly ordeal. Every 2-day afternoon since Lord Valentine's departure, he left his own headquarters in the Pinator Court and came over to the Coronal's official suite here in the inner castle, and sat himself down at Lord Valentine's magnificent desk, a great polished slab of deep red palisander with a vivid grain that resembled the starburst emblem, and for hours the secretaries took their turns handing him papers that had come up from the various branches of the government for final approval. Even with the Coronal off on his grand processional, the wheels continued to turn, the unending spew of decrees and revisions of decrees and abrogations of decrees poured forth. And everything had to be signed by the Coronal or his designated regent, the divine only knew why. One more. Elidath of Morvole, High Counselor and Regent. And the date. There. "Give me the next," Elidath said. In the beginning, he had conscientiously tried to read, or at least to skim, every document before affixing his signature. Then he had settled for reading the little summary, 8 or 10 lines long, that each document bore clipped to its cover. But he had given up even that long ago. Did Valentine read them all, he wondered? Impossible. Even if he read only the summaries, he would spend all his days and nights at it, with no time left to eat or sleep, let alone to carry out the real responsibilities of his office. By now, Elidath signed most without even glancing at them. For all he knew or cared, he might be signing a proclamation forbidding the eating of sausages on winter day, or one that made rainfall illegal in Stoyanzar province, or even a decree confiscating all his own lands and turning them over to the retirement fund for administrative secretaries. He signed anyway. A king, or a king's understudy, must have faith in the competence of his staff, or the job becomes not merely overwhelming, but downright unthinkable. He signed. Elidath of Morvole, High Counselor and... Next! He still felt a little guilty about not reading them any more. But did the Coronal really need to know that a treaty had been reached between the cities of Muldamar and Tydeus concerning the joint management of certain vineyards, the title to which had been in dispute since the 7th year of the Pontifex Thimon and the Coronal Lord Kinnikin? No, no, sign and move on to other things, Elidath thought, and let Muldamar and Tydeus rejoice in their new amity without troubling the king about it. Elidath of Morvole. As he reached for the next and began to search for the place to sign, a secretary said, "Sir, the Lords Miragant and Divis are here." "Have them come in," he replied without looking up. Elidath of Morvole, High Counselor and Regent. The Lords Miragant and Divis, councillors of the inner circle, cousin and nephew respectively to Lord Valentine, met him every afternoon about this time, so that he could go running with them through the streets of the castle, and thereby purge his taut-nerved body of some of the tension that this regency was engendering in him. He had scarcely any other opportunity for exercise these days. The daily jaunt with them was an invaluable safety valve for him. He managed to sign 2 more documents during the time that they were entering the huge room, so splendidly paneled with strips of banacop and samotan and other rare woods, and making their way toward him with a clatter of booted feet against the elaborately inlaid floor. He picked up a 3rd, telling himself that it would be the last one he'd do this day. It was merely a single sheet, and somehow Elidath found himself idly scanning it as he signed. A patent of nobility, no less, raising some fortunate commoner to the rank of initiate knight of Castle Mount, in recognition of his high merit and greatly valued services, and this and that. "What are you signing now?" Divis asked, leaning across the desk and penciling at the paper in front of Elidath. He was a big, heavy-shouldered, dark-bearded man, who, as he came into his middle years, was taking on an eerie resemblance to his father, the former Coronal. "Is Valentine lowering taxes again, or has he decided to make Carabella's birthday a holiday?" Accustomed though he was to Divis's brand of wit, Elidath had no taste for it after a day of such dreary, meaningless work. Sudden anger flared in him. "Do you mean the Lady Carabella?" he snapped. Divis seemed startled. "Oh, are we so formal today, High Counselor Elidath? If I happen to refer to your late father simply as Voriax, I can imagine what you—" "My father was Coronal," said Divis in a cold, tight voice, "and deserves the respect we give a departed king. Whereas the Lady Carabella is merely—" "The Lady Carabella, cousin, is the consort of your present king," said Miragant sharply, turning on Divis with more anger than Elidath had ever seen that kindly man display. "And also, I remind you, she is the wife of your father's brother. For 2 reasons, then—" "All right," Elidath said wearily. "Enough of this foolishness. Are we going to run this afternoon?" Divis laughed. "If you're not too tired from all this coronaling you've been doing." "I'd like nothing better," said Elidath, "to run right down the mount from here to Morvole, taking maybe 5 months of good easy striding to get there, and then to spend the next 3 years pruning my orchards and— Ah, yes, I'll come running with you. Let me finish just this one last paper." "The Lady Carabella's birthday holiday," said Divis, smiling. "A patent of nobility," Elidath said, "which will, if you'll keep quiet long enough, give us a new knight initiate, a certain Hissune, son of Elsinomi, it says here, resident of the pontifical Labyrinth, in recognition of his high merit and—" "Hissune, son of Elsinomi," Divis whooped. "Do you know who that is, Elidath?" "Why should I be expected to know any such thing?" Think back to Valentine's restoration ceremony, when he insisted on having all those unlikely people with us in the Confalum throne room, his jugglers, and the Skandar sea captain with the missing arm, and the Hjort with orange whiskers, and the rest. Do you remember a boy there, too? Shanamir, you mean? No, an even younger boy, a small skinny boy, 10 or 11 years old, with no respect for anybody, a boy with the eyes of a thief, who went around asking embarrassing questions and wheedling people into letting him have their medals and decorations, and pinning them all over his tunic and staring at himself endlessly in mirrors. That boy's name was Hissune. "The little Labyrinth boy," said Miragant, "who made everyone promise to hire him as a guide if they ever came to the Labyrinth. I remember him, yes. A very clever rascal, I'd say." "That rascal is now a knight initiate," Divis said, "or will be if Elidath doesn't tear up that sheet of paper that he's staring at so blankly. You aren't going to approve this, are you, Elidath?" "Of course I am." "A knight initiate who comes from the Labyrinth?" Elidath shrugged. "Wouldn't matter to me if he was a shapeshifter out of Illyravoin. I'm not here to overrule the Coronal's decisions. If Valentine says knight initiate he is, whether he be rascal, fisherman, sausage peddler, metamorph, dung sweeper." Quickly he inscribed the date beside his signature. "There. Done. Now the boy's as noble as you are, Divis." Divis drew himself up pompously. "My father was the Coronal Lord Voriax. My grandfather was the High Counselor Damian Dane. My great-grandfather was—" "Yes, we know all that. And I say, the boy is just as noble as you are now, Divis. This paper says so, as some similar paper said for some ancestor of yours, I know not how long ago, and certainly not why. Or do you think being noble is something innate, like Skandar's having 4 arms and dark fur?" "Your temper is short today, Elidath." "So it is. Therefore make allowances for me, and try not to be so tiresome." "Forgive me, then," said Divis, not very contritely. Elidath stood and stretched and peered out the great curving window before the Coronal's desk. It afforded a stupendous view into the open abyss of air that dropped away from the summit of Castle Mount on this side of the royal complex. 2 mighty black raptors, wholly at home in these dizzying altitudes, flew in great arrogant arcs about one another out there, sunlight rebounding dazzlingly from the crest of glassy feathers on their golden heads. And Elidath, watching the easy, unfettered movements of the huge birds, found himself envying their freedom to soar in those infinite spaces. He shook his head slowly. The day's toil had left him groggy. Elidath of Morvole, High Counselor and Regent. 6 months this week, he thought, since Valentine had set out on the processional. It felt like years already. Was it like this to be Coronal? Such drudgery, such captivity? For a decade now he had lived with the possibility of becoming Coronal in his own right, for he was the clear and obvious next in line. That had been plain almost from the day Lord Voriax had been killed in the forest, and the crown had so unexpectedly passed to his younger brother. If anything were to happen to Lord Valentine, Elidath knew, they would come to him with the starburst crown. Or, if the Pontifex Tieverus ever actually died, and Valentine had to enter the Labyrinth, that too could make Elidath Coronal. Unless he was too old for the job by the time that occurred, for the Coronal must be a man of vigorous years, and Elidath was already past 40, and it looked as though Tieverus would live forever. If it came to him, he would not, could not consider refusing. Refusing was unimaginable. But each passing year he found himself praying more fervently for continued long life for the Pontifex Tieverus, and a long healthy reign for the Coronal Lord Valentine. And these months as regent had only deepened those feelings. When he was a boy, and this had been Lord Malabor's castle, it had seemed the most wondrous thing in the world to him to be Coronal, and his envy had been keen when Voriax, 8 years his senior, was chosen upon Lord Malabor's death. Now he was not quite so sure how wondrous it might be, but he would not refuse if the crown came to him. He remembered the old High Counselor Damian Dane, father to Voriax and Valentine, saying once that the best one to choose as Coronal was one who was qualified for the crown but did not greatly want it. Well then, Elidath told himself cheerlessly, perhaps I am a good choice, but maybe it will not come to that. "Shall we run?" he said with forced heartiness. 5 miles, and then some good golden wine? Indeed, said Miragant. As they made their way from the room, Divis paused at the giant globe of bronze and silver, looming against the far wall, that bore the indicator of the Coronal's travels. "Look," he said, putting his finger to the ruby sphere that glowed upon the surface of the globe like a rock monkey's bloodshot eye. "He's well west of the Labyrinth already. What's this river he's sailing down? The Glage, is it?" "The Tray, I think," said Miragant. "He's bound for Tremone, I imagine." Elidath nodded. He walked toward the globe and ran his hand lightly over its silken smooth metal skin. "Yes, and Stoyan from there, and then I suppose he'll take ship across the gulf to Paramore and on up the coast as far as Alesor." He could not lift his hand from the globe. He caressed the curving continents as though Majipoor were a woman and her breasts were Alhanroel and Zimroel. How beautiful the world! How beautiful this depiction of it! It was only a half-globe, really, for there was no need of representing the far side of Majipoor, which was all ocean and scarcely even explored. But on its one vast hemisphere the 3 continents were displayed, Alhanroel, with the great jagged spire of Castle Mount jutting out into the room, and many-forested Zimroel, and the desert wasteland that was Suvrael down below, and the Blessed Lady's Isle of Sleep in the inner sea between them. Many of the cities were marked in detail, the mountain ranges, the larger lakes and rivers. Some mechanism Elidath did not understand tracked the Coronal at all times, and the glowing red sphere moved as the Coronal moved, so there could never be doubt of his whereabouts. As though in a trance, Elidath traced out with his fingers the route of the grand processional: Stoyan, Paramore, Alesor, St. Almond, Daniup, down through the Kinslain Gap into Santhiskian, and back by a winding course through the foothills to Castle Mount. "You wish you were with him, don't you?" Divis asked. "Or that you were making the trip in his place, eh?" said Miragant. Elidath whirled on the older man. "What is that supposed to mean?" Flustered, Miragant said, "It should be obvious. You accuse me, I think, of an unlawful ambition." "Unlawful? Tieverus has outlived his time by 20 years. He's kept alive only by grace of some sort of magic." "By the finest of medical care, you mean," Elidath said. With a shrug, Miragant said, "It's the same thing. In the natural order of things, Tieverus should long ago have been dead, and Valentine our Pontifex, and a new Coronal should be off undertaking his first grand processional." "These are not decisions for us to make," Elidath grumbled. Divis said, "They are Valentine's decisions, yes, and he will not make them." "He will at the proper time." "When? 5 more years? 10? 40? Would you coerce the Coronal, Divis?" "I would advise the Coronal. It is our duty, yours, mine, Miragant's, Tunagorn's, all of us who were in the government before the overthrow. We must tell him. It is time for him to move on to the Labyrinth." "I think it is time for us to have our run," said Elidath stiffly. "Listen to me, Elidath. Am I an innocent? My father was a Coronal. My grandfather held the post you hold now. I have spent all my life close to the heart of power. I understand things as well as most. We have no Pontifex. For 8 or 10 years we've merely had a thing more dead than alive, floating in that glass cage in the Labyrinth. Horncast speaks to him, or pretends to, and receives decrees from him, or pretends to, but in effect there's no Pontifex at all. How long can the government function that way? I think Valentine is trying to be Pontifex and Coronal both, which is impossible for any man to carry off, and so the whole structure is suffering. Everything is paralyzed." "Enough," Miragant said, "and he will not move along to his proper office, because he's young and hates the Labyrinth, and because he has come back from his exile with his new retinue of jugglers and herd-boys, who are so captivated by the splendors of the Mount that they will not allow him to see that his true responsibility lies—" "Enough!" "1 moment more," said Divis earnestly. "Are you blind, Elidath? Only 8 years back, we experienced something altogether unique in our history, when a lawful coronal was overthrown without our knowing it, and an unanointed king put in his place. And what kind of man was that? A metamorph puppet, Elidath, and the king of dreams himself an actual metamorph, 2 of the 4 powers of the realm usurped, and this very castle filled with metamorph impostors, all of them discovered and destroyed, and the throne bravely regained by its rightful holder, Divis. Indeed, indeed. And do you think the metamorphs have gone politely back to their jungles? I tell you, they are scheming right this instant to destroy Majipoor and take back for themselves whatever is left, which we have known since the moment of Valentine's restoration. And what has he done about it? What has he done about it, Elidath? Stretched out his arms to them in love, promised them that he will right ancient wrongs and remedy old injustices. Yes, and still they scheme against us. I will run without you, said Elidath. Stay here. Sit at the coronal's desk. Sign those mounds of decrees. That's what you want, isn't it, Divis? To sit at that desk? He swung about angrily and started from the room. Wait, Divis said. We're coming. He sprinted after Elidath, came up alongside him, caught him by the elbow. In a low, intense tone, quite different from his usual mocking drawl, he declared, I said nothing of the succession, except that it is necessary for Valentine to move on to the pontificate. Do you think I would challenge you for the crown? I am not a candidate for the crown, said Elidath. No one is ever a candidate for the crown, Divis answered. But even a child knows you are the heir presumptive. Elidath, Elidath! Let him be, said Miragant. We are here to run, I thought. Yes, let us run, and no more of this talk for now, said Divis. The divine be praised, Elidath muttered. He led the way down the flights of broad stone stairs, worn smooth by centuries of use, and out past the guard-post into Vildevar Close, the boulevard of pink granite blocks that linked the inner castle, the coronal's primary working quarters, to the all but incomprehensible maze of outer buildings that surrounded it at the summit of the mount. He felt as though a band of hot steel had been wrapped about his forehead. First to be signing a myriad foolish documents, then to have to listen to Divis's treasonous harangue. Yet he knew Divis to be right. The world could not much longer continue this way. When great actions needed to be undertaken, Pontifex and Coronal must consult with one another, and let their shared wisdom check all folly. But there was no Pontifex in any real sense, and Valentine, attempting to operate alone, was failing. Not even the greatest of coronals, not Convolum, not Prestimian, not Decoret, had presumed to try to rule Majipoor alone, and the challenges they had faced were as nothing compared with the one confronting Valentine. Who could have imagined in Lord Convolum's day that the humble subjugated metamorphs would ever rise again to seek redress for the loss of their world? Yet that uprising was well under way in secret places. Elidath was not likely ever to forget the last hours of the War of Restoration, when he had fought his way into the vaults where the machines that controlled the climate of Castle Mount were kept, and to save those machines had had to slay troops clad in the uniform of the coronal's own guard, who, as they died, changed form and became slit-mouthed, noseless, slope-eyed shapeshifters. That was 8 years ago. And Valentine still hoped to reach that nation of malcontents with his love, and find some honorable, peaceful way of healing their anger. But after 8 years there were no concrete achievements to show, and who knew what new infiltration the metamorphs had effected by now? Elidath pulled breath deep into his lungs and broke into a furious pounding gallop that left Miragant and Divis far behind within moments. "Hoy!" Divis called. "Is that your idea of jogging?" He paid no attention. The pain within him could be burned away only by another kind of pain, and so he ran, in a frenzy, pushing himself to the limits of his strength. On, past the delicate 5-peaked tower of Lord Arioch, past Lord Kinnikin's chapel, past the pontifical guest-house. down the Guadalume Cascade, and around the squat black mass of Lord Prankopin's treasury, and up the 99 steps, heart beginning to thunder in his breast, toward the vestibule of the Pinator Court. On, through precincts he had traversed every day for 30 years, since, as a child, he had come here from Morvole, at the foot of the mount, to be taught the arts of government. How many times he and Valentine had run like this, or Stasselane, or Tunagorn. They were close as brothers, the 4 of them, 4 wild boys roaring through Lord Malibor's castle, as it was known in those days. Ah, how joyous life had been for them then! They had assumed they would be councillors under Voriax when he became coronal, as everyone knew would happen, but not for many years. And then Lord Malibor died much too early, and also Voriax who followed him, and to Valentine went the crown, and nothing had ever been the same for any of them again. And now, it is time for Valentine to move on to the Labyrinth, Divis had said. Yes. Somewhat young to be Pontifex, yes, but that was the hard luck of coming to the throne in Tieverinus's dotage. The old emperor deserved the sleep of the grave, and Valentine must go to the Labyrinth, and the starburst crown must ascend. To me, Lord Elidath? Is this to be Lord Elidath's castle? The thought filled him with awe and wonder, and also with fear. He had seen these past 6 months what it was to be coronal. "Elidath, you'll kill yourself! You're running like a madman!" That was Mirrigant's voice from far below, like something blown by the wind out of a distant city. Elidath was nearly at the top of the 99 steps now. There was a booming in his chest, and his vision was beginning to blur, but he forced himself onward to the last of the steps, and into the narrow vestibule of dark green royal stone that led to the administrative offices of the Pinator Court. Blindly he careened around a corner, and felt a numbing impact and heard a heavy grunt, and then he fell and sprawled, and lay breathing hard, more than half stunned. He sat up and opened his eyes, and saw someone, a youngish man, slender, dark of complexion, with fine black hair elaborately decked out in some fancy new style, getting shakily toward his feet and coming toward him. "Sir? Sir, are you all right? Crashed into you, did I? Should have looked where I was going. I saw you, but there was no time. You came running so fast. Here, let me help you up. I'll be fine, boy. Just need to catch my breath." Disdaining the young man's help, he pulled himself up, dusted off his doublet, there was a great rip up one knee, and bloody skin was showing through, and straightened his cloak. His heart was still thumping frighteningly, and he felt wholly absurd. Divis and Mirrigant were coming up the stairs now. Turning to the young man, Elidath began to frame an apology, but the strange expression on the other's face halted him. "Is something wrong?" Elidath asked. "Do you happen to be Elidath of Morvole, sir?" "I do, yes." The boy laughed. "So I thought when I took a close look. Why, you're the one I was looking for, then. They said I might find you in the Pinator Court. I bring a message for you." Mirrigant and Divis had entered the vestibule now. They came alongside Elidath, and from their look he knew he must be a frightful sight, flushed, sweating, half crazed from his lunatic run. He tried to make light of it, gesturing at the young man and saying, "It seems I ran down this messenger in my haste, and he's bearing something for me. Who's it from, boy?" "Lord Valentine, sir." Elidath stared. "Is this a joke? The coronal is on the grand processional, somewhere west of the Labyrinth." "So he is. I was with him in the Labyrinth, and when he sent me to the Mount, he asked me to find you as the first thing I did, and tell you—" "Well?" He looked uneasily at Divis and Mirrigant. "I believe the message is for you alone, my lord. These are the lords Mirrigant and Divis of the coronal's own blood. You can speak in front of them." "Very well, sir. Lord Valentine instructs me to tell Elidath of Morvole, I should say, sir, that I am the knight initiate Hissune, son of Elsinomi, instructs me to tell Elidath of Morvole that he has changed his plan, that he is extending the grand processional to the continent of Zimroel as well, and also will visit his mother, the Lady of the Isle, before he returns, and that therefore you are requested to serve as regent throughout the full time of his absence, which he estimates to be—" "The divines spare me," Elidath whispered hoarsely. "A year, or perhaps a year and a half beyond the time already planned," said Hissune. Chapter 11. The second sign of trouble that Etowanalaka noticed was the drooping leaves on the neok trees 5 days after the falling of the purple rain. The purple rain itself was not the first sign of trouble. There was nothing uncommon about such a thing over on the eastern slope of the Dulorne Rift, where there were significant outcroppings of fluffy light scuva sand of a pale reddish-blue color. At certain seasons, the wind from the north, that was called the chafer, scoured the stuff free and hurled it high overhead, where it stained the clouds for days and tinted the rainfall a fine lavender hue. It happened that the lands of Etowanalaka were 1,000 miles west of that district, on the other slope of the rift entirely, just a short distance inland of Falkenkip, and winds laden with scuva sand were not known to blow that far west. But winds, Etowanalaka knew, had a way of changing their courses, and perhaps the chafer had chosen to visit a different side of the rift this year. And, in any event, a purple rain was nothing to worry about. It merely left a fine coating of sand on everything, that was all, and the next normal rain washed it all away. No, the first sign of trouble was not the purple rain, but the shriveling of the sensitivos in Etowanalaka's garden, and that happened 2 or 3 days before the rain. Which was puzzling, but not really extraordinary. It was no great task to make sensitivos shrivel. They were small, golden-leaved, psychosensitive plants with insignificant green flowers, native to the forests west of Macedon, and any sort of psychic discordance within the range of their receptors, angry shouting, or the growling of forest beasts in combat, or even, so it was said, the mere proximity of someone who had committed a serious crime, was sufficient to make their leaflets fold together like praying hands and turn black. It was not a response that seemed to have any particular biological benefit, Etowanalaka had often thought, but doubtless it was a mystery that would unfold itself upon close examination, and someday he meant to make that examination. Meanwhile, he grew the sensitivos in his garden because he liked the cheerful yellow glint of their leaves. And, because Etowanalaka's domain was a place of order and concord, never once in the time he had been growing them had his sensitivos undergone a withering. Until now. That was the puzzle. Who could have exchanged unkind words at the border of his garden? What snarling animals in this province of bland domesticated creatures might have put the equilibrium of his estate into disarray? Equilibrium was what Etowanalaka prized above all else. He was a gentleman farmer, 60 years old, tall and straight-backed, with a full head of dazzling white hair. His father was the 3rd son of the Duke of Massissa, and 2 of his brothers had served in succession as mayor of Falkenkip, but government had never interested him. As soon as he came into his inheritance, he had purchased a lordly span of land in the placid, rolling green countryside on the western rim of the Dulorne Rift, and there he had built a Majipoor in miniature, a little world distinguished by its great beauty and its calm, level, harmonious spirit. He raised the usual crops of the district, neok and glein, hingumorts, stodja. Stodja was his mainstay, for there was never any wavering of demand for the sweet buoyant bread that was made from stodja tubers, and the farms of the Rift were hard-pressed to produce enough to meet the needs of Dulorne and Falkenkip and Pidruid, with close on 30 million people among them, and millions more in the outlying towns. Slightly upslope from the stodja fields was the glein plantation, row after row of dense, dome-shaped bushes 10 feet high, between whose blade-shaped silvery leaves nestled great clusters of the plump, delicious little blue fruits. Stodja and glein were everywhere grown side by side. It had been discovered long ago that the roots of glein bushes seeped a nitrogenous fluid into the soil, which, when washed downslope by the rains, spurred the growth of stodja tubers. Beyond the glein was the hingumort grove, where succulent, fungoid-looking yellow fingers, swollen with sugary juice, pushed up weirdly through the soil. Light-seeking organs they were, that carried energy to the plants buried far below. and all along the borders of the estate was Etawanalaka's glorious orchard of neok trees, in groups of 5 laid out, as was the custom, in intricate geometrical patterns. He loved to walk among them, and slide his hands lovingly over their slim black trunks, no thicker than a man's arm, and smoother than fine satin. A neok tree lived only 10 years. In the first 3, it grew with astonishing swiftness to its 40-foot height. In the 4th, it bore for the first time its stunning cup-shaped golden flowers, blood-red at the center, and from then on it yielded an abundance of translucent, crescent-shaped, tart-flavored white fruits, until the moment of its death came suddenly upon it, and within hours the graceful tree became a dried husk that a child could snap in half. The fruit, though poisonous when raw, was indispensable in the sharp, harsh stews and porridges favored in the Gayrog cuisine. Only in the rift did neok grow really well, and Etawanalaka enjoyed a steady market for his crop. Farming provided Etawanalaka with a sense of usefulness, but it did not fully satisfy his love of beauty. For that, he had created on his property a private botanical garden where he had assembled a wondrous ornamental display, taking from all parts of the world every fascinating plant that could thrive in the warm, moist climate of the rift. Here were alabandinas both of Zimroel and Elhanroel, in all the natural colors, and most of the hybrids as well. Here were tanagales and thwales, and night-flower trees from the metamor forests, that at midnight on winter day alone produced their brief, stupefying display of brilliance. Here were pininas and androdragmas, bubble bush and rubber moss, halatingas grown from cuttings obtained on Castle Mount, and caramangs, mornas, sehornish vines, sephitangles, elderons. He experimented also with such difficult things as fire-shower palms from Pidruid, which sometimes lived 6 or 7 seasons for him, but would never flower this far from the sea, and needle trees of the high country, which waned quickly without the chill they required, and the strange ghostly moon cactus of the Velaleisure desert, which he tried in vain to shelter from the too frequent rains. Nor did Etawanalaka ignore the plants native to his own region of Zimroel, merely because they were less exotic. He grew the odd bloated bladder trees that swayed, buoyant as balloons, on their swollen stems, and the sinister carnivorous mouth plants of the Mazadone forests, and singing ferns, cabbage trees, a couple of enormous dwickas, half a dozen prehistoric-looking fern trees. By way of ground cover, he used little clumps of sensitivos wherever it seemed appropriate, for their shy and delicate nature seemed a suitable contrast to the gaudier and more assertive plants that were the core of his collection. The day he discovered the withering of the sensitivos had begun in more than ordinary splendor. Last night there had been light rain, but the showers had moved on, Etawanalaka perceived, as he set forth on his customary stroll through his garden at dawn, and the air was cloudless and unusually clear, so that the rising sun struck startling green fire from the shining granite hills to the west. The alabandina blossoms glistened. The mouth-plants, awakening and hungry, restlessly clashed the blades and grinders that lay half-submerged in the deep cups at the hearts of their huge rosettes. Tiny crimson-winged long beaks fluttered like sparks of dazzling light through the branches of the androdragmas. But for all that, he had an odd sense of foreboding. He had dreamed badly the night before, of scorpions and diems and other vermin burrowing in his fields, and it was almost without surprise that he came upon the poor sensitivos, charred and crumpled from some torment of the dark hours. For an hour before breakfast he worked alone, grimly ripping out the damaged plants. They were still alive below the injured branches, but there was no saving them, for the withered foliage would never regenerate, and if he were to cut it away, the shock of the pruning would kill the lower parts. So he pulled them out by the dozens, shuddering to feel the plants writhing at his touch, and built a bonfire of them. Afterward, he called his head gardener and his foremen together in the sensitivo grove, and asked if anyone knew what had happened to upset the plants so, but no one had any idea. The incident left him gloomy all morning, but it was not Etawanalaka's nature to remain downcast for long, and by afternoon he had obtained 100 packets of sensitivo seeds from the local nursery. He could not buy the plants themselves, of course, since they would never survive a transplanting. He spent the next day planting the seeds himself. In 6 or 8 weeks there would be no sign of what had occurred. He regarded the event as no more than a minor mystery, which perhaps he would some day solve, more likely not, and he put the matter from his mind. A day or two later came another oddity, the purple rain. A strange event, but harmless. Everyone said the same thing. Winds must be changing to blow the scova this far west. The stain lasted less than a day, and then another rain shower, of a more usual kind, rinsed everything clean. That event, too, Etawanalaka put quickly from his mind. The neok trees, though. He was supervising the plucking of the glein fruit some days after the purple rain, when the senior foreman, a leathery-looking, unexcitable gayrog named Simoost, came to him in what was for Simoost amazing agitation, serpentine hair madly tangling, forked tongue flickering as though trying to escape from his mouth, and cried, "The neok! The neok!" The grayish-white leaves of neok trees are pencil-shaped, and stand erect in sparse clumps at the ends of black 2-inch stems, as though they had been turned upright by some sudden electric shock. Since the tree is so slender, and its branches are so few and angular, this upturning of the leaves gives it a curious thorny look that makes a neok tree unmistakable even at a great distance. Now, as Etawanalaka ran with Simoost toward the grove, he saw, while still hundreds of yards away, that something had occurred that he would not have thought possible. Every leaf on every neok tree had turned downward, as though they were not neoks, but some sort of weeping tanagale or halatinga. "Yesterday they were fine," Simoost said. "This morning they were fine. But now! Etawanalaka reached the first group of 5 neoks and put his hand to the nearest trunk. It felt strangely light. He pushed, and the tree gave way, dry roots ripping easily from the ground. He pushed a second, a third. "Dead," he said. "The leaves," said Simoost. "Even a dead neok still keeps its leaves facing up. Yet these, I've never seen anything like this." "Not a natural death," Etawanalaka murmured. "Something new, Simoost." He ran from group to group, shoving the trees over, and by the third group he was no longer running, and by the 5th he was walking very slowly indeed, with his head bowed. "Dead, all dead, my beautiful neoks!" The whole grove was gone. They had died as neoks die, swiftly, all moisture fleeing their spongy stems. But an entire grove of neoks planted in staggered fashion over a 10-year cycle should not die all at once, and the strange behavior of the leaves was inexplicable. "We'll have to report this to the agricultural agent," Etawanalaka said, "and send messengers to Simoost, to Hagedon's farm, and Nismane's, and what's his name by the lake. Find out if they've had trouble with their neoks too. Is it a plague, I wonder? But neoks have no diseases. A new plague, Simoost, coming upon us like a sending of the King of Dreams. The purple rain, sir. A little colored sand? How could that harm anything? They have purple rain a dozen times a year on the other side of the rift, and it doesn't bother their crops. Oh, Simoost, my neoks, my neoks!" "It was the purple rain," said Simoost firmly. "That was not the rain of the eastern lands. It was something new, sir. It was poison rain, and it killed the neoks. And killed the sensitivos, too, 3 days before it actually fell. They are very delicate, sir. Perhaps they felt the poison in the air as the rain was coming toward us." Etawanalaka shrugged. "Perhaps, and perhaps the shapeshifters have been flying up from Purifane on broomsticks or magical flying machines in the night and scattering some baleful enchantment on the land. Perhaps, in the world of perhaps, anything at all was possible." "What good is speculating?" he asked bitterly. "We know nothing, except that the sensitivos have died and the neok trees have died. What will be next, Simoost? What will be next?" Chapter 12. Carabella, who had been staring all day out of the window of the floater car, as though she hoped somehow to speed the journey through this bleak wasteland by the force of her eyes, called out in sudden glee, "Look, Valentine, I think we're actually coming out of the desert." "Surely not yet," he said. "Surely not for 3 or 4 more days, or 5, or 6, or 7. Will you look?" He put down the packet of dispatches through which he had been leafing, and sat up and peered past her. Yes, by the divine, it was green out there, and not the grayish green of twisted, scruffy, stubborn, pathetic desert plants, but the rich, vibrant green of real Majipoor vegetation, throbbing with the energies of growth and fertility. So at last he was beyond the malign spell of the Labyrinth, now that the royal caravan was emerging from the parched tableland in which the subterranean capital was situated. Duke Nascimanti's territory must be coming near. Lake Ivory, Mount Ebersenal, the fields of Thuyol and Milele, the great manor house of which Valentine had heard so much. Lightly he rested his hand on Carabella's slender shoulder, and drew his fingers along her back, digging gently into the firm bands of muscle in what was in part a massage, in part a caress. How good it was to have her with him again! She had joined him on the processional a week ago at the Villeleger ruins, where together they had inspected the progress the archaeologists were making at uncovering the enormous stone city that the metamorphs had abandoned 15 or 20,000 years ago. Her arrival had done much to lift him from his bleak and cheerless mood. "Ah, lady, it was a lonely business without you in the Labyrinth," he said softly. "I wish I could have been there. I know how you hate that place, and when they told me you'd been ill, oh, I felt such guilt and shame, knowing I was far away when you... Carabella shook her head. "I would have been with you if it had been possible. You know that, Valentine. But I had promised the people in Stee that I would attend the dedication of their new museum, and—" "Yes, of course. The consort of the Coronal has her own responsibilities." "It seems so strange to me still, the consort of the Coronal, the little juggler girl from Tiloman running around Castle Mount making speeches and dedicating museums. The little juggler girl from Tiloman still, after so many years, Carabella." She shrugged and ran her hands through her fine, close-cropped dark hair. "My life has been only a chain of strange accidents, and how can I ever forget that? If I hadn't been staying at that inn with Zalzan Kavol's juggling troupe when you came wandering in, and if you hadn't been robbed of your memory and dumped down in Pidruid with no more guile to you than a black-nosed blavey, or if you had been born in Lord Havelbove's time, or on some other world. Don't tease me, Valentine. Sorry, love." He took her small, cool hand between both of his. "But how long will you go on looking backward at what you once were? When will you let yourself truly accept the life you lead now?" "I think I never will truly accept it," she said distantly. "Lady of my life, how can you say—" "You know why, Valentine." He closed his eyes a moment. "I tell you again, Carabella, you are beloved on the Mount by every knight, every prince, every lord. You have their devotion, their admiration, their respect, their—" "I have Elidaths, yes, and Tunigorns, and Staselanes, and others of that kind. Those who truly love you love me also. But to many of the others I remain an upstart, a commoner, an intruder, an accident, a concubine." "Which others? You know them, Valentine. Which others?" "Divis," she said after some hesitation, "and the little lords and knights in Divis's faction, and others. The Duke of Halanx spoke mockingly of me to one of my own ladies-in-waiting. Halanx, Valentine, your native city. Prince Manganat of Banglecode. And there are more." She turned to him, and he saw the anguish in her dark eyes. "Am I imagining these things? Am I hearing whispers where it's only the rustling of the leaves? Oh, Valentine, sometimes I think that they're right, that a coronal should not have married a commoner. I'm not one of them. I never will be. My lord, I must be so much grief for you. You are joy to me, and nothing other than joy. Ask Sleet what my mood was like last week when I was in the Labyrinth, and how I've been since you joined me on this journey. Ask Shanamir, Tunagorn, anyone at all. I know, love. You looked so dark, so grim the day I arrived. I barely recognized you with that frown, with those glowering eyes. A few days with you heals me of anything. And yet I think you are still not yourself entirely. Is it that you still have the labyrinth too much with you? Or perhaps it's the desert that's depressing you, or the ruins? No, I think not. What is it, then? He studied the landscape beyond the floater window, noting its increasing greenness, the gradual encroachment of trees and grass as the terrain grew more hilly. That should have cheered him more than it did, but there was a weight on his soul that he could not shed. After a moment he said, "The dream, Carabella, that vision, that omen, there's no way I can rid my mind of that. Ah, what a page I'll have in history! The Coronal who lost his throne and became a juggler, and got back his throne, and afterward governed foolishly, and allowed the world to collapse into chaos and madness. Ah, Carabella, Carabella, is that what I'm doing? After 14,000 years, am I to be the last Coronal? Will there be anyone even to write my history, do you think?" "You have never governed foolishly, Valentine. Am I not too gentle, too even-tempered, too eager to see both sides of an issue? Those are not faults. Sleet thinks they are. Sleet feels that my dread of warfare, of any sort of violence, leads me on the wrong path. He's told me so in almost so many words. But there'll be no warfare, my lord. That dream, I think you take that dream too literally." "No," he said, "such talk gives me only idle comfort. Tisana and Deliamber agree with me that we stand on the brink of some great calamity, perhaps a war. And Sleet, he's convinced of it. He's made up his mind that it's the metamorphs who are about to rise against us, the holy war that they've been planning, he says, for 7,000 years. Sleet is too bloodthirsty, and he has had an irrational fear of shapeshifters since he was a young man. You know that. When we recaptured the castle 8 years ago and found it full of disguised metamorphs, was that just a delusion? What they tried to do back then ultimately failed, did it not? And will they never try again? If your policies succeed, Valentine—" "My policies? What policies? I reach toward the metamorphs and they slide beyond my grasp. You know that I hoped to have half a dozen metamorph chieftains by my side when we toured Valentine last week, so that they could observe how we've restored their sacred city, and see the treasures we've found, and perhaps take the holiest objects with them back to Purifane. But I had no response from them, not even a refusal, Carabella. You were aware that the Valentine excavations might create complications. Perhaps they resent our even entering the place, let alone trying to put it back together. Isn't there a legend that they plan to rebuild it themselves some day?" "Yes," said Valentine somberly, "after they've regained control of Majipoor and driven us all from their world. So Erminar once told me. All right, maybe inviting them to Valentine was a mistake, but they've ignored all my other overtures too. I write to their queen, the Danipur in Illyravoin, and if she replies at all, it's in letters of 3 sentences, cold, formal, empty." He drew in his breath deeply. "Enough of all this misery, Carabella. There'll be no war. I'll find a way to break through the hatred the shapeshifters feel for us, and win them to my side. And as for the lords of the Mount who've been snubbing you, if indeed they have, I beg you, ignore them, snub them back. What is a Divis to you, or a Duke of Halanx? Fools is all they are." Valentine smiled. "I'll soon give them worse things to worry about, love, than my consort's pedigree." "What do you mean?" "If they object to having a commoner for the Coronal's consort," said Valentine, "how will they feel when they have a commoner for their Coronal?" Carabella looked at him in bewilderment. "I understand none of this, Valentine." "You will. In time you'll understand all. I mean to work such changes in the world. Oh, love, when they write the history of my reign, if Majipoor survives long enough for that history to be written, they'll need more than 1 volume for it, I promise you. I will do such things, such earth-shaking things." He laughed. "What do you think, Carabella? Listen to me ranting. The good Lord Valentine of the gentle soul turns the world upside down. Can he do it? Can he actually bring it off? My lord, you mystify me. You speak in riddles. Perhaps so. You give me no clue to the answer. He said after a moment's pause, "The answer to the riddle, Carabella, is Hissune." Hissune? Your little labyrinth urchin? An urchin no longer. A weapon now, which I have hurled toward the castle. She sighed. Riddles, and still more riddles. It's a royal privilege to speak in mysteries. Valentine winked and pulled her toward him, and brushed his lips lightly against hers. Allow me this little indulgence, and— The floater came suddenly to a halt. "Hoy! Look! We've arrived!" he cried. "There's Nasciamante, and— By the lady, I think he's got half his province out here to greet us." The caravan had pulled up in a broad meadow of short, dense grass, so dazzlingly green it seemed some other color altogether, some unworldly hue from the far end of the spectrum. Under the brilliant midday sun, a great celebration was already in progress that might have stretched for miles, tens of thousands of people holding carnival as far as the eye could see. To the booming sound of cannons and the shrill jangling melodies of cisterons and double-corded galistanes, volley after volley of day fireworks rose overhead, sketching stunning hard-edged patterns in black and violet against the clear bright sky. Stilt walkers 20 feet tall, wearing huge clown masks with swollen red foreheads and gigantic noses, frolicked through the crowd. Great posts had been erected, from which starburst banners rippled joyously in the light summer breeze. Half a dozen orchestras at once, on half a dozen different bandstands, burst loose with anthems and marches and chorales. And a veritable army of jugglers had been assembled, probably anyone in 600 leagues who had the slightest skill, so that the air was thick with clubs and knives and hatchets and blazing torches and gaily colored balls and 100 other sorts of objects, flying back and forth in tribute to Lord Valentine's beloved pastime. After the gloom and murk of the Labyrinth, this was the most splendid imaginable recommencement of the grand processional, frantic, overwhelming, a trifle ridiculous, altogether delightful. In the midst of it all, waiting calmly near the place where the caravan of floaters had come to rest, was a tall, gaunt man of late middle years, whose eyes were bright with a strange intensity, and whose hard-featured face was set in the most benevolent of smiles. This was Nasciamante, landowner turned bandit turned landowner again, once self-styled Duke of Vornek Crag and overlord of the Western Marches, now, by proclamation of Lord Valentine, more properly ennobled with the title of Duke of Ebersenal. "Oh, will you look?" Carabella cried, struggling to get the words out through her laughter. "He's wearing his bandit costume for us." Valentine nodded, grinning. When first he had encountered Nasciamante in the forlorn, nameless ruins of some metamorph city in the desert southwest of the Labyrinth, the highwayman Duke was decked out in a bizarre jacket and leggings fashioned from the thick red fur of some ratty little desert creature, and a preposterous yellow fur cap. That was when, bankrupted and driven from his estates by the callous destructiveness of the followers of the false Lord Valentine, as they passed through this region while the usurper was making his grand processional, Nasciamante had taken up the practice of robbing wayfarers in the desert. Now his lands were his own again, and he could dress, if he chose, in silks and velvets, and array himself with amulets and feather masks and eye jewels. But there he was, in the same scruffy, absurd garb he had favored during his time of exile. Nasciamante had always been a man of great style, and, Valentine thought, such a nostalgic choice of raiment on such a day as this was nothing if not a show of style. It was years since last Valentine and Nasciamante had met. Unlike most of those who had fought beside Valentine in the final days of the War of Restoration, Nasciamante had not cared to accept an appointment to the Coronal's councils on Castle Mount, but had wanted only to return to his ancestral land in the foothills of Mount Ebersenal, just above Lake Ivory, which had been difficult to achieve, since title to the land had passed legitimately to others since Nasciamante's illegitimate losing of it. But the government of Lord Valentine had devoted much time in the early years of the Restoration to such puzzles, and eventually Nascimanti had regained all that had been his. Valentine wanted nothing more than to rush from his floater and embrace his old comrade-at-arms. But of course protocol forbade that. He could not simply plunge into this wild crowd as though he were just an ordinary free citizen. Instead, he had to wait while the ponderous ceremony of the arraying of the Coronal's guard took place. The great burly shaggy Skandar, Zalzan Kavol, who was the chief of his guards, shouting and waving his forearms officiously about, and the men and women in their impressive green and gold uniforms emerging from their floaters and forming a living enfilade to hold back the gaping populace, and the royal musicians setting up the royal anthem, and much more like that, until at last Sleet and Tunagorn came to the royal floater and opened its royal doors to allow the Coronal and his consort to step forth into the golden warmth of the day. And then at last, to walk between the double rows of guards with Carabella on his arm to a point halfway toward Nascimanti, and there to wait while the Duke advanced and bowed and made the starburst gesture and most solemnly bowed again to Carabella. And Valentine laughed and came forward and took the gaunt old bandit into his arms and held him tight, and then they marched together through the parting crowd toward the reviewing stand that surmounted the festival. Now began a grand parade of the kind customary to a visit of the Coronal, with musicians and jugglers and acrobats and tandy-prancers and clowns and wild animals of the most terrifying aspect, which were not in fact wild at all, but carefully bred for tameness. And along with these performers came all the general citizenry, marching in a kind of glorious random way, crying out as they passed the stand, "Valentine! Valentine! Lord Valentine!" And the Coronal smiled and waved and applauded, and otherwise did what a Coronal on processional must do, which is to radiate joy and cheer and a sense of the wholeness of the world. This he found now to be unexpectedly difficult work, for all the innate sunniness of his nature. The dark cloud that had passed across his soul in the Labyrinth still shadowed him with inexplicable despond. But his training prevailed, and he smiled and waved and applauded for hours. The afternoon passed, and the festive mood ebbed, for even in the presence of the Coronal, how can people cheer and salute with the same intensity for hour after hour? After the rush of excitement came the part Valentine liked least, when he saw in the eyes of those about him that intense probing curiosity, and he was reminded that a king is a freak, a sacred monster, incomprehensible and even terrifying to those who know him only as a title, a crown, an ermine robe, a place in history. That part, too, had to be endured, until at last all the parade had gone by, and the din of merrymaking had given way to the quieter sound of a wearying crowd, and the bronze shadows lengthened, and the air grew cool. "Shall we go now to my home, lordship?" Nascimanti asked. "I think it is time," said Valentine. Nascimanti's manor house proved to be a bizarre and wonderful structure that lay against an outcropping of pink granite like some vast featherless flying creature briefly halting to rest. In truth, it was nothing more than a tent, but a tent of such size and strangeness as Valentine had never imagined. Some 30 or 40 lofty poles upheld great outsweeping wings of taut dark cloth that rose to startling steep peaks, then subsided almost to ground level, and went climbing again at sharp angles to form the chamber adjoining. It seemed as though the house could be disassembled in an hour and moved to some other hillside, and yet there was great strength and majesty to it, a paradoxical look of permanence and solidity within its airiness and lightness. Inside, that look of permanence and solidity was manifest, for thick carpeting in the Millimorn style, dark green shot through with scarlet, had been woven to the underside of the roof canvas to give it a rich, vivid texture, and the heavy tent poles were banded with glittering metal, and the flooring was of pale violet slate, cut thin and buffed to a keen polish. The furnishings were simple. Divans, long massive tables, some old-fashioned armoires and chests, and not much else, but everything sturdy and in its way regal. "Is this house anything like the one the usurper's men torched?" Valentine asked when he was alone with Nascimanti a short while after they had entered. "In construction, identical in all respects, my lord. The original, you know, was designed by the first and greatest Nascimanti 600 years ago. When we rebuilt, we used the old plans and altered nothing. I reclaimed some of the furnishings from the creditors and duplicated the others. The plantation, too, everything is just as it was before they came and carried out their drunken wrecking. The dam has been rebuilt, the fields have been drained, the fruit trees replanted, 5 years of constant toil, and now at last the havoc of that awful week is undone. All of which I owe to you, my lord. You have made me whole again. You have made all the world whole again. And so may it remain, I pray. And so it shall, my lord. Ah, do you think so, Nascimanti? Do you think we are out of our troubles yet? My lord, what troubles? Nascimanti lightly touched the Coronal's arm and led him to a broad porch from which there was a magnificent prospect of all his property. By the twilight glow and the soft radiance of drifting yellow glow floats tethered in the trees, Valentine saw a long sweep of lawn leading down to elegantly maintained fields and gardens, and beyond it the serene crescent of Lake Ivory, on whose bright surface the many peaks and crags of Mount Ebersenal, dominating the scene, were indistinctly mirrored. There was the faint sound of distant music, the twanging of gardolins, perhaps, and some voices raised in the last gentle songs of the long festal afternoon. All was peace and prosperity out there. When you look upon this, my lord, can you believe that trouble exists in the world? I take your point, old friend, but there is more to the world than what we can see from your porch. It is the most peaceful of worlds, my lord. So it has been for thousands of years. But how much longer will that long peace endure? Nascimanti stared, as though seeing Valentine for the first time that day. My lord? Do I sound gloomy, Nascimanti? I've never seen you so somber, my lord. I could almost believe that the trick has been played again, that a false Valentine has been substituted for the one I knew. With a thin smile, Valentine said, I am the true Valentine, but a very tired one, I think. Come, I'll show you to your chamber, and there will be dinner when you're ready, a quiet one, only my family and a few guests from town, no more than 20 at the most, and 30 more of your people. That sounds almost intimate after the Labyrinth, said Valentine lightly. He followed Nascimanti through the dark and mysterious windings of the manor house to a wing set apart on the high eastern arm of the cliff. Here, behind a formidable barricade of Skandar guards that included Zalzan Kavol himself, was the royal suite. Valentine, bidding his host farewell, entered and found Carabella alone within, stretched languidly in a sunken tub of delicate blue and gold Nimoyan tile, her slender body dimly visible beneath a curious crackling haze at the surface of the water. This is astonishing, she said. You ought to come in with me, Valentine. Most gladly I will, lady. He kicked off his boots, peeled away his doublet, tossed his tunic aside, and with a grateful sigh slipped into the tub beside her. The water was effervescent, almost electrical, and now that he was in it he saw a faint glow playing over its surface. Closing his eyes, he stretched back and put his head against the smooth-tiled rim, and curled his arm around Carabella to draw her against him. Lightly he kissed her forehead, and then, as she turned toward him, the briefly exposed tip of one small round breast. What have they put in the water? He asked. It comes from a natural spring. The chamberlain called it radioactivity. I doubt that, said Valentine. Radioactivity is something else, something very powerful and dangerous. I've studied it, so I believe. What is it like, if not like this? I can't say. The divine be blessed, we have none of it on Majipoor, whatever it may be. But if we did, I think we'd not be taking baths in it. This must be some lively kind of mineral water. Very lively, Carabella said. They bathed together in silence a while. Valentine felt the vitality returning to his spirit. The tingling water, the comforting presence of Carabella close by, and the freedom at last from the press of courtiers and followers and admirers and petitioners and cheering citizens. Yes, and yes, those things could only help to bring him back from his brooding, and also his innate resilience must be manifesting itself at last, drawing him forth from that strange and un-Valentine-like darkness that had oppressed him since entering the labyrinth. He smiled. Carabella lifted her lips to his, and his hand slipped down the sleekness of her lithe body to her lean muscular midsection, to the strong supple muscles of her thighs. "In the bath?" she asked dreamily. "Why not? This water is magical." "Yes, yes." She floated above him. Her legs straddled him. Her eyes, half open, met his for a moment, then closed. Valentine caught her taut little buttocks and guided her against him. Was it 10 years, he wondered, since that first night in Pidruid, in that moonlit glade, under the high gray-green bushes, after the festival for that other Lord Valentine? Hard to imagine. 10 years, and the excitement of her had never waned for him. He locked his arms about her, and they moved in rhythms that had grown familiar but never routine, and he ceased to think of that first time, or of all the times since, or of anything, indeed, but warmth and love and happiness. Afterward, as they dressed for Nascimanti's intimate dinner for 50 guests, she said, "Are you serious about making Hissune Coronal?" "What?" "I think that surely was the meaning of what you were saying earlier. Those riddles of yours, just as we arrived at the festival. Do you recall?" "I recall," Valentine said. "If you prefer not to discuss—" "No, no, I see no reason to hide this matter from you any longer." "So you are serious?" Valentine frowned. "I think he could be Coronal, yes. It's a thought that first crossed my mind when he was just a dirty little boy hustling for crowns and royals in the labyrinth. But can an ordinary person become Coronal? You, Carabella, who were a street juggler and are now consort to the Coronal, can ask that? You fell in love with me and made a rash and unusual choice, which has not been accepted, as you know, by everyone. Only by a few foolish lordlings. You're hailed by all the rest of the world as my true lady. Perhaps, but in any case, the consort is not the Coronal, and the common people will never accept one of their own as Coronal. To them, the Coronal is royal, sacred, almost divine. So I felt when I was down there among them in my former life. You are accepted. He will be accepted too. It seems so arbitrary, picking a boy out of nowhere, raising him to such a height. Why not Sleet, Zalzan Kavol, anyone at random? Hissune has the capacity. That I know. I am no judge of that. But the idea that that ragged little boy will wear the crown seems terribly strange to me, too strange even to be something out of a dream. Does the Coronal always have to come from the same narrow clique on Castle Mount? That's how it's been, yes, for hundreds of years, thousands perhaps. The Coronal always selected from one of the great families of the Mount, or even when he is not of one of those, and I could not just now tell you when we last went outside the Mount for the choice, he has been high-born invariably, the son of princes and dukes. I think that was not how our system was originally designed, or else why are we forbidden to have hereditary monarchs? And now such vast problems are coming to the surface, Carabella, that we must turn away from the Mount for answers. We are too isolated up there. We understand less than nothing, I often think. The world is in peril. It's time now for us to be reborn, to give the crown to someone truly from the outside world, someone not part of our little self-perpetuating aristocracy, someone with another perspective, who has seen the view from below. He's so young, though. Time will take care of that, said Valentine. I know there are many who think I should already have become Pontifex, but I will go on disappointing them as long as I can. The boy must have his full training first. Nor will I pretend, as you know, any eagerness to hurry onward to the labyrinth. No, Carabella said, and we talk as though the present Pontifex is already dead, or at death's door. But Tievera still lives. He does, yes, said Valentine, at least in certain senses of the word. Let him continue to live some while longer, I pray. And when Hissune is ready, then I'll let Tievera's rest at last. I find it hard to imagine you as Pontifex, Valentine. I find it even harder, love. But I will do it, because I must. Only not soon. Not soon is what I ask." After a pause, Carabella said, "You will unsettle Castle Mount for certain if you do this thing. Isn't Elidath supposed to be the next coronal?" "He is very dear to me." "You've called him the heir presumptive yourself, many times." "So I have," Valentine said. "But Elidath has changed since we first had our training together. You know, love, anyone who desperately wants to be coronal is plainly unfit for the throne. But one must at least be willing. One must have a sense of calling, an inner fire of a sort. I think that fire has gone out in Elidath. You thought it had gone out in yourself when you were juggling and first were told you had a higher destiny. But it returned, Carabella, as my old self re-entered my mind, and it remains. I often weary of my crown, but I think I've never regretted having it. And Elidath would, so I suspect. He's playing at being coronal now while I'm away. My guess is that he doesn't like it much. Besides, he's past 40. The coronal should be a young man." "40 is still young, Valentine," said Carabella with a grin. He shrugged. "I hope it is, love. But I remind you that if I have my way, there'll be no cause to name a new coronal for a long time. And by then, I think, Hissune will be prepared, and Elidath will step gracefully aside." "Will the other lords of the Mount be as graceful, though?" "They will have to be," said Valentine. He offered her his arm. "Come, Nashamanti is waiting for us." Chapter 13. Because it was the 5th day of the 5th week of the 5th month, which was the holy day that commemorated the exodus from the ancient capital beyond the sea, there was an important obeisance to perform before Farah-Ata could begin the task of making contact with his agents in the outlying provinces. It was the time of the year in Purifane when the rains came twice daily, once at the hour before dawn, once at twilight. It was necessary to make the Velaleisure ritual in darkness, but also in dryness, and so Farah-Ata had instructed himself to awaken at the hour of the night that is known as the hour of the jackal, when the sun still rests upon El Hanroel in the east. Without disturbing those who slept near him, he made his way out of the flimsy wicker cottage that they had constructed the day before. Farah-Ata and his followers kept constantly on the move. It was safest that way, and slipped into the forest. The air was moist and thick, as always, but there was no scent yet of the morning rains. He saw, by the glitter of starlight coming through rifts in the clouds, other figures moving also toward the jungle depths. But he did not acknowledge them, nor they him. The Velaleisure obeisance was performed alone, a private ritual for a public grief. One never spoke of it, one simply did it, on the 5th day of the 5th week of the 5th month, and when one's children were of age, one instructed them in the manner of doing it, but always with shame, always with sorrow. That was the way. He walked into the forest for the prescribed 300 strides. That brought him to a grove of slender, towering gibberoons, but he could not pray properly here, because aerial clumps of gleam bells dangled from every crotch and pucker of their trunks, casting a sharp orange glow. Not far away, he spied a majestic old dwicca tree standing by itself that had been gouged by lightning some ages ago. A great cavernous charred scar, covered along its edges by regrown red bark, offered itself to him as a temple. The light of the gleam bells would not penetrate there. Standing naked in the shelter of the dwicca's huge scar, he performed first the 5 changes. His bones and muscles flowed, his skin cells modified themselves, and he became the Red Woman, and after her the blind giant, and then the flayed man, and in the 4th of the changes he took on the form of the final king, and then, drawing breath deeply and calling upon all his power, he became the Prince to come. For Farah-Ata, the 5th change was the deepest struggle. It required him to alter not only the outer lineaments of his body, but the contours of the soul itself, from which he had to purge all hatred, all hunger for vengeance, all lust for destruction. The Prince to come had transcended those things. Farah-Ata had no hope of achieving that. He knew that in his soul there dwelled nothing but hatred, hunger for vengeance, lust for destruction. To become the prince to come, he must empty himself to a husk, and that he could not do. But there were ways of approaching the desired state. He dreamed of a time when all that he had been working for was accomplished, the enemy destroyed, the forsaken lands reclaimed, the rights re-established, the world born anew. He journeyed forth into that era and let its joy possess him. He forced from his soul all recollection of defeat, exile, loss. He saw the tabernacles of the dead city come alive. In the grip of such a vision, what need for vengeance? What enemy was there to hate and destroy? A strange and wondrous peace spread through his spirit. The day of rebirth had arrived. All was well in the world. His pain was gone forever, and he was at rest. In that moment, he took on the form of the prince to come. Maintaining that form with a discipline that grew less effortful by the moment, he knelt and arranged the stones and feathers to make the altar. He captured 2 lizards and a night-crawling brule and used them for the offering. He passed the 3 waters, spittle, urine, and tears. He gathered pebbles and laid them out in the shape of the Valentine rampart. He uttered the 4 sorrows and the 5 griefs. He knelt and ate earth. A vision of the lost city entered his mind, the blue stone rampart, the dwelling of the king, the place of unchangingness, the tables of the gods, the 6 high temples, the 7th that was defiled, the shrine of the downfall, the road of the departure. Still maintaining with an effort the form of the prince to come, he told himself the tale of the downfall of Valentine, experiencing that dark tragedy while feeling the grace and aura of the prince upon him, so that he could comprehend the loss of the great capital, not with pain, but with actual love, seeing it as a necessary stage in the journey of his people, unavoidable, inevitable. When he knew he had come to accept the truth of that, he allowed himself to shift form, reverting to the shapes of the final king, the flayed man, the blind giant, the red woman, and then at last to that of Pharaata of Avendroin. It was done. He lay sprawled face down on the soft mossy soil as the first rains of morning began to fall. After a time he rose, gathered the stones and feathers of the little altar, and walked back toward the cottage. The peace of the prince to come still lay upon his soul, but he strived now to put that benign aura from him. The time had come to commence the work of the day. Such things as hatred, destruction, and vengeance might be alien to the spirit of the prince to come, but they were necessary tools in the task of bringing the kingdom of the prince into being. He waited outside the cottage until enough of the others had returned from their own obeisances to allow him to enter upon the calling of the WaterKings. One by one they took up their positions about him. Hissune with his hand to Pharaata's right shoulder, Benuiab to the left, Simi touching his forehead, Sim his loins, and the rest arranged in concentric circles about those 4, linked arm to arm. Now, Pharaata said, and their minds joined and thrust outward. Brother in the sea! The effort was so great that Pharaata felt his shape flowing and shifting of its own accord, like that of a child just learning how to bring the power into play. He sprouted feathers, talons, 6 terrible beaks. He became a Bilentoon, a Sigamoin, a snorting, raging Bidlack. Those about him gripped him all the more tightly, although the intensity of his signal held such force that some of them too fluttered as he did from form to form. Brother, hear me, help me! And from the vastness of the depths came the image of huge dark wings slowly opening and closing over titanic bodies, and then a voice like 100 bells tolling at once. I hear, little land brother. It was the Water King, Majipoor, who spoke. Pharaata knew them all by the music of their minds. Majipoor the bells, Giruz the singing thunder, Shaitun the slow sad drums. There were dozens of the great kings, and the voice of each was unmistakable. Carry me, O King Majipoor! Come upon me, O land brother! Farah-Ta felt the pull, and yielded himself to it, and was lifted upward and out, leaving his body behind. In an instant he was at the sea, an instant more and he entered it, and then he and Maz Morn were one. Ecstasy overwhelmed him. That joining, that communion was so potent that it could easily be an end in itself, a delight that fulfilled all yearnings, if he would allow it. But he never would allow it. The seat of the WaterKing's towering intelligence was itself like an ocean, limitless, all-enfolding, infinitely deep. Farah-Ta, sinking down and down and down, lost himself in it, but never did he lose awareness of his task. Through the strength of the WaterKing, he would achieve what he never could have done unaided. Gathering himself, he brought his powerful mind to its finest focus, and from his place at the core of that warm, cradling vastness, he sent forth the messages he had come here to transmit. Sarekin? I am here. What is the report? The Lusavander is altogether destroyed throughout the Eastern Rift. We have established the fungus beyond hope of eradication, and it is spreading on its own. What action is the government taking? The burning of infected crops. It will be futile. Victory is ours, Sarekin. Victory is ours, Farah-Ta. Ti-Hanimak? I hear you, Farah-Ta. What news? The poison traveled upon the rain, and the neak trees are destroyed in all Dulorn. It leaches now through the soil, and will ruin the Glein and the Staja. We are preparing the next attack. Victory is ours, Farah-Ta. Victory is ours. Iniris? I am Iniris. The root weevils thrive and spread in the fields of Zimroel. They will devour the Rika and the Milele. When will the effects be visible? They are visible now. Victory is ours, Farah-Ta. We have won Zimroel. The battle now must shift to Al-Hunroel, Iniris. Begin shipping your weevils across the inner sea. It will be done. Victory is ours, Iniris. Iul-Lisan. This is Iul-Lisan, Farah-Ta. You follow the Coronal still? I do. He has left Ebersenal and makes for Tremon. Does he know what is happening in Zimroel? He knows nothing. The Grand Processional absorbs his energies completely. Bring him the report, then. Tell him of weevils in the valley of the Zimmer, of Lusavander blight in the rift, of the death of Neak and Glein and Staja west of Dulorn. I, Farah-Ta? We must get even closer to him. The news must reach him sooner or later through legitimate channels. Let it come from us first, and let that be our way of approach to him. You will be his advisor on the diseases of plants, Iul-Lisan. Tell him the news, and aid him in the struggle against these blights. We should know what counterattacks are planned. Victory is ours, Iul-Lisan. Victory is ours, Farah-Ta. Chapter 14. The message was more than an hour old when it finally reached the high spokesman Horncast in his private lair far up level, just outside the sphere of triple shadows. Meet me in the throne room right away. Sepulthrove. The high spokesman glared at the messengers. They knew he was never to be disturbed in this chamber except for a matter of the greatest urgency. What is it? Is he dying? Dead already? We were not told, sir. Did Sepulthrove seem unusually disturbed? He seemed uneasy, sir, but I have no idea. All right. Never mind. I'll be with you in a moment. Hastily Horncast cleansed himself and dressed. If it has truly come, he thought sourly, it comes at a most inconvenient moment. Tieverus has waited at least a dozen decades for his dying. Could he not have held off another hour or two? If it has truly come. The golden-haired woman who had been visiting him said, "Shall I stay here until you come back?" He shook his head. "There's no telling how long this will take. If the Pontifex has died—" The woman made the Labyrinth sign. "The divine forbid!" "Indeed," said Horncast dryly. He went out. The sphere of triple shadows, rising high above the gleaming obsidian walls of the plaza, was in its brightest phase, casting an eerie blue-white light that obliterated all sensations of dimensionality or depth. The passers-by looked like mere paper dolls floating on a gentle breeze. With the messengers beside him, and hard-pressed to keep up with his pace, Horncast hastened across the plaza to the private lift, moving, as always, with a vigor that belied his 80 years. The descent to the Imperial Zone was interminable. Dead? Dying? Inconceivable! Horncast realized that he had never taken into account the contingency of an unexpected natural death for Tiavarus. Sepulthrove had assured him that the machinery would not fail, that the Pontifex could be kept alive, if need be, another 20 or 30 years, perhaps as much as 50. And the High Spokesman had assumed that his death, when it came, would be the outcome of a carefully arrived-at political decision, not something awkwardly happening without warning in the middle of an otherwise ordinary morning. And if it had, Lord Valentine must be summoned at once from the Westlands. Ah, how he would hate that, dragged into the Labyrinth before he had fairly begun his processional. I will have to resign, of course, Horncast told himself. Valentine will want his own High Spokesman, that little scar-faced man Sleet, no doubt, or even the Vroon. Horncast considered what it would be like to train one of them in the duties of the office he had held so long. Sleet, full of contempt and condescension, or the wizardy little Vroon, those huge glittering eyes, that beak, those tentacles. That would be his last responsibility, to instruct the new High Spokesman. And then I will go away, he thought, and I suspect I will not long survive the loss of my office. Elidath, I suppose, will become Coronal. They say he is a good man, very dear to Lord Valentine, almost like a brother. How strange it will be after all these years to have a real Pontifex again, actively working with his Coronal. But I will not see it, Horncast told himself. I will not be here. In that mood of foreboding and resignation, he arrived at the ornately embellished door to the imperial throne-room. He slipped his hand into the recognition glove and squeezed the cool, yielding sphere within, and, at his touch, the door slid back to reveal the great globe of the imperial chamber, the lofty throne upon the 3 broad steps, the elaborate mechanisms of the Pontifex's life-support systems, and, within the bubble of pale blue glass that had held him for so many years, the long-limbed figure of the Pontifex himself, fleshless and parched like his own mummy, upright in his seat, jaws clenched, eyes bright, bright, bright still, with inextinguishable life. A familiar crew of grotesques stood beside the throne. Ancient Dilaphon, the withered and trembling private secretary, the pontifical dream-speaker, the witch Naramir, and Sepulthrove, the physician, hawk-nosed, skin the color of dried mud. From them, even from Naramir, who kept herself young and implausibly beautiful by her sorceries, came a pulsing aura of age, decay, death. Horncast, who had seen these people every day for 40 years, had never before perceived with such intensity how frightful they were, and he knew he must be just as frightful himself. Perhaps the time has come, he thought, to clear us all away. I came as soon as the messengers could reach me, he said. He glanced toward the Pontifex. Well, he's dying, is he? He looks just the same to me. He is very far from dying, said Sepulthrove. Then what's going on? Listen, the physician said. He's starting again. The creature in the life-support globe stirred and swayed from side to side in minute oscillations. A low whining sound came from the Pontifex, and then a kind of half-whistled snore, and a thick bubbling gurgle that went on and on. Horncast had heard all these sounds many times before. They were the private language the Pontifex in his terrible senility had invented, and which the High Spokesman alone had mastered. Some were almost words, or the ghosts of words, and within their blurred outlines the original meanings were still apparent. Others had evolved from words over the years into mere noise, but Horncast, because he had observed those evolutions in their various stages, knew what meanings were intended. Some were nothing but moans and sighs and weepings without a verbal content. and some seemed to have no ancestry in human language at all, but yet appeared to have a certain complexity of form that might represent concepts that had been perceived by Tiavarus in his long, mad, sleepless isolation, and were known to him alone. "I hear the usual," said Horncast. "Wait." He listened. He heard the string of syllables that meant Lord Majipoor. The Pontifex had forgotten Malibor's two successors, and thought Majipoor was Coronal still. And then a skein of other royal names: Prestimian, Confalum, Decoret. Majipoor again, the word for sleep. The name of Ossier, who had been Pontifex before Tiavarus. The name of Kinnikin, who had preceded Ossier. He rambles in the remote past, as he often does. For this you called me down here with such urgent— Wait. In growing irritation, Horncast turned his attention again to the inchoate monologue of the Pontifex, and was stunned to hear, for the first time in many years, a perfectly enunciated, completely recognizable word. Life. "You heard?" Sepulthrove asked. Horncast nodded. "When did this start?" 2 hours ago. 2.5. "Majesty." "We have made a record of all this," said Dilaphon. "What else has he said that you can understand?" 7 or 8 words, Sepulthrove replied. "Perhaps there are others that only you can recognize." Horncast looked toward Naramir. "Is he awake or dreaming?" "I think it is wrong to use either of those terms in connection with the Pontifex," she said. "He lives in both states at once." "Come. Rise. Walk." "He said those before, several times," Dilaphon murmured. There was silence. The Pontifex seemed to have lapsed into sleep, though his eyes were still open. Horncast stared grimly. When Tiavarus first had become ill, early in the reign of Lord Valentine, it had seemed only logical to sustain the old Pontifex's life in this way, and Horncast had been one of the most enthusiastic supporters of the scheme that Sepulthrove had proposed. It had never happened before that a Pontifex had outlived 2 coronals, so that the 3rd coronal of the reign came into power when the Pontifex was already in extreme old age. That had distorted the dynamics of the imperial system. Horncast himself had pointed out at that time that Lord Valentine, young and untried, barely in command of the duties of the coronal, could not be sent on to the Labyrinth so soon. By general agreement, it was essential that the Pontifex remain on his throne a few more years, if he could be kept alive. Sepulthrove had found the means to keep him alive, though quickly it was apparent that Tiavarus had lapsed into senility and dwelled in hopeless, lunatic death in life. But then had come the episode of the usurpation, and then the difficult years of restoration, when all the coronal's energies were needed to repair the chaos of the upheaval. Tiavarus had had to remain in his cage year after year. Though the continued life of the Pontifex meant Horncast's own continuance in power, and the power he had amassed by default of the Pontifex by now was extraordinary, nevertheless it was a repellent thing to watch, this cruel suspension of a life long since deserving of a termination. Yet Lord Valentine asked for time, and yet more time still to finish his work as coronal. 8 years now. Was that not time enough? With surprise, Horncast found himself almost ready now to pray for Tiavarus's deliverance from this captivity. If only it were possible to let him sleep. "Va... "What's that?" Sepulthrove asked. "Something new," whispered Dilaphon. Horncast gestured to them to be quiet. "Valentine." "This is new indeed," said Naramir. "Valentine Pontifex. Valentine Pontifex of Majipoor," followed by silence. Those words, plainly enunciated, free of all ambiguities, hovered in the air like exploding suns. "I thought he had forgotten Valentine's name," Horncast said. "He thinks Lord Majipoor is coronal." "Evidently he does not," said Dilaphon. "Sometimes toward the end," Sepulthrove said quietly, "the mind repairs itself. I think his sanity is returning." "He is as mad as ever," cried Dilaphon. "The divine forbid that he should regain his understanding, and know what we have done to him." "I think," said Horncast, "that he has always known what we have done to him, and that he is regaining not his understanding, but his ability to communicate with us in words. You heard him, Valentine Pontifex. He is hailing his successor, and he knows who his successor ought to be. Sepulchrove, is he dying? The instruments indicate no physical change in him. I think he could continue this way for some long while." "We must not allow it," said Dilaphon. "What are you suggesting?" Horncast asked. "That this has gone on long enough. I know what it is to be old, Horncast, and perhaps you do also, though you show little outer sign of it. This man is half again as old as any of us. He suffers things we can scarcely imagine. I say make an end. Now, this very day." "We have no right," said Horncast. "I tell you, I feel for his sufferings even as you, but it is not our decision. Make an end, nevertheless." "Lord Valentine must take responsibility for that." "Lord Valentine never will," Dilaphon muttered. "He'll keep this farce running for 50 more years." "It is his choice," said Horncast firmly. "Are we his servants, or the servants of the Pontifex?" asked Dilaphon. "It is one government, with 2 monarchs, and only one of them now is competent. We serve the Pontifex by serving the Coronal, and—" From the life-support cage came a bellow of rage, and then an eerie, indrawn whistling sound, and then 3 harsh growls, and then the words, even more clearly than before. "Valentine, Pontifex of Majipoor, hail!" "He hears what we say, and it angers him. He begs for death," said Dilaphon. "Or perhaps he thinks he has already reached it," Naramir suggested. "No, Dilaphon is right," said Horncast. "He's overheard us. He knows we won't give him what he wants." "Come, rise, walk," howlings, babblings. "Death, death, death!" In a despair deeper than anything he had felt in decades, the high spokesman rushed toward the life-support globe, half intending to rip the cables and tubes from their mountings and bring an end to this now. But of course, that would be insanity. Horncast halted. He peered in. His eyes met those of Tiavarus, and he compelled himself not to flinch as that great sadness poured out upon him. The Pontifex was sane again. That was unarguable. The Pontifex understood that death was being withheld from him for reasons of state. "Your Majesty?" Horncast asked, speaking in his richest, fullest tone. "Your Majesty, do you hear me? Close one eye if you hear me." There was no response. "I think, nevertheless, that you hear me, Majesty. And I tell you this. We know what you suffer. We will not allow you much longer to endure it. That we pledge to you, Majesty." Silence. Stillness. Then, "Life, pain, death," and then a moaning, and a babbling, and a whistling, and a shrieking that was like a song from beyond the grave. Chapter 15. "And that is the temple of the Lady," said Lord Mayor Sambigel, pointing far up the face of the astonishing vertical cliff that rose just east of his city. "The holiest of her shrines in the world, saving only the isle itself, of course." Valentine stared. The temple gleamed like a solitary white eye set in the dark forehead of the cliff. It was the 4th month of the grand processional now, or the 5th, or perhaps the 6th. Days and weeks, cities and provinces, everything had begun to blur and merge. This day he had arrived at the great port of Alesor, far up the northwestern coast of Elhanroel. Behind him lay Tremone, Stoyanzar, Villamong, Estotilop, Quimois, city upon city, all flowing together in his mind into one vast metropolis that spread like some sluggish, many-armed monster across the face of Majipoor. Sambigel, a short, swarthy man with a fringe of dense black beard around the edge of his face, droned on and on, bidding the Coronal welcome with his most sonorous platitudes. Valentine's eyes felt glazed. His mind wandered. He had heard all this before, in Kikel, in Steenorp, in Clay. Never to be forgotten occasion, love and gratitude of all the people, proud of this, honored by that. Yes, yes, he found himself wondering which city it was that had shown him its famous vanishing lake. Was it Simbalfant? And the aerial ballet, that was Montepulcian, or had it been Grave? The golden bees were surely Belamuna, but the sky chain? Archelon? Cenemol? Once more he looked toward the temple on the cliff. It beckoned powerfully to him. He yearned to be there at this very moment, to be caught on the fingertip of a gale and swept like a dry leaf to that lofty summit. Mother, let me rest with you a while. There came a pause in the Lord Mayor's speech, or perhaps he was done. Valentine turned to Tunagorn and said, "Make arrangements for me to sleep at that temple tonight." Sambugal seemed nonplussed. "It was my understanding, my lord, that you were to see the tomb of Lord Steamont this afternoon, and then to go to the Hall of Topaz for a reception, followed by a dinner at—" "Lord Steamont has waited 8,000 years for me to pay homage to him. He can wait one day more." "Of course, my lord. So be it, my lord." Sambugal made a hasty flurry of starbursts. "I will notify the hierarch Ambargard that you will be her guest tonight. And now, if you will permit, my lord, we have an entertainment to offer you." An orchestra struck up some jubilant anthem. From hundreds of thousands of throats came what he did not doubt were stirring verses, though he could not make out a syllable of them. He stood impassively, gazing out over that vast throng, nodding occasionally, smiling, making contact now and then with the eyes of some awed citizen who would never forget this day. A sense of his own unreality came over him. He did not need to be a living man, he thought, to be playing this part. A statue would do just as well, some cunning marionette, or even one of those waxworks things that he had once seen in Pidruid on a festival night long ago. How useful it would be to send an imitation coronal of some such sort out to these events, capable of listening gravely and smiling appreciatively and waving heartily, and perhaps even of delivering a few heartfelt words of gratitude. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw Carabella watching him worriedly. He made a little gesture with 2 fingers of his right hand, a private sign they had between them, to tell her he was all right. But the troubled look did not leave her face, and it seemed to him that Tunagorn and Lysamon Hulton had edged forward until they stood oddly close to him, to catch him if he fell. Confalum's whiskers! Did they think he was going to collapse the way he had in the Labyrinth? He held himself all the more erect. Wave, smile, nod, wave, smile, nod. Nothing was going to go wrong. Nothing. Nothing. But would this ceremony ever end? There was half an hour more, but at last it was over, and the royal party, leaving by way of an underground passage, quickly made its way toward the quarters set aside for the coronal in the Lord Mayor's palace on the far side of the square. When they were alone, Carabella said, "It seemed to me you were growing ill up there, Valentine." He said, as lightly as he could, "If boredom is a malady, then I was growing ill, yes." She was silent a moment. Then she said, "Is it absolutely essential to continue with this processional? You know I have no choice. I fear for you." "Why, Carabella?" "There are times I scarcely know you any longer. Who is this brooding, fretful person who shares my bed? What has become of the man called Valentine I knew once in Pidruid?" "He is still here." "So I would believe. But hidden, as the sun is hidden when the shadow of a moon falls upon it. What shadow is on you, Valentine? What shadow is on the world? Something strange befell you in the Labyrinth. What was it? Why?" "The Labyrinth is a place of no joy for me, Carabella. Perhaps I felt enclosed there, buried, smothered." He shook his head. "It was strange, yes, but the Labyrinth is far behind me. Once we began to travel in happier lands, I felt my old self returning. I knew joy again, love. You deceive yourself, perhaps, but not me. There's no joy in it for you, not now. At the beginning you drank in everything as if you couldn't possibly get enough of it. You wanted to go everywhere, behold everything, taste all that is to be tasted, but not any more. I see it in your eyes. I see it on your face. You move about like a sleepwalker. Do you deny it? I do grow weary, yes, I admit that. Then abandon the processional, return to the mount which you love, where you always have been truly happy. I am the Coronal. The Coronal has a sacred duty to present himself to the people he governs. I owe them that. And what do you owe to yourself, then? He shrugged. I beg you, sweet lady, even if I grow bored, and I do, I won't deny it, I hear speeches in my sleep now, I see endless parades of jugglers and acrobats, nevertheless, no one has ever died of boredom. The processional is my obligation. I must continue. At least cancel the Zimroel part of it, then. One continent is more than enough. It'll take you months simply to return to Castle Mount from here, if you stop at every major city along the way. And then Zimroel, Pillaplok, Nimoya, Tiloman, Narabal, Pidruid. It'll take years, Valentine. He shook his head slowly. I have an obligation to all the people, not only the ones who live in Alhanro el Carabella. Taking his hand, she said, That much I understand. But you may be demanding too much of yourself. I ask you again, consider eliminating Zimroel from the tour. Will you do that? Will you at least give it some thought? I'd return to Castle Mount this very evening if I could, but I must go on. I must. Tonight at the temple you hope to speak in dreams with your mother the lady. Is that not so? Yes, he said, but promise me this then. If you reach her mind with yours, ask her if you should go to Zimroel. Let her advice guide you in this, as it has so well in so many other things. Will you? Carabella, will you ask her? Only ask. Very well, he said. I will ask. That much do I promise. She looked at him mischievously. Do I seem a shrewish wife, Valentine, chivying and pressing you this way? I do this out of love, you know. That I know, said he, and drew her close, and held her. They said no more, for it was time then to make ready for the journey up Alesor heights to the temple of the lady. Twilight was descending as they set out up the narrow winding road, and the lights of Alesor sparkled behind them like millions of bright gems scattered carelessly over the plain. The hierarch Ambargard, a tall, regal-looking woman with keen eyes and lustrous white hair, waited at the gateway of the temple to receive the Coronal. While awed acolytes looked on gaping, she offered him a brief and warm welcome. He was, she said, the first Coronal to visit the temple since Lord Tieverus had come on his second processional, and led him through the lovely grounds until the temple itself came into view. A long building, a single story in height, built of white stone, unornamented, even stark, situated in a spacious and open garden of great simplicity and beauty. Its western face curved in a crescent arc along the edge of the cliff, looking outward to the sea, and on its inner side, wings set apart from one another at narrow angles, radiated toward the east. Valentine passed through an airy loggia to a small portico beyond that seemed to be suspended in space on the cliff's outermost rim. There he stood a long while in silence, with Carabella and the hierarch beside him, and Sleet and Tunagorn close by. It was wondrously quiet here. He heard nothing but the rush of the cool, clear wind that blew without pause from the northwest, and the faint fluttering of Carabella's scarlet cloak. He looked down toward Alesor. The great seaport lay like a giant outspread fan at the base of the cliff, ranging so far to the north and south that he could not see its limits. The dark spokes of colossal avenues ran its entire length, converging on a distant, barely visible circle of grand boulevards, where 6 giant obelisks rose skyward, the tomb of Lord Stiamat, conqueror of the Metamorphs. Beyond lay only the sea, dark green, shrouded in low-lying haze. "Come, my lord," said Ambargard. "The last light of the day is going. May I show you to your chamber?" He would sleep alone that night, in an austere little room close by the tabernacle. Nor would he eat or drink anything except the wine of the dream speakers that would open his mind and make it accessible to the lady. When Ambargard had gone, he turned to Carabella and said, "I have not forgotten my promise, love. That I know. Oh, Valentine, I pray she tells you to turn back to the mount. Will you abide by it if she does not? How can I not abide by whatever you decide? You are the Coronal. But I pray she tells you turn back. Dream well, Valentine. Dream well, Carabella." She left him. He stood for some time at the window, watching as night engulfed the shoreline and the sea. Somewhere due west of here, he knew, lay the Isle of Sleep that was his mother's domain, far below the horizon, the home of that sweet and blessed lady who brought wisdom to the world as it dreamed. Valentine stared intently seaward, searching in the mists and the gathering darkness, as if he could see, if only he peered hard enough, the brilliant white ramparts of chalk on which the isle rested. Then he undressed, and lay down on the simple cot that was the room's only furniture, and lifted the goblet that held the dark red dream wine. He took a deep draught of the sweet thick stuff, and then another, and lay back, and put himself into the trance state that opened his mind to impulses from afar, and waited for sleep. "Come to me, mother. This is Valentine." Drowsiness came over him, and he slipped downward into slumber. "Mother! Lady! Mother!" Phantoms danced through his brain. Tenuous elongated figures burst like bubbles from vents in the ground, and spiraled upward to the roof of the sky. Disembodied hands sprouted from the trunks of trees, and boulders opened yellow eyes, and rivers grew hair. He watched and waited, letting himself glide downward, and yet deeper downward into the realm of dreams, and all the while sending forth his soul to the lady. Then he had a glimpse of her seated by the eight-sided pool in her chamber of fine white stone at Inner Temple on the isle. She was bending forward, as though studying her reflection. He floated toward her, and hovered just behind her, and looked down, and saw the familiar face glimmering in the pool, the dark shining hair, the full lips and warm loving eyes, the flower, as always, behind one ear, the silver band about her forehead. He said softly, "Mother, it's Valentine." She turned to face him. But the face he saw was the face of a stranger, a pale, haggard, frowning, puzzled face. "Who are you?" he whispered. "Why, you know me. I am the Lady of the Isle." "No, no." "Most certainly I am." "No." "Why have you come to me here? You should not have done that, for you are Pontifex, and it is more fitting for me to journey toward you than you toward me." "Pontifex? Coronal, you mean?" "Ah, did I say that? Then I was mistaken." "And my mother, where is she?" "I am she, Valentine." And indeed, the haggard pale face was but a mask, which grew thin and peeled away like a sheath of old skin, to reveal his mother's wondrous smile, his mother's comforting eyes, and that in turn peeled away to show the other face once more, and then the true lady's beneath that, but this time she was weeping. He reached for her, and his hands passed through her, and he found himself alone. She did not return to him that night, though he pursued her through vision after vision, into realms of such strangeness that he would gladly have retreated if he could, and at last he abandoned the quest, and gave himself over to the deepest and most dreamless of sleeps. When he awakened, it was mid-morning. He bathed and stepped from his chamber, and found Carabella outside, face drawn and tense, eyes reddened as though she had not slept at all. "How is my lord?" she asked at once. "I learned nothing last night. My dreams were hollow, and the lady did not speak with me. Oh, love, how sorry I am! I'll attempt it again tonight. Perhaps I had too little dream wine, or too much. The hierarch will advise me. Have you eaten, Carabella?" "Long since, but I'll breakfast again with you now if you wish. And Sleet wants to see you. Some urgent message arrived in the night, and he would have gone right in to you, but I forbade it." "What message is that?" "He said nothing to me. Shall I send for him now?" Valentine nodded. "I'll wait out there," he said, indicating with a wave of his arm the little portico overlooking the outer face of the cliff. Sleet had a stranger with him when he appeared, a slender, smooth-skinned man with a wide-browed, triangular face and large, somber eyes, who made a quick starburst gesture and stood staring at Valentine as though the Coronal were a creature from some other world. "Lordship, this is Hissune, who came last night from Zimroel." "An unusual name," Valentine said. "It has been in our family many generations, my lord. I am associated with the Office of Agricultural Affairs in Nimoya, and it is my mission to carry unhappy tidings to you from Zimroel." Valentine felt a tightening in his chest. Lisan held forth a sheaf of folders. "It is all described in here, the full details of each of the plagues, the area it affects, the extent of the damage." "Plagues? What plagues?" "In the agricultural zones, my lord. In Dulorn, the Lusavander smut has reappeared, and also there has been a dying of neok trees to the west of the rift, and also the Staja and Glein are affected, and root weevils have attacked the Rika and Mileli in—" "My lord!" Carabella cried suddenly. "Look! Look there!" He whirled to face her. She was pointing skyward. "What are those?" Startled, Valentine looked up. On the bosom of the brisk breeze there journeyed a strange army of large, glossy, transparent, floating creatures, unlike anything he had ever seen, appearing suddenly out of the west. They had bodies perhaps a man's length in diameter, shaped like shining cups upcurved to give them buoyancy, and long hairy legs that they held straight out on all sides. Their eyes, running in double rows across their heads, were like bright black beads the size of a man's fists, shining dazzlingly in the sunlight. Hundreds, even thousands of the spiders were passing overhead, a migratory procession, a river of weird wraiths in the sky. Carabella said, shuddering, "What monstrous-looking things, like something out of the worst sending of the King of Dreams." Valentine watched in astonishment and horror as they drifted past, dipping and soaring on the wind. Shouts of alarm now came from the courtyard of the temple. Valentine, beckoning Sleet to follow him, ran inward and saw the old hierarch standing in the center of the lawn, waving an energy thrower about. The air was thick with the floating things, some of which were drifting toward the ground, and she and half a dozen acolytes were attempting to destroy them before they landed, but several score had already reached ground. Wherever they touched down, they remained motionless, but the rich green lawn was instantly burned yellow over an area perhaps twice the creature's size. Within minutes the onslaught was over. The floating things had passed by and were disappearing to the east, but the grounds and garden of the temple looked as if they had been attacked with blow-torches. The hierarch Ambargard, seeing Valentine, put down her energy thrower and walked slowly toward him. "What were those things?" he asked. "Wind spiders, my lord." "I've not heard of them. Are they native to this region?" "The divine be thanked, my lord, they are not. They come from Zimroel, from the mountains beyond Kintor. Every year, when it is their mating season, they cast themselves into the stream of the high winds, and while they are aloft they couple, and let loose their fertile eggs, which are blown eastward by the contrary lower winds of the mountains, until they land in the hatching places. But the adults are caught by the currents of the air and carried out to sea, and sometimes they are swept all the way to the coast of Elhanroel." Sleet, with a grimace of disgust, walked toward one last wind spider that had fallen nearby. It lay quietly, making only the faintest movements, feeble twitchings of its thick shaggy legs. "Keep back from it," called Ambargard. "Every part of it is poisonous." She summoned an acolyte, who destroyed it with a burst from her energy thrower. To Valentine the hierarch said, "Before they mate they are harmless enough things, eaters of leaves and soft twigs and such. But once they have let loose their eggs they change and become dangerous. You see what they have done to the grass. We will have to dig that all out, or nothing will ever grow there again." "And this happens every year?" Valentine asked. "Oh, no, no, thanks be to the divine. Most of them perish out at sea. Only once in many years do they get this far. But when they do, ah, my lord, it is always a year of evil omen." "When did they last come?" the Coronal asked. Ambargard seemed to hesitate. At length she said, "In the year of the death of your brother Lord Voriax, my lord." "And before that?" Her lips trembled. "I cannot remember. Perhaps 10 years before, perhaps 15. Not in the year of the death of Lord Malibor by any chance?" "My lord, forgive me." "There is nothing that needs forgiveness," Valentine said quietly. He walked away from the group and stood staring at the burned places in the devastated lawn. In the Labyrinth, he thought, the Coronal is smitten with dark visions at the feasting table. In Zimroel there are plagues upon the crops. In Alhanroel the wind spiders come, bearing evil omens. And when I call upon my mother in my dreams, I see a stranger's face. The message is very clear, is it not? Yes, the message is very clear. Sleet, he called. Lordship? Find Asenhart, and have him make ready the fleet. We sail as soon as possible. For Zimroel, my lord? For the Isle first, so I may confer with the lady, and then to Zimroel, yes. Valentine? A small voice said. It was Carabella. Her eyes were fixed and strange, and her face was pale. She looked almost like a child now, a small frightened child whose soul has been brushed in the night by the King of Dreams. "What evil is loose in our land, my lord?" she asked, in a voice he could scarcely hear. "What will happen to us, my lord? Tell me, what will happen to us?" 2. The Book of the WaterKings. Chapter 1. Your task is to reach Erzut Grand, the instructor had said. Your route is the open country south of the Pinator Highway. Your weapons are cudgel and dagger. Your obstacles are 7 tracker beasts, Vurhain, Malorn, Zyle, Kassai, Minmalator, Wyhant, and Zutun. They are dangerous, and will injure you if you allow them to take you by surprise. Hissune concealed himself behind a thick-trunked gazan tree, so gnarled and twisted that it could well have been 10,000 years old, and peered cautiously down the long, narrow valley ahead of him. All was still. He saw none of his fellow trainees, nor any of the tracker beasts. This was his 3rd day on the trail, and he still had 12 miles to go. But what lay immediately before him was dismaying, a bleak slope of loose broken granite that probably would begin to slide the moment he stepped out onto it, sending him crashing onto the rocks of the distant valley floor. Even if this was only a training exercise, he knew that he could get quite authentically killed out here if he blundered. But going back the way he had come, and trying some other route of descent, was even less appealing. Once more to risk that narrow ledge of a trail winding in miserable switchbacks over the face of the cliff, the 1,000-foot drop that a single false step would bring, those ghastly overhangs that had forced him to crawl forward with his nose to the ground and barely half a foot's clearance above the back of his head. No, better to trust himself to that field of rubble in front of him than to try to turn back. Besides, there was that creature prowling still up there, the Vurhain, one of the 7 trackers. Having come past those sickle tusks and great curving claws once, he had no appetite for confronting them a second time. Using his cudgel as a walking stick, he edged warily out onto the gravel field. The sun was bright and penetrating this far down Castle Mount, well below the perpetual band of clouds that sheathed the great mountain in its upper middle reaches. Its brilliant light struck fragments of mica embedded in the shattered, sharp-edged granite of the slope and rebounded into his eyes, dazzling him. He put one foot carefully forward, leaned into his step, found the rubble firm beneath his weight. He took another step, another. A few small chunks of rock came loose and went skittering down the slope, flashing like little mirrors as they turned over and over in their fall. There seemed no danger yet that the entire slope would give way. He continued downward. His ankles and knees, sore from yesterday's difficult crossing of a high wind-swept pass, protested the steep downhill angle. The straps of his backpack sliced into him. He was thirsty, and his head ached slightly. The air was thin in this stretch of Castle Mount. There were moments when he found himself wishing he was safely back at the castle, poring over the texts on constitutional law and ancient history that he had been condemned to study for the past 6 months. He had to smile at that, remembering how, in the weariest days of his tutoring, he had been desperately counting the days until he was released from his books and could move on to the excitement of the survival test. Just now, though, his days in the library of the castle did not seem nearly so burdensome, nor this journey anything but a grueling ordeal. He looked up. The sun seemed to fill half the sky. He raised his hand before his eyes as a shield. It was almost a year now since Hissune had left the Labyrinth, and he still was not wholly used to the sight of that fiery thing in the sky, or to the touch of its rays on his skin. There were times when he reveled in its unfamiliar warmth. He had long since exchanged the labyrinth pallor for a deep golden tan, and yet at other times it kindled fear in him, and he wanted to turn from it and bury himself 1,000 feet below the surface of the earth, where it could not reach him. Idiot! Simpleton! The sun's not your enemy. Keep moving! Keep moving! On the distant horizon he saw the black towers of Erzut Grand to the west. That pool of gray shadow off to the other way was the city of Hoytmar, from which he had set forth. By his best calculation he had come 20 miles, through heat and thirst, across lakes of dust and ancient seas of ash, down spiraling fumaroles, and over fields of clinking metallic lava. He had eluded the cassette, that thing of twitching antennae and eyes like white platters, which had stalked him half a day. He had fooled the Voorhane with the old trick of the double scent, letting the animal go chasing off after his discarded tunic, while he went down a trail too narrow for the beast to follow. 5 trackers left: Melorn, Zeil, Wyhant, Minmulator, Zutun. Strange names, strange beasts, native to nowhere. Perhaps they were synthetics, created as mounts had been by the forgotten witchcraft sciences of the old days. But why create monsters? Why set them loose on Castle Mount? Simply for the testing and annealing of the young nobility? Hissune wondered what would happen if the Wyhant or the Zutun rose suddenly out of all this rocky rubble and sprang upon him unawares. They will injure you if you allow them to take you by surprise. Injure, yes, but kill? What was the purpose of this test? To hone the survival skills of young knight initiates, or to eliminate the unfit? At this time, Hissune knew, some 3 dozen initiates like himself were scattered along the 30 miles of the testing grounds. How many would live to reach Erzut Grand? He would, at least. Of that he was certain. Slowly, poking with his cudgel to test the stability of the rocks, he made his way down the granite chute. Halfway down came the first mishap. A huge, secure-looking triangular slab turned out to be only precariously balanced, and gave way to the first light touch of his left foot. For an instant he wavered in a wild, lurching way, desperately trying to steady himself, and then he plunged forward. The cudgel flew from his hands, and as he stumbled, dislodging a small avalanche of rocks, his right leg slipped thigh-deep between 2 great slabs keen as knife blades. He grabbed whatever he could and held on. But the rocks below him did not begin to slide. Fiery sensations were running the length of his leg. Broken? Torn ligaments? Strained muscles? He began slowly to pull it free. His legging was slit from thigh to calf, and blood was flowing freely from a deep cut. But that seemed to be the worst of it, that and a throbbing in his groin that would probably cause him some bothersome lameness tomorrow. Recovering his cudgel, he went cautiously onward. Then the character of the slope changed. The big cracked slabs gave way to a fine gravel, even more treacherous underfoot. Hissune adopted a slow, sliding gait, turning his feet sideways and pushing the surface of the gravel ahead of him as he descended. It was hard on his sore leg, but afforded some degree of control. The bottom of the slope was coming into view now. He slipped twice on the gravel. The first time, he skidded only a few feet. The second carried him a dozen yards downslope, and he saved himself from tumbling all the way only by jamming his feet against the gravel and burrowing under for 6 or 7 inches while hanging on fiercely with his hands. When he picked himself up, he could not find his dagger. He searched some while in the gravel with no success, and finally he shrugged and went on. The dagger would be of no use against a Wyhant or a Minmulator anyway, he told himself, but he would miss it in small ways when he foraged for his food along the trail, digging for edible tubers, peeling the skins from fruits. At the bottom of the slope, the valley opened into a broad rocky plateau, dry, forbidding, dotted here and there by ancient-looking gazan trees, all but leafless, bent in the usual grotesque, convoluted shapes. But he saw, a short way off toward the east, trees of another sort, slender and tall and leafy, clumped close together. They were a good indication of water, and he headed for them. But that clump of greenery proved to be farther away than he thought. An hour of plodding toward it did not seem to bring it much closer. Hissune's injured leg was stiffening rapidly. His canteen was all but empty. And when he came across the crest of a low ridge, he found the Malorne waiting for him on the other side. It was a strikingly hideous creature, a baggy oval body set within 10 enormously long legs that made a huge V-bend to hold its thorax 3 feet off the ground. 8 of the legs ended in broad, flat walking pads. The 2 front ones were equipped with pincers and claws. A row of gleaming red eyes ran completely around the rim of its body. A long, curved tail bristled with stingers. "I could kill you with a mirror," Hissune told it. "Just let you see your reflection, and you'd ugly yourself to death." The Malorne made a soft hissing sound and began to move slowly toward him, jaws working, pincers twitching. Hissune hefted his cudgel and waited. There was nothing to fear, he told himself, if he kept calm. The idea of this test was not to kill the trainees, but only to toughen them, and perhaps to observe their behavior under stress. He let the Malorne get within 10 yards. Then he picked up a rock and flipped it toward the creature's face. The Malorne batted it aside easily and kept advancing. Gingerly, Hissune edged around to the left into a saddle of the ridge, keeping to the high ground and gripping his cudgel with both hands. The Malorne looked neither agile nor swift, but if it tried to charge him, Hissune intended that it would have to run uphill. "Hissune?" The voice came from behind him. "Who is it?" Hissune called, without looking around. "Alcimmer," a knight initiate from Peratol, a year or 2 older than he was. "Are you all right?" Hissune asked. "I'm hurt. Malorne stung me." "Hurt bad?" "My arm's puffing up. Venomous. I'll be there right away. But first, watch out. It jumps." And indeed the Malorne seemed to be flexing its legs for a leap. Hissune waited, balancing on the balls of his feet, rocking lightly. For an infinitely long moment nothing happened. Time itself seemed frozen, and Hissune stared patiently at the Malorne. He was perfectly calm. He left no room in his mind for fear, for uncertainty, for speculation on what might happen next. Then the strange stasis broke, and suddenly the creature was aloft, kicking itself into the air with a great thrust of all its legs, and in the same moment Hissune rushed forward, scrambling down the ridge toward the soaring Malorne, so that the beast in its mighty leap would overshoot him. As the Malorne coursed through the air just above Hissune's head, he threw himself to the ground to avoid the stabbing swipes of the deadly tail. Holding the cudgel in both his hands, he jabbed fiercely upward, ramming it as hard as he could into the creature's underbelly. There was a whooshing sound of expelled air, and the Malorne's legs flailed in anguish in all directions. Its claws came close to grazing Hissune as it fell. The Malorne landed on its back a few feet away. Hissune went to it and danced forward between the thrashing legs to bring the cudgel down into the Malorne's belly twice more. Then he stepped back. The Malorne was still moving feebly. Hissune found the biggest boulder he could lift, held it high above the Malorne, let it fall. The thrashing legs grew still. Hissune turned away, trembling now, sweating, and leaned on his cudgel. His stomach churned wildly and heaved, and then, after a moment, he was calm again. Alcimmer lay some 50 feet up the ridge, with his right hand clasped to his left shoulder, which seemed swollen to twice its normal size. His face was flushed, his eyes glassy. Hissune knelt beside him. "Give me your dagger. I've lost mine." "It's over there." Swiftly Hissune cut away Alcimmer's sleeve, revealing a star-shaped wound just above the biceps. With the tip of the dagger, he cut a cross over the star, squeezed, drew blood, sucked it, spat, squeezed again. Alcimmer trembled, whimpered, cried out once or twice. After a time, Hissune wiped the wound clean and rummaged in his pack for a bandage. "That might do it," he said. "With luck, you'll be in Erzwood Grand by this time tomorrow, and you can get proper treatment." Alcimmer stared in horror at the fallen Malorne. "I was trying to edge around it, same as you, and suddenly it jumped at me and bit me. I think it was waiting for me to die before it ate me, but then you came along." Hissune shivered. "Ugly beast. It didn't look half so repulsive in the training manual pictures. Did you kill it?" "Probably. I wonder if we're supposed to kill the trackers. Maybe they need them for next year's tests." "That's their problem," said Alcimar. "If they're going to send us out here to face those things, they shouldn't be annoyed if we kill one occasionally. Ah, by the lady, this hurts. Come, we'll finish the trek together." "We aren't supposed to do that, Hissune." "What of it? You think I'm going to leave you alone like this? Come on, let them flunk us if they like. I kill their Malorn, I rescue a wounded man. All right, so I fail the test. But I'll be alive tomorrow, and so will you." Hissune helped Alcimar to his feet, and they moved slowly toward the distant green trees. He found himself trembling again, suddenly, in a delayed reaction. That ghastly creature floating over his head, the ring of red staring eyes, the clacking jaws, the soft exposed underbelly, it would be a long time before he forgot any of that. As they walked onward, a measure of calmness returned. He tried to imagine Lord Valentine contending with Malorns and Zyles and Zutunes in this forlorn valley, or Elidath, or Divis, or Miragant. Surely they all had had to go through the same testing in their Knight Initiate days, and perhaps it was this same Malorn that had hissed and clacked its jaws at the young Valentine 20 years ago. It all felt faintly absurd to Hissune. What did escaping from monsters have to do with learning the arts of government? No doubt he would see the connection sooner or later, he thought. Meanwhile, he had Alcimar to worry about, and also the Zyle, the Wyhant, the Minmolitor, the Zutune. With any luck, he'd only have to contend with one or two more of the trackers. It went against probability that he'd run into all 7 during the trek. But it was still a dozen miles to Erzwood Grand, and the road ahead looked barren and harsh. So this was the jolly life on Castle Mount? 8 hours a day studying the decrees of every Coronal and Pontifex from Dvorn to Tieverus, interrupted by little trips out into the scrub country to contend with Malorns and Zutunes. What about the feasting and the gaming? What about the merry jaunts through the parklands and forest preserves? He was beginning to think that people of the lowlands held an unduly romantic view of life among the highborn of the Mount. Hissune glanced toward Alcimar. "How are you doing?" "I feel pretty weak, but the swelling seems to be going down some. We'll wash the wound out when we reach those trees. There's bound to be water there." "I'd have died if you hadn't come along just then, Hissune." Hissune shrugged. "If I hadn't come, someone else would. It's the logical path across that valley." After a moment, Alcimar said, "I don't understand why they're making you take this training." "What do you mean?" "Sending you out to face all these risks." "Why not? All initiates have to do it." "Lord Valentine has special plans for you. That's what I heard Divis saying to Stasselane last week. I'm destined for great things, yes. Master of the stables, keeper of the hounds. I'm serious. Divis is jealous of you, you know, and afraid of you, because you're the Coronal's favorite. Divis wants to be Coronal, everybody knows that, and he thinks you're getting in the way. I think the venom is making you delirious. Believe me, Divis sees you as a threat, Hissune. He shouldn't. I'm no more likely to become Coronal than Divis is. Elidath's the heir presumptive, and Lord Valentine, I happen to know, is going to stay Coronal himself as long as he possibly can. I tell you, don't tell me anything. Just conserve your energy for the march. It's a dozen miles to Erzwood Grand, and 4 more tracker beasts waiting for us along the way. Chapter 2. This is the dream of the Puravar Fara'ata. It is the hour of the Scorpion, and soon the sun will rise over Velaleisure. Outside the gate of the city, along the road that was known as the Road of the Departure, but will be known from this day forward as the Road of the Return, an immense procession is assembled, stretching far toward the horizon. The prince to come, wrapped in an emerald aura, stands at the head of the line. Behind him are 4 who wear the guise of the Red Woman, the Blind Giant, the Flayed Man, and the Final King. Then come the 4 prisoners, bound with loose withs, and then come the multitudes of the Puravar folk. those who return. Farata floats high above the city, drifting easily, moving at will over all its vastness, taking in the immensity of it at a glance. It is perfect. Everything has been made new, the rampart restored, the shrines set up once more, the fallen columns replaced. The aqueduct carries water again, and the gardens thrive, and the weeds and shrubs that had invaded every crevice have been hacked down, and the sand drift swept away. Only the seventh temple has been left as it was at the time of the downfall, a flat stump, a mere foundation, surrounded by rubble. Farata hovers above it, and in the eye of his mind he journeys backward through the dark ocean of time, so that he sees the seventh temple as it had been before its destruction, and he is granted a vision of the defilement. Ah, there, see, upon the tables of the gods the unholy sacrifice is being readied. On each of the tables lies a great water-king, still living, helpless under its own weight, wings moving feebly, neck arched, eyes glowering with rage or fear. Tiny figures move about the two huge beings, preparing to enact the forbidden rites. Farata shivers. Farata weeps, and his tears fall like crystal globes to the distant ground. He sees the long knives flashing. He hears the water-kings roaring and snorting. He sees the flesh peeled away. He wants to cry out to the people, "No, no, this is monstrous. We will be punished terribly." But what good? What good? All this has happened thousands of years ago. And so he floats, and so he watches. Like ants they stream across the city, the sinful ones, each with his fragment of the water-king held on high, and they carry the sacrifice meat to the seventh temple, they hurl it on the pyre, they sing the song of the burning. "What are you doing?" Farata cries unheard. "You burn our brothers." And the smoke rises, black and greasy, stinging Farata's eyes, and he can remain aloft no more, and falls, and falls, and falls, and the defilement is performed, and the doom of the city is assured, and all the world is lost with it. Now the first light of day gleams in the east. It crosses the city, and strikes the moon crescent mounted on its high pole atop the stump of the seventh temple. The prince to come lifts his arm and gives the signal. The procession advances. As they march, those who return shift form from moment to moment, in accordance with the teachings of the Book of the WaterKings. They take on in turn the guises known as the flame, the flow, the falling leaf, the blade, the sands, the wind, and, as they pass the place of unchangingness, they return themselves to the true pure of our form, and maintain it thenceforth. The prince to come embraces each of the 4 prisoners. Then they are led to the altars atop the tables of the gods. The red woman and the flayed man take the younger king and his mother to the east table, where long ago the water-king Nisnorn perished on the night of blasphemy. The blind giant and the final king conduct the older king and the one who comes by night in dreams to the west table, where the water-king Damsitor was given into death by the defilers. The prince to come stands alone atop the seventh temple. His aura now is scarlet. Farata descends and joins him, and becomes him. They are one. In the beginning was the defilement, when a madness came over us, and we sinned against our brothers of the sea, he cries. And when we awakened and beheld what we had done, for that sin did we destroy our great city, and go forth across the land. But even that was not sufficient, and enemies from afar were sent down upon us, and took from us all that we had, and drove us into the wilderness, which was our penance, for we had sinned against our brothers of the sea. And our ways were lost, and our suffering was great, and the face of the Most High was averted from us, until the time of the end of the penance came, and we found the strength to drive our oppressors from us, and reclaim that which we had lost through our ancient sin. And so it was prophesied that a prince would come among us and lead us out of exile at the time of the end of penance. This is the time of the end of penance, the people reply. This is the time of the prince to come. The prince to come has arrived, and you are the prince to come. I am the prince to come, he cries. Now all is forgiven. Now all debts have been paid. We have done our penance and are cleansed. The instruments of the penance have been driven from our land. The WaterKings have had their recompense. Velaleisure is rebuilt. Our life begins anew. Our life begins anew. This is the time of the prince to come. Farah-Ta lifts his staff, which flashes like fire in the morning light, and signals to those who wait upon the two tables of the gods. The 4 prisoners are thrust forward. The long knives flash. The dead kings fall, and crowns roll in the dust. In the blood of the invaders are the tables washed clean. The last act has been played. Farah-Ta holds high his hands. Come now, and rebuild with me the 7th temple. The Purivar folk rush forward. They gather the fallen blocks of the temple, and, at Farah-Ta's direction, they place them where they once had been. When it is complete, Farah-Ta stands at its highest point and looks out across hundreds of miles to the sea where the WaterKings have gathered. He sees them beating the surface of the water with their great wings. He sees them lift their huge heads high and snort. Brothers, brothers, Farah-Ta calls to them. We hear you, land brother. The enemy is destroyed. The city is reconsecrated. The 7th temple has risen again. Is our penance done, O brothers? And they reply, It is done. The world is cleansed, and a new age begins. Are we forgiven? You are forgiven, O land brothers. We are forgiven, cries the prince to come. And the people hold up their hands to him, and change their shapes, and become in turn the star, the mist, the darkness, the gleam, the cavern. And only one thing remains, which is to forgive those who committed the first sin, and who have remained in bondage here amidst the ruins ever since. The prince to come stretches forth his hands, and reaches out to them, and tells them that the curse that was upon them is lifted, and they are free. And the stones of fallen Velaleisure give up their dead, and the spirits emerge, pale and transparent, and they take on life and color, and they dance and shift their shapes, and cry out in joy. And what they cry is, All hail the prince to come, who is the king that is. That was the dream of the Purivar Farah-Ta, as he lay on a couch of bubblebush leaves under a great dwicka tree in the province of Purifane, with a light rain falling. Chapter 3. The Coronal said, Ask Ur-Lisan to come in here. Maps and charts of the blighted zones of Zimroel, heavily marked and annotated, were spread out all over the desk in Lord Valentine's cabin, aboard his flagship, the Lady Thean. This was the 3rd day of the voyage. He had departed from Alesor with a fleet of 5 vessels under the command of the Grand Admiral Asenhart, bound for the port of Numenor on the Isle of Sleep's northeastern coast. The crossing would be a journey of many weeks, even under the most favorable of winds, and just now the winds were contrary. While he waited for the agricultural expert to arrive, Valentine scanned once more the documents Ur-Lisan had prepared for him, and those that he had called up out of the historical archives. It was perhaps the 50th time he had looked them over since leaving Alesor, and the story they told grew no less melancholy with repetition. Blights and pestilences, he knew, were as old as agriculture itself. There was no reason why Majipoor, fortunate world though it was, should be entirely exempt from such ills, and indeed the archives showed ample precedent for the present troubles. There had been serious disruptions of crops through disease or drought or insect attack in a dozen reigns or more, and major ones in at least 5, that of Setafan and Lord Stanidor, that of Thraim and Lord Vildavar, that of Struan and Lord Guadalume, that of Canaba and Lord Siruth, and in the time of Signor and Lord Melicand, deep in the misty recesses of the past. But what was happening now seemed far more threatening than any of those, Valentine thought, and not merely because it was a present crisis, rather than something safely entombed in the archives. The population of Majipoor was immensely greater than it had been during any of the earlier pestilences, 20 billion, where, in Struan's time, say, it had been scarcely 1/6 as much, and in Signor's only a relative handful. A population so huge could fall easily into famine if its agricultural base were disrupted. the structure of society itself might collapse. Valentine was well aware that the stability of the Majipoor way over so many thousands of years, so contrary to the experience of most civilizations, was founded on the extraordinarily benign nature of life on the giant planet. Because no one was ever in real need, there was nearly universal acquiescence in the order of things, and even in the inequalities of the social order. But take away the certainty of a full belly, and all the rest might fall apart overnight. And these dark dreams of his, these visions of chaos, and the strange omens, wind spiders drifting over Alhanroel and other such things, all of that instilled in him a sense of grim danger, of unique peril. "My lord, Iulisan is here," said Sleet. The agricultural expert entered, looking hesitant and ill at ease. In an awkward way, he began to make the starburst gesture that etiquette demanded. Valentine shook his head impatiently and beckoned Iulisan to take a seat. He pointed to the zone marked in red along the Dulorn Rift. "How important a crop is Lusavander?" Iulisan said, "Essential, my lord. It forms the basis for carbohydrate assimilation in all of northern and western Zimroel. And if severe shortages develop, it might be possible to create diet supplements using such foods as staja. But there's a staja blight too." "Indeed, my lord. And Mileli, which fulfills similar nutritional needs, is suffering from root weevils, as I have shown you. Therefore, we can project general hardship in this entire sector of Zimroel within 6 to 9 months. With the tip of a finger, Iulisan drew a broad circle over the map, covering a territory that ran almost from Nimoya in the east to Pidruid on the western coast, and southward as far as Velethis. What was the population of that territory, Valentine wondered? 2.5 billion, perhaps? He tried to imagine 2.5 billion hungry people, accustomed all their lives to a plenitude of food, crowding into the cities of Tiloman, Narabal, Pidruid. Valentine said, "The imperial granaries will be able to meet the need in the short run. Meanwhile, we'll endeavor to get these blights under control. Lusavander smut was a problem a century or so ago, so I understand, and it was beaten then. Through extreme measures, my lord. Whole provinces were quarantined, entire farms were put to the torch, and afterwards scraped bare of topsoil. The cost ran into the many millions of royals. What does money matter when people are starving? We'll do it again. If we begin an immediate program in the Lusavander growing regions, how long do you estimate it'll take to return things to normal?" Iulisan was silent a moment, rubbing his thumbs reflectively against his strangely broad and sharp cheekbones. At length he said, 5 years minimum, more likely 10. "Impossible." The smut spread swiftly. "Probably 1,000 acres have been infested during the time we have been talking this afternoon, my lord. The problem will be to contain it before we can eradicate it." "And the neok tree disease? Is that spreading as fast?" "Faster, my lord. And it appears to be linked to the decline of the staja plants that are usually grown in conjunction with neok." Valentine stared toward the cabin wall and saw only a gray nothingness. He said after a time, "Whatever this costs, we'll defeat it. Iulisan, I want you to draw up a plan for countering each of these blights, and I want estimates of expense. Can you do that?" "Yes, my lord." To Sleet, the Coronal said, "We'll have to coordinate our efforts with those of the pontificate. Tell Erminar to open contact at once with the Minister of Agricultural Affairs at the Labyrinth. Find out what, if anything, he knows of what's going on in Zimroel, what steps are proposed, and so forth." Cunagorn said, "My lord, I've just spoken with Erminar. He's already been in touch with the pontificate." "And?" "The Ministry of Agricultural Affairs knows nothing. In fact, the post of Minister of Agricultural Affairs itself is currently vacant." "Vacant? How?" Quietly, Cunagorn said, "I understand that, with the incapacitation of the Pontifex Tieverus, many high posts have been left unfilled in recent years, my lord, and therefore a certain slowing of pontifical functions has developed. But you can learn much more on this point from Erminar himself, since he is our chief liaison with the Labyrinth. Shall I send for him?" "Not at the moment," said Valentine bleakly. He turned back to Lisan's maps. Running his finger up and down the length of the Dulorne Rift, he said, "The two worst problems seem to be concentrated in this area. But according to the charts, there are significant Lusavander growing zones elsewhere, in the flatlands between Thagobar and the northern boundaries of Purifane, and over here south of Nimoya, stretching down to the outskirts of Gehorna. Am I correct?" "You are, my lord," Lisan said. "Therefore, our first line of priority must be to keep the Lusavander smut out of those regions." He looked up at Sleet, Tunagorn, Deliamber. "Notify the dukes of the affected provinces at once that all traffic between the smut-infested zones and the healthy Lusavander districts is halted at once, a complete closing of the borders. If they don't like it, let them send a delegation to the Mount to complain to Elidath. Oh, and notify Elidath of what's going on, too. Settlement of unpaid trade balances can be routed through pontifical channels for the time being. Horncast had better be told to be prepared for a lot of screaming, I suppose. Next, in the Stodja-growing districts." For close to an hour a stream of instructions flowed from the Coronal, until every immediate aspect of the crisis appeared to be covered. He turned often to Lisan for advice, and always the agricultural expert had something useful to offer. There was something curiously unlikable about the man, Valentine thought, something remote and chilly and overly self-contained, but he was plainly well versed in the minutiae of Zimroel agriculture, and it was a tremendous stroke of good luck that he had turned up in a Lacehor just in time to sail for Zimroel with the royal flagship. All the same, Valentine was left with an odd feeling of futility when the meeting broke up. He had given dozens of orders, had sent messages far and wide, had taken firm and decisive action to contain and eradicate these pestilences. And yet, he was only one mortal man, in a small cabin, aboard a tiny ship tossing in the midst of an immense sea that was itself only a puddle on this gigantic world, and at this moment invisible organisms were spreading blight and death over thousands of acres of fertile farmland, and what could all his bold orders do against the inexorable march of those forces of doom? Yet again he felt himself slipping into a mood of hopeless depression, so alien to his true nature. "Perhaps I have some pestilence in me," he thought. "Perhaps I am infested with some blight that robs me of my hope and cheer and buoyancy, and I am condemned now to live out my days in sullen misery." He closed his eyes. Once more came that image out of his dream in the Labyrinth, an image that haunted him endlessly, great crevasses appearing in the solid foundations of the world, and huge slabs of land rearing up at steep angles to crash against their neighbors, and he in the midst of it all, desperately trying to hold the world together, and failing. Is there a curse on me, he wondered? Why am I chosen, out of all the hundreds of coronals that have been, to preside over the destruction of our world? He looked into his soul, and found no dark sin there that might be bringing the vengeance of the divine upon him and upon Majipoor. He had not coveted the throne. He had not schemed to overthrow his brother. He had not made wrongful use of the power he had never expected to gain. He had not. Valentine shook his head angrily. This was foolishness and a waste of spirit. A few coincidental troubles among the farmers were occurring, and he had had a few bad dreams. It was preposterous to exaggerate that into some kind of dread cosmic calamity. All would be well in time. The pestilences would be contained. His reign would be known in history for unusual troubles, yes, but also for harmony, balance, happiness. "You are a good king," he told himself. "You are a good man. You have no reason to doubt yourself." The Coronal rose, left his cabin, went out on deck. It was late afternoon. The swollen bronze sun hung low in the west, and one of the moons was just rising to the north. The sky was stained with colors: auburn, turquoise, violet, amber, gold. A band of clouds lay thick on the horizon. He stood alone by the rail for a time, drawing the salt air deep into his lungs. All would be well in time, Valentine told himself once again, but imperceptibly he felt himself slipping back into uneasiness and distress. There seemed no escaping that mood for long. Never in his life had he been plunged so often into gloom and despair. He did not recognize the Valentine that he had become, that morbid man forever on the edge of sadness. He was a stranger to himself. Valentine? It was Carabella. He forced himself to thrust aside his forebodings, and smiled, and offered her his hand. "What a beautiful sunset," she said. "Magnificent. One of the best in history, although they say there was a better one in the reign of Lord Confalum, on the 14th day of— This is the best one, Valentine, because this is the one we have tonight." She slipped her arm through his, and stood beside him in silence. He found it hard just then to understand why he had been so profoundly grim-spirited such a short while ago. All would be well. All would be well. Then Carabella said, "Is that a sea-dragon out there?" "Sea-dragons never enter these waters, love." "Then I'm hallucinating. But it's a very convincing one." "You don't see it?" "Where am I supposed to look?" "There. Do you see over there, where there's a track of color reflected on the ocean, all purple and gold? Now go just to the left. There. There." Valentine narrowed his eyes and peered intently out to sea. At first he saw nothing. Then he thought it might be some huge log drifting on the waves. And then a last shaft of sunlight cutting through the clouds lit up the sea, and he saw it clearly. A sea-dragon, yes, unquestionably a dragon, swimming slowly northward by itself. He felt a chill, and huddled his arms against his breast. Sea-dragons, he knew, moved only in herds, and they traveled a predictable path about the world, always in southern waters, going from west to east along the bottom of Zimroel, up the Gehorna coast to Pilaplok, then eastward below the Isle of Sleep, and along the torrid southern coast of Elhanroel, until they were safely out into the uncharted reaches of the Great Sea. Yet here was a dragon by itself, heading north. And as Valentine stared, the great creature brought its black, enormous wings up into the air and beat them against the water in a slow, determined way, slap and slap and slap and slap, as though it meant to do the impossible and lift itself from the sea and fly off like some titanic bird toward the mist-shrouded polar reaches. "How strange," Carabella murmured. "Have you ever seen one do anything like that?" "Never." "Never." Valentine shivered. "Omen upon omen, Carabella. What am I being told by all this? Come, let's go in and have a warm mug of wine." "No, not yet." He stood as if chained to the deck, straining his eyes to make out that dark figure against the darkness of the sea and the gathering dimness of the evening. Again and again the huge wings flailed the sea, until at last the dragon furled them in, and raised its long neck high, and threw back its heavy three-cornered head, and let out a booming, mournful cry that resounded like a foghorn cutting through the dusk. Then it slipped below the surface, and was lost entirely to his sight. Chapter 4. Whenever it rained, and at this time of the year in Prestimian Vale it rained all the time, the sour odor of charred vegetation rose from the burned fields and infiltrated everything. As Aximan Thrace shuffled into the municipal meeting hall in the center of town, her daughter Hynoc guiding her carefully with a hand to her elbow, she could smell the scent of it even here, miles from the nearest of the torched plantations. There was no escaping it. It lay upon the land like flood-waters. The acrid reek found its way through every door and every window. It penetrated to the cellars where the wine was stored, and tainted the sealed flasks. The meat on the table stank of it. It clung to one's clothes, and could not be rinsed away. It seeped through every pore, and into one's body, and fouled one's flesh. It even entered the soul, Aximan Thrace was beginning to believe. When the time came for her to return to the source, if ever she was permitted to quit this interminable life, Aximan Thrace was sure that the guardians of the bridge would halt her, and coldly turn her back, saying with disdain, "We want no smell of vile ashes here, old woman. Take up your body again and go away." "Would you like to sit here, Mother?" Hyroc asked. "I don't care." Anywhere. These are good seats. You'll be able to hear well from here." There was a little commotion in the row as people shifted about, making room for her. Everyone treated her like a doddering old woman now. Well, of course she was old, monstrously old, a survivor out of Ossier's time, so old that she remembered when Lord Tieverinus had been young. But there was nothing new about her being old, so why were they all suddenly so patronizing? She had no need of special treatment. She still could walk. She still could see well enough. She still could go out into the fields at harvest time and gather the pods, go out into the fields and gather. Aximand Thrace, faltering just a little, fumbling about, took her seat. She heard murmurs of greeting, and acknowledged them in a remote way, for she was having trouble now in matching names and faces. When the Vale folk spoke with her these days, it was always with condolence in their voices, as though there had been a death in her family. In a way that was so, but not the death she was looking for, the death that was denied her, which was her own. Perhaps that day would never come. It seemed to her that she was condemned to go on and on forever in this world of ruination and despair, tasting that pungent stench with every breath she drew. She sat quietly, staring at nothing in particular. Hynock said, "He's very courageous, I think." "Who is?" "Sempitern, the man who's going to speak tonight. They tried to stop him in Macedon, saying that he preaches treason. But he spoke anyway, and now he's traveling through all the farming provinces, trying to explain to us why the crops have been ruined. Everyone in the Vale is here tonight. It's a very important event." "A very important event, yes," said Aximand Thrace, nodding. "Yes, a very important event." She felt a certain discomfort over the presence of so many people around her. It was months since she had last been in town. She rarely left the house any longer, but spent nearly all her days sitting in her bedroom with her back to the window, never once looking toward the plantation. But tonight Hynock had insisted. "A very important event," she kept saying. "Look, there he is, Mother." Aximand Thrace was vaguely aware that a human had stepped out on the platform, a short red-faced one with thick ugly black hair like the fur of an animal. That was strange, she thought, the way she had come in recent months to despise the look of humans, their soft, flabby bodies, their pasty, sweaty skins, their repellent hair, their weak, watery eyes. He waved his arms about and began to speak in an ugly, rasping voice. "People of Prestimian Vale, my heart goes out to you in this moment of your trial, this darkest hour, this unexpected travail, this tragedy, this grief." So this was the important event, Aximand Thrace thought. This noise, this wailing. Yes, undoubtedly important. Within moments she had lost the thread of what he was saying, but it was plainly important, because the words that wandered up from the platform to her had an important sound. Doom, destiny, punishment, transgression, innocence, shame, deceit. But the words, important though they might be, floated past her like little transparent winged creatures. For Aximand Thrace, the last important event had already happened, and there would be no others in her life. After the discovery of the Lusavander smut, her fields had been the first to be burned. The agricultural agent Yaraway Noor, looking deeply grieved, making endless fluttery apologies, had posted a notice of labor levy in the town, tacking up the sign on the door of this same municipal hall where Aximand Thrace sat now, and one starry morning every able-bodied worker in Prestimian Vale had come to her plantation to carry out the torching. Spreading the fuel carefully on the perimeter, making long crosses of it down the center of the fields, casting the firebrands. And then Micyane's land, and Sobor Simithats, and Palvers, and Nitikamals, all gone. The whole Vale, black and charred, the Lusavander and the rice. There would be no harvest next season. The silos would stand empty, the weighing bins would rust, the summer sun would shed its warmth on a universe of ashes. It was very much like a sending of the King of Dreams, Aximand Thrace thought. You settled down for your 2 months of winter rest, and then into your mind came terrifying visions of the destruction of everything you had labored to create, and as you lay there, you felt the full weight of the king's spirit on your soul, squeezing you, crushing you, telling you, "This is your punishment, for you are guilty of wrongdoing." "How do we know," the man on the platform said, "that the person we call Lord Valentine is indeed the anointed Coronal, blessed by the divine? How can we be certain of this?" Aximan Thrace sat suddenly forward, her attention caught. "I ask you to consider the facts. We knew the Coronal Lord Voriax, and he was a dark-complected man, was he not? 8 years he ruled us, and he was wise, and we loved him, did we not? And then the divine, in its infinite unknowable mercy, took him from us too soon, and word came forth from the mount that his brother Valentine was to be our Coronal, and he, too, was a dark-complected man. We know that. He came amongst us on the grand processional. Oh, no, not here, not to this province. But he was seen in Piliplock, he was seen in Nimoya, he was seen in Narabal, in Tiloman, in Pidruid, and he was dark-complected, with shining black eyes and a black beard, and no doubt of it that he was brother to his brother, and our legitimate Coronal. But then what did we hear? A man with golden hair and blue eyes arose, and said to the people of Alhanroel, 'I am the true Coronal, driven from my body by witchery, and the Dark One is an impostor.' And the people of Alhanroel made the starburst before him, and bowed themselves down, and cried, 'Hail!' And when we in Zimroel were told that the man we thought was Coronal was not Coronal, we too accepted him, and accepted his tale of witchery changes, and these 8 years he has had the castle and held the government. Is that not so? That we took the golden-haired Lord Valentine in the place of the dark-haired Lord Valentine? Why, this is treason, pure and simple, shouted the planter Nitikemal, sitting close by Aximan Thrace. His own mother, the lady, accepted him as true. The man on the platform glanced up into the audience. Aye, the lady herself accepted him, and the Pontifex as well, and all the high lords and princes of Castle Mount. I do not deny that, and who am I to say they are wrong? They bow their knees to the golden-haired king. He is acceptable to them. He is acceptable to you. But is he acceptable to the divine, my friends? I ask you, look about yourselves. This day I journeyed through Prestimian Vale. Where are the crops? Why are the fields not green with rich growth? I saw ashes. I saw death. Look you, the blight is on your land, and it spreads through the rift each day faster than you can burn your fields and purge the soil of the deadly spores. There will be no Lusavander next season. There will be empty bellies in Zimroel. Who can remember such a time? There is a woman here whose life has spanned many reigns, and who is replete with the wisdom of years, and has she ever seen such a time? I speak to you, Aximan Thrace, whose name is respected throughout the province. Your fields were put to the torch, your crops were spoiled, your life is blighted in its glorious closing years. Mother, he's talking about you, Hynoc whispered sharply. Aximan Thrace shook her head uncomprehendingly. She had lost herself in the torrent of words. Why are we here? What is he saying? What do you say, Aximan Thrace? Has the blessing of the divine been withdrawn from Prestimian Vale? You know it has, but not by your sin or the sin of anyone here. I say to you that it is the wrath of the divine falling impartially upon the world, taking the Lusavander from Prestimian Vale, and the Mileli from Nimoya, and the Staja from Falkenkip, and who knows what crop will be next, what plague will be loosed upon us, and all because a false Coronal. Treason! Treason! A false Coronal, I tell you, sits upon the mount and falsely rules, a golden-haired usurper who— Ah, has the throne been usurped again? Aximan Thrace murmured. It was just the other year, when we heard tales of it, that someone had taken the throne wrongfully. I say, let him prove to us that he is the chosen of the divine. Let him come amongst us on his grand processional, and stand before us, and show us that he is the true Coronal. I think he will not do it. I think he cannot do it. And I think that so long as we suffer him to hold the castle, the wrath of the divine will fall upon us in ever more dreadful ways, until— Treason! Let him speak! Hynoc touched Aximan Thrace's arm. Mother, are you all right? Why are they so angry? What are they shouting? Perhaps I should take you home, Mother. I say, down with the usurper! And I say, call the proctors, arraign this man for treason. Aximan Thrace looked about her in confusion. It seemed that everyone was on his feet now, shouting. Such noise, such uproar, and that strange smell in the air, that smell of damp, burned things. What was that? It stung her nostrils. Why were they shouting so much? Mother, we'll begin putting in the new crop tomorrow, won't we? And so we should go home now. Isn't that so, Hynoc? Oh, Mother, Mother! The new crop. Yes, Hynoc said. We'll be planting in the morning. We should go now. Down with all usurpers! Long life to the true Coronal! Long life to the true Coronal! Aximan Thrace cried suddenly, rising to her feet. Her eyes flashed, her tongue flickered. She felt young again, full of life and vigor. Into the fields at dawn tomorrow, spread the seeds and lovingly cover them, and offer the prayers and— No, no, no. The mist cleared from her mind. She remembered everything. The fields were charred. They must lie fallow, the agricultural agent had said, for 3 more years, while the smut spores were being purged. That was the strange smell, the burned stems and leaves. Fires had raged for days. The rain stirred the odor and made it rise into the air. There would be no harvest this year, or the next, or the next. Fools, she said. Who do you mean, Mother? Aximan Thrace waved her hand in a wide circle. All of them, to cry out against the Coronal, to think that this is the vengeance of the divine. Do you think the divine wants to punish us that badly? We will all starve, Hynoc, because the smut has killed the crop, and it makes no difference who is Coronal. It makes no difference at all. Take me home. Down with the usurper! Came the cry again, and it rang in her ears like the tolling of a funeral bell as she strode from the hall. Chapter 5. Elidath said, looking carefully around the council room at the assembled princes and dukes, The orders are in Valentine's hand and signed with Valentine's seal, and they are unmistakably genuine. The boy is to be raised to the principate at the earliest possible appropriate time. And you think that time has come? Asked Divis coldly. The High Counselor met Divis's angry gaze evenly. I do. By what do you judge? His instructors tell me that he has mastered the essence of all the teachings. So then, he can name all the coronals from Stiamat to Malibor in the correct order. What does that prove? The teachings are more than merely lists of kings, Divis, as I hope you have not forgotten. He has had the full training, and he comprehends it. The synods and decretals, the balances, the code of provinces, and all the rest. I trust you recall those things. He has been examined, and he is flawless. His understanding is deep and wise, and he has shown courage, too. In the crossing of the Gazan tree plain, he slew the Malorn. Did you know that, Divis? Not merely eluded it, but slew it. He is extraordinary. I think that word is the right one, said Duke Elzander of Chorg. I have ridden with him on the hunt, in the forests above Giseldorn. He moves quickly, and with a natural grace. His mind is alert, his wit is agile. He knows what gaps exist in his knowledge, and he takes pains to fill them. He should be elevated at once. This is madness, cried Divis, slapping the flat of his hand several times angrily against the council hall table. Absolute raving madness. Calmly, calmly, Miragant said. Such shouting as this is unseemly, Divis. The boy is too young to be a prince. And let us not forget, the Duke of Hellinx added, that he is of low birth. Quietly, Stasilaine said, How old is he, Elidath? The High Counselor shrugged. 20, 21 perhaps. Young, I agree, but hardly a child. You called him the boy yourself a moment ago, the Duke of Halanx pointed out. Elidath turned his hands palm upward. A figure of speech and nothing more. He has a youthful appearance, I grant you, but that's only because he's so slight of build and short of stature. Boyish, perhaps, but not a boy. Not yet a man, either, observed Prince Manganot of Banglecode. By what definition? Stasilaine asked. Look about you in this room, Prince Manganot said. Here you see the definition of manhood. You, Stasilaine, anyone can see the strength of you. Walk as a stranger through the streets of any city, Stee, Normork, Biberoon. Simply walk through the streets and people will automatically defer to you, having no notion of your rank or name. Elidath the same. Divis, Miragant, my royal brother of Dundilmere. We are men. He is not. We are princes, said Stasilaine, and have been for many years. A certain bearing comes to us in time, from long awareness of our station. But were we like this 20 years ago? I think so, Manganot said. Miragant laughed. I remember some of you when you were at Hissune's age. Loud and braggartly, yes, and if that makes one a man, then you surely were men. But otherwise, I think it is all a circular thing, that princely bearing comes of feeling princely, and we put it on ourselves as a cloak. Look at us in our finery, and then cover us in farmers' clothes, and set us down in some seaport of Zimroel, and who will bow to us then? Who will give deference? He is not princely now, and never will be, said Divis sullenly. He is a ragged boy out of the Labyrinth, and nothing more than that. I still maintain that we can't elevate a stripling like that to our rank, said Prince Manganot of Banglecode. They say that Prestimian was short of stature, the Duke of Chorg remarked. I think his reign is generally deemed to have been successful, nevertheless. The venerable Cantalis, nephew of Tieverus, looked up suddenly out of an hour's silence and said in amazement, You compare him with Prestimian, Elzandir? What precisely is it that we are doing, then? Are we creating a prince, or choosing a coronal? Any prince is a potential coronal, Divis said. Let us not forget that. And the choosing of the next coronal must soon occur, no doubt of that, the Duke of Halanx said. It's utterly scandalous that Valentine has kept the old Pontifex alive this long, but sooner or later— This is altogether out of order, Elidath said sharply. I think not, said Manganot. If we make him a prince, there's nothing stopping Valentine from putting him eventually on the Confalum throne itself. These speculations are absurd, Miragant said. Are they, Miragant? What absurdities have we not already seen from Valentine? To take a juggler girl as his wife, and a Vroon wizard as one of his chief ministers, and the rest of his raggle-taggle band of wanderers surrounding him as a court within the court, while we are pushed to the outer rim. Be cautious, Manganot, Stasilaine said. There are those in this room that love Lord Valentine. There is no one here who does not, Manganot retorted. You may be aware, and Miragant can surely confirm it, that upon the death of Voriax I was one of the strongest advocates of letting the crown pass to Valentine. I yield to no one in my love of him. But we need not love him uncritically. He is capable of folly, as are we all. And I say it is folly to take a 20-year-old boy from the back alleys of the Labyrinth and make him a prince of the realm. Stasilaine said, How old were you, Manganot, when you had your princehood? 16? 18? And you, Divis? 17, I think. Elidath, you? It is different with us, said Divis. We were born to rank. I am the son of a coronal. Manganot is of the high family of Banglecode. Elidath— The point remains, Stasilaine said, that when we were much younger than Hissune, we were already at this rank, as was Valentine himself. It is a question of qualification, not of age, and Elidath assures us that he is qualified. Have we ever had a prince created out of commoner stock? The Duke of Halanx asked. Think, I beg you, what is this new prince of Valentine's? A child of the Labyrinth streets, a beggar boy, or perhaps a pickpocket? You have no true knowledge of that, said Stasilaine. You give us mere slander, I think. Is it not the case that he was a beggar in the Labyrinth when Valentine first found him? "He was only a child then," said Alexander. "And the story is that he hired himself out as a guide, and gave good value for the money, though he was only 10 years old. But all of that is beside the point. We need not care about what he was. It is what he is that concerns us, and what he is to be. The Coronal Lord has asked us to make him a prince when, in Elidath's judgment, the time is right. Elidath tells us that the time is right. Therefore, this debate is pointless." "No," Divis said. "Valentine is not absolute. He requires our consent to this thing." "Ah, and would you overrule the will of the Coronal?" asked the Duke of Chorg. Divis, after a pause, said, "If my conscience bade me do so, I would, yes. Valentine is not infallible. There are times when I disagree greatly with him. This is one." "Ever since the changing of his body," said Prince Manganat of Banglecode, "I have noted a change also in his personality, an inclination toward the romantic, toward the fantastic, that perhaps was present in him before the usurpation, but which never was evident in any significant way, and which now manifests itself in a whole host of—" "Enough," said Elidath in exasperation. "We are required to debate this nomination, and we have done so, and I make an end to it now. The Coronal Lord offers us the Knight Initiate Hissune, son of Alcinomi, for elevation to the Principate with full privileges of rank. As High Counselor and Regent, I place the nomination before you with my seconding vote. If there is no opposition, I propose it to be recorded that he is elevated by acclamation." "Opposed," said Divis. "Opposed," said Prince Manganat of Banglecode. "Opposed," said the Duke of Halanx. "Are there any others here," asked Elidath slowly, "who wish to be placed on record in opposition to the will of the Coronal Lord?" Prince Nimian of Dundalmere, who had not previously spoken, now declared, "There is an implied threat in those words to which I take exception, Elidath. Your exception is duly noted, although no threat is intended. How do you vote, Nimian?" "Opposed." "So be it. 4 stand in opposition, which falls well short of a carrying number. Stassolane, will you ask Prince Hissune to enter the council chamber?" Glancing about the room, Elidath added, "If any who cast opposing votes wish now to withdraw them, this is the moment." "Let my vote stand," the Duke of Halanx said at once. "And mine," said the Prince of Banglecode, and Nimian of Dundalmere also. "And what says the son of Lord Voriax?" Elidath asked. Divis smiled. "I change my vote. The thing is done. Let it have my support as well." At that, Manganat rose halfway from his seat, gaping in astonishment, face coloring. He began to say something, but Divis cut short his words with an upraised hand and a sharp sudden glare. Frowning, shaking his head in bewilderment, Manganat subsided. The Duke of Halanx whispered something to Prince Nimian, who shrugged and made no reply. Stassolane returned, with Hissune beside him, clad in a simple white robe with a golden splash on the left shoulder. His face was lightly flushed, his eyes were unnaturally bright, but he was otherwise calm and contained. Elidath said, "By nomination of the Coronal Lord Valentine and the acclamation of these high lords, we name you to the Principate of Majipoor with full rank and privilege." Hissune bowed his head. "I am moved beyond words, my lords. I can barely express my gratitude to you all for bestowing this unimaginable honor upon me." Then he looked up, and his gaze traveled through the room, resting for a moment on Nimian, and on Manganat, and on the Duke of Halanx, and then for a long while on Divis, who returned his stare coolly, and with a faint smile. Chapter 6. That lone sea-dragon, so strangely beating its wings against the water at twilight, was a harbinger of stranger things to come. In the 3rd week of the voyage from Alasor to the Isle of Sleep, an entire herd of the huge creatures suddenly manifested itself off the starboard side of the Lady Thean. Pandaloum, the pilot, a Skandar with deep blue fur, who once had hunted sea dragons for her livelihood, was the first to sight them, just after dawn, as she was taking her sightings from the observation deck. She carried the news to Asenhart, the Grand Admiral, who conferred with Autophon Deliamber, who took it upon himself to awaken the Coronal. Valentine went quickly to the deck. By now the sun had come up out of Alhanroel and cast long shadows upon the waters. The pilot handed him her seeing tube, and he put it to his eye, and she trained it for him on the shapes that moved through the sea far in the distance. He stared, seeing little at first except the gentle swells of the open sea, then shifting his gaze slightly to the north, and refining his focus to bring the sea dragons into view. Dark humped shapes thronging the water, moving in close formation, swimming with strange purposefulness. Now and again a long neck rose high above the surface, or vast wings were fanned and fluttered and spread out on the bosom of the sea. "There must be 100 of them," cried Valentine, amazed. "More than that, my lord," said Pantaloon. "Never while I was hunting them did I encounter a herd so big. Can you see the kings? 5 of them at least, and half a dozen more nearly as large, and dozens of cows, and young ones, too many to count." "I see them," Valentine said. In the center of the group was a small phalanx of animals of monstrous size, all but submerged, with their spine ridges cleaving the surface. 6 big ones, I'd say. Monsters. Bigger even than the one that shipwrecked me when I sailed on the Brangolin, and in the wrong waters. What are they doing here? Asenhart, have you ever heard of sea dragon herds coming up this side of the isle?" "Never, my lord," the Hjort said somberly. "For 30 years I have sailed between Numenor and Olesor, and never once seen a dragon. Never once. And now an entire herd." "The lady be thanked, they're moving away from us," said Sleet. "But why are they here at all?" Valentine asked. No one had an answer to that. It seemed unreasonable that the movements of sea dragons through the inhabited parts of Majipoor should so suddenly undergo drastic change, when for thousands of years the marine herds had with extraordinary loyalty followed well-worn roads in the sea. Placidly did each herd take the same route on each of its lengthy migrations around the world, to the dragon's great loss, for the dragon hunters out of Piloplok, knowing where to find them, fell upon them each year in the proper season, and worked a fearful slaughter on them, so that dragon meat, and dragon oil, and dragon milk, and dragon bones, and many another dragon-derived product might be sold at high profit in the marketplaces of the world. Still the dragons traveled as they always had traveled. The vagaries of winds and currents and temperatures sometimes might induce them to shift some hundreds of miles north or south of their customary paths, probably because the sea creatures on which they fed had shifted, but nothing like this departure had ever been seen before. A whole herd of dragons curving up the eastern side of the Isle of Sleep, and apparently making for the polar regions, instead of passing south of the isle and the coast of Alhanroel to enter the waters of the Great Sea. Nor was this the only such herd. 5 days later, another was sighted, a smaller group, no more than 30, with no giants among them, that passed within a mile or 2 of the fleet. "Uncomfortably close," said Admiral Asenhart, for the ships bearing the Coronal and his party to the isle carried no weaponry of any significant sort, and sea dragons were creatures of uncertain temper and formidable power, much given to shattering such hapless vessels as might stumble across their paths at the wrong moment. 6 weeks remained to the voyage. In dragon-infested seas that would seem like a very long while. "Perhaps we should turn back and make this crossing at another season," suggested Tunagorn, who had never been to sea before, and had not been finding the experience much to his liking even before this. Sleet also seemed more than uneasy about the journey. Asenhart appeared troubled. Carabella spent much time peering moodily to sea, as if expecting a dragon to breach the water just beneath the Lady Theon's hull. But Valentine, although he had known the fury of the sea dragon at first hand himself, having been not merely shipwrecked by one, but indeed swept into its cavernous gut in the most bizarre of the adventures of his years of exile, would not hear of it. It was essential to continue, he insisted. He must confer with the lady. He must inspect blight-stricken Zimroel. To return to Alhanroel, he felt, was to abdicate all responsibility. And what reason was there, anyway, to think that these strayed sea dragons meant any harm to the fleet? They seemed bound with great swiftness and intentness upon their mysterious route, and paid no heed to any of the ships that passed by them. Yet a third group of dragons appeared, a week after the second. These were some 50 in number, with 3 giants among them. It seems the entire year's migration must be going north, Pantaloon said. There were, she explained, about a dozen separate dragon populations that traveled at widely separated intervals about the world. No one knew exactly how long it took for each herd to complete the circumnavigation, but it could perhaps be decades. Each of these populations broke up, as it went, into smaller herds, but all moved in the same general way, and this entire population evidently had diverted itself to the new northward path. Drawing Deliamber aside, Valentine asked the Vroon whether his perceptions brought him any understanding of these movements of the sea dragons. The little being's many tentacles coiled intricately in the gesture that Valentine had long since come to interpret as a sign of distress, but all he would say was, "I feel the strength of them, and it is a very strong strength indeed. You know that they are not stupid animals. I understand that a body of such size might well have a brain to match. Such is the case. I reach forth, and I feel their presence, and I sense great determination, great discipline. But what course it is that they are bound upon, my lord, I cannot tell you this day." Valentine attempted to make light of the danger. "Sing me the ballad of Lord Majipoor," he told Carabella one evening as they all sat at table. She looked at him oddly, but he smiled and persisted, and at last she took up her pocket harp and struck up the roistering old tune. "Lord Majipoor was fine and bold, and loved the heaving sea. Lord Majipoor came off the mount, a hunter for to be. Lord Majipoor prepared his ship, a gallant sight was she, with sails all of beaten gold, and masts of ivory." And Valentine, recalling the words now, joined in. "Lord Majipoor stood at the helm, and faced the heaving wave, and sailed in quest of the dragon free, the dragon fierce and brave. Lord Majipoor a challenge called, his voice did boom and ring. 'I wish to meet, I wish to fight,' quoth he, 'the dragon king.'" Tunagorn shifted about uncomfortably, and swirled the wine in his bowl. "This song, I think, is unlucky, my lord," he muttered. "Fear nothing," said Valentine. "Come, sing with us." "I hear, my lord," the dragon cried, and came across the sea. 12 miles long, and 3 miles wide, and 2 miles deep was he. Lord Majipoor stood on the deck, and fought both hard and well. Thick was the blood that flowed that day, and great the blows that fell." The pilot Pantaloon entered the mess hall now, and approached the Coronal's table, halting with a look of some bewilderment on her thick-furred face as she heard the song. Valentine signaled her to join in, but her expression grew more gloomy, and she stood apart, scowling. "But dragon kings are old and sly, and rarely are they beaten. Lord Majipoor, for all his strength, eventually was eaten. All sailors bold, who dragons hunt, of this grim tale take heed. Despite all luck and skill, you may end up as dragon feed." "What is it, Pantaloon?" Valentine asked as the last raucous verse died away. "Dragons, my lord, approaching out of the south." "Many?" "A great many, my lord." "You see," Tunagorn burst out, "we have summoned them with this foolish song." "Then we will sing them on their way," said Valentine, with another round of it, and he began again. "Lord Majipoor was fine and bold, and loved the heaving sea." The new herd was several hundred strong, a vast assemblage of sea dragons, a swarm so huge it passed all belief, with 9 great kings at the center of the herd. Valentine, remaining outwardly calm, nevertheless felt a powerful sense of menace and danger, so strong it was almost tangible, emanating from the creatures. But they went by, none coming within 3 miles of the fleet, and disappeared rapidly to the north, swimming with a weird intensity of purpose. In the depths of the night, as Valentine lay sleeping with his mind as ever open to the guidance that only dreams can bring, a strange vision imposed itself upon his soul. In the midst of a broad plain studded with angular rocks and odd pock-marked, stiff-armed, leafless plants, A great multitude of people moves with an easy floating gait toward a distant sea. He finds himself among them, clad as they are in flowing robes of some gauzy white fabric that billows of its own accord, there being no breeze whatsoever. None of the faces about him is a familiar one, and yet he does not think of himself as being among strangers. He knows he is closely bound to these people, that they have been his fellow pilgrims on some trek that had lasted for many months, possibly even for years, and now the trek is arriving at its destination. There lies the sea, many-hued, sparkling, its surface shifting as if roiled by the movements of titanic creatures far below, or perhaps in response to the tug of the swollen amber moon that rests heavily upon the sky. At the shore, mighty waves rise up, like bright curving crystalline claws, and fall back in utter silence, flailing the shining beaches weightlessly, as though they are not waves, but merely the ghosts of waves. And farther out, beyond all turbulence, a dark ponderous shape looms in the water. It is a sea dragon. It is the dragon called Lord Kinnikin's dragon, that is said to be the largest of all its kind, the king of the sea dragons, which no hunter's harpoon has ever touched. From its great humped, bony-ridged back there streams an irresistible radiance, a mysterious, shimmering, amethystine glow that fills the sky and stains the water a deep violet. And there is the sound of bells, huge and deep, ringing out a steady, solemn peal, a dark clangor that threatens to split the world in two at the core. The dragon swims inexorably shoreward, and its huge mouth gapes like the mouth of a cavern. "My hour at last has come," says the king of dragons, "and you are mine." The pilgrims, caught, drawn, mesmerized by the rich pulsating light that streams from the dragon, float onward toward the rim of the sea, toward that gaping mouth. "Yes, yes, come to me. I am the Water King Majipoor, and you are mine." Now the Dragon King has reached the shallows, and the waves part for him, and he moves with ease onto the beach. The pealing of the bells grows louder still. Insistently that terrible sound conquers the atmosphere and presses down upon it, so that with each new tolling the air grows thicker, slower, warmer. The Dragon King has unfurled the pair of colossal wing-like fins that sprout from thick fleshy bases behind his head, and the wings thrust him onward over the wet sand. As he pulls his ponderous form to land, the first pilgrims reach him, and without hesitation float on into the titanic maw and disappear. And behind them come others, an unending procession of willing sacrifices, racing forward to meet the Dragon King as he lurches landward to take them in. And they enter the great mouth, and are engulfed into it. And Valentine is among them, and he goes down deep into the pit of the dragon's stomach. He enters a vaulted chamber of infinite size, and finds it already occupied by the legion of the swallowed, millions, billions, humans, and Skandars, and Vroons, and Hjorts, and Leemen, and Susuheris, and Gayrogs, all the many peoples of Majipoor, impartially caught up in the gullet of the Dragon King. And still Majipoor goes forward, deeper upon the land, and still the Dragon King feeds. He swallows all the world, gulping and gulping, and still more ravenously gulping, devouring cities and mountains, the continents and the seas, taking within himself the totality of Majipoor, until at last he has taken it all, and lies coiled around the planet like a swollen serpent that has eaten some enormous globular creature. The bells ring out a paean of triumph. Now at last has my kingdom come. After the dream had left him, Valentine did not return to full wakefulness, but allowed himself to drift into middle sleep, the place of sensitive receptivity, and there he lay, calm, quiet, reliving the dream, entering again that all-devouring mouth, analyzing, attempting to interpret. Then the first light of morning fell upon him, and he came up to consciousness. Carabella lay beside him, awake, watching him. He slipped his arm about her shoulder, and let his hand rest fondly, playfully on her breast. "Was it ascending?" she asked. "No, I felt no presence of the lady, nor of the king." He smiled. "You know always when I dream, don't you? I could see the dream come upon you. Your eyes moved beneath the lids. Your lip twitched. Your nostrils moved like those of some hunting animal. Did I look troubled? No, not at all. Perhaps at first you frowned, but then you smiled in your sleep, and a great calmness came over you, as if you were going forth toward some preordained fate, and you accepted it entirely." He laughed. "Ah, then I'll be gulped again by a sea-dragon. Is that what you dreamed?" "More or less. Not the way it actually happened, though. This was the Kinnikin dragon coming up on shore, and I marched right down its gullet, as did everyone else in the world, I think, and then it ate the world as well." "And can you speak your dream?" she asked. "In patches and fragments only," he said. "The wholeness of it still eludes me." It was too simple, he knew, to call the dream merely a replaying of an event of his past, as though he had been plugged in an entertainment cube and seen a reenactment of that strange event of his exile years, when he had indeed been swallowed by a sea-dragon, after being shipwrecked off the Rhodomont archipelago, and Lisa Monhalton, swallowed up in that same gulp, had cut a path to freedom through the monster's blubber-walled gut. Even a child knew better than to take a dream at its most literal autobiographical level. But nothing yielded itself to him on the deeper level either, except an interpretation so obvious as to be trivial, that these movements of sea-dragon herds he had lately observed were yet another warning that the world was in danger, that some potent force threatened the stability of society. That much he knew already, and it needed no reinforcement. Why sea-dragons, though? What metaphor was churning in his mind that had transformed those vast marine mammals into a world-swallowing menace? Carabella said, "Perhaps you look too hard. Let it pass, and the meaning will come to you when your mind is turned to something else. What do you say? Shall we go on deck?" They saw no more herds of dragons in the days that followed, only a few solitary stragglers, and then none at all, nor were Valentine's dreams invaded again by threatening images. The sea was calm, the sky was bright and fair, the wind stood them well from the east. Valentine spent much of his time alone on the foredeck, looking off to sea, and at last came the day when out of the emptiness there suddenly came into view, like a bright white shield springing out of the dark horizon, the dazzling chalk cliffs of the Isle of Sleep, the holiest and most peaceful place of Majipoor, the sanctuary of the Compassionate Lady. Chapter 7. The estate was virtually deserted now. All of Etawanalaka's field hands were gone, and most of the house staff. Not one of them had bothered to make a formal leave-taking, even for the sake of collecting the pay he owed them. They simply slipped stealthily away, as though they dreaded remaining in the blighted zone a single hour more, and feared that he would somehow find a way to compel them to stay if he knew they wished to leave. Simoost, the Gayrog foreman, was still loyal, as was his wife Jama, Etawanalaka's head cook. 2 or 3 of the housekeepers had stayed, and a couple of the gardeners. Etawanalaka did not greatly mind that the rest had fled. There was, after all, no work for most of them to do any longer, nor could he afford to pay them properly, with no crop going to market. And, sooner or later, it would have become a problem simply to feed them all, if what he had heard about a growing food shortage in the entire province was true. Nevertheless, he took their departures as a rebuke. He was their master. He was responsible for their welfare. He was willing to provide for them as long as his resources lasted. Why were they so eager to go? What hope did they have, these farm workers and gardeners, of finding work in the ranching center of Falconkip, which was where he assumed they had gone? And it was odd to see the place so quiet, where once there had been such bustling activity all through the day. Etawanalaka often felt like a king whose subjects had renounced their citizenship and gone to some other land, leaving him to prowl an empty palace and issue orders to the unheeding heir. Yet he attempted to live as he had always lived. Certain habits remain unbroken, even in the most dire time of calamity. In the days before the falling of the purple rain, Etawanalaka had risen each morning well ahead of the sun, and at the dawn hour went out into the garden to make his little tour of inspection. He took always the same route, through the Alabandina grove to the Tanagales, then a left turn into the shady little nook where the caramangs clustered, and onward under the fountaining profusion of the thagamole tree, which from its short stubby trunk sent graceful branches perpetually laden with fragrant blue-green flowers, arching upward 60 feet or more. Then he saluted the mouth-plants. He nodded to the glistening bladder trees. He paused to hear the song of the singing ferns, and eventually he would come to the border of brilliant yellow mangahoney bushes that marked the boundary between the garden and the farm, and he would look up the slight slope toward the plantings of staja and glein and hingamorts and neak. There was nothing at all left of the farm, and very little of the garden, but Etawanalaka maintained his morning rounds all the same, pausing by each dead and blackened plant just as if it still thrived and grew and was making ready to burst into bloom. He knew that it was an absurd and pathetic thing to do, that anyone who discovered him at it would surely say, "Ah, there is a poor crazed old man whose grief has driven him mad." Let them say it, Etawanalaka thought. It had never mattered much to him what other people said about him, and it mattered even less now. Perhaps he had gone mad, though he did not think so. He meant to continue his morning strolls all the same, for what else was there to do? During the first weeks after the lethal rain, his gardeners had wanted to clear each plant away as it died, but he had ordered them to let everything be, because he hoped that many of them were merely injured, not dead, and would spring back after a time, as they threw off the effects of whatever poisonous substance the purple rain had brought. After a while, it became apparent even to Etawanalaka that most of them had perished, that there would be no new life arising from the roots. But by that time the gardeners had begun to disappear, and soon only a handful remained, barely enough to carry out the necessary maintenance in the sectors of the garden that survived, let alone to cut down and haul away the dead plants. He thought at first that he would handle that melancholy task himself, little by little, as time permitted. But the scope of the project so overwhelmed him that he decided shortly to leave everything as it was, letting the ruined garden remain as a kind of funereal monument to its former beauty. As he moved slowly through his garden at dawn one morning, many months after the time of the purple rain, Etawanalaka found a curious object jutting from the soil in the pinina bed, the polished tooth of some large animal. It was 5 or 6 inches long, and sharp as a dagger. He plucked it out, stared at it puzzledly, and pocketed it. Farther on, among the mornas, he found 2 more teeth of the same size, thrust into the ground at a distance of about 10 feet from one another. And he looked up the slope toward the fields of dead staja plants, and saw 3 more, still farther apart. Beyond were another 2, and then a single one, so that the whole group of teeth marked out a diamond-shaped pattern covering a large area of his land. He returned quickly to the house, where Jama was preparing the morning meal. "Where is Simust?" he asked. The Gayrog woman replied, without looking up, "He is in the neak orchard, sir." "The neaks are long dead, Jama." "Yes, sir, but he is in the neak orchard. He has been there all night, sir." "Go to him. Tell him I want to see him." "He will not come, sir, and the food will burn if I leave." Etawanalaka, astounded by her refusal, could not for the moment find words. Then, realizing that in this time of changes some new and bewildering further change must be in the process of occurring, he nodded curtly and turned without a word, and went outside once more. As quickly as he could, he ascended the sloping terrain, past the dismal fields of staja, a sea of yellowed, shriveled shoots, and up through the stark, leafless glein bushes, and the dried, pasty stuff that was all that was left of the hingamorts, until in time he entered the neak orchard. The dead trees were so light that they were easily uprooted by strong winds, and most had fallen, with the others standing at precarious angles as though a giant had slapped them playfully with the back of his hand. At first Etawanalaka did not see Simust, and then he caught sight of the foreman wandering in a peculiarly haphazard way along the outer edge of the grove, threading a path between the leaning trees, pausing now and then to push one over. Was this the way he had spent the night? Since Gayrogs did all their years sleeping in a few months of hibernation, it had never surprised Etawanalaka to learn that Samoost had been at work during the night, but this sort of aimlessness was not at all like him. Samoost? Ah, sir. Good morning, sir. Jama said you were up here. Are you all right, Samoost? Yes, sir. I am very well, sir. Are you sure? Very well, sir. Very well indeed. But Samoost's tone lacked conviction. Etawanalaka said, Will you come down? I have something to show you. The Gayrog appeared to be considering the request with care. Then he slowly descended until he reached the level where Etawanalaka waited. The snaky coils of his hair, which were never entirely still, moved now in nervous, jerky writhings, and from his powerful, scaly body came a scent which Etawanalaka, long familiar with the varying odors of Gayrogs, knew to signify great distress and apprehension. Samoost had been with him for 20 years. Etawanalaka had never before detected that scent coming from him. Sir, Samoost said. What's troubling you, Samoost? Nothing, sir. I am very well, sir. You wish to show me something? This, said Etawanalaka, taking from his pocket the long, tapering tooth he had found in the pinina bed. He held it forth and said, I came upon this while I was making the garden tour half an hour ago. I wondered if you had any idea what it was. Samoost's lidless green eyes flickered uneasily. The tooth of a young sea-dragon, sir. So I believe. Is that what it is? I am quite sure, sir. Were there others? Quite a few. 8 more, I think. Samoost traced a diamond shape in the air. Arranged in a pattern like this? Yes, said Etawanalaka, frowning. How did you know that? It is the usual pattern. Ah, there is danger, sir, great danger. In exasperation, Etawanalaka said, You're being deliberately mysterious, aren't you? What usual pattern? Danger from whom? By the Lady Samoost, tell me in plain words what you know about all this. The Gayrog's odor grew more pungent. It spoke of intense dismay, fear, embarrassment. Samoost appeared to struggle for words. At length he said, Sir, do you know where everyone who used to work for you has gone? To Falkenkip, I assume, to look for work on the ranches. But what does that? No, not to Falkenkip, sir, farther west. Pidruit is where they have gone, to wait for the coming of the dragons. What? As in the Revelation, sir. Samoost, you know nothing about the Revelation, then? Etawanalaka felt a surge of anger, such as he had rarely known in his tranquil and well-fulfilled life. I know nothing whatever about the Revelation. No, he said, with barely controllable fury. I will tell you, sir. I will tell you everything. The Gayrog was silent an instant, as though arranging his thoughts with some precision. Then he took a deep breath and said, There is an old belief, sir, that at a certain time great trouble will come upon the world, and all Majipoor will be thrust into confusion. And at that time, so it is said, the sea-dragons will leave the sea, they will go forth onto the land and proclaim a new kingdom, and they will work an immense transformation in our world, and that time will be known as the time of the Revelation. Whose fantasy is this? Yes, fantasy is a good word for it, sir, or fable, or, if you like, fairy tale. It is not scientific. We understand that the sea-dragons are unable to emerge from the water, but the belief is quite widespread among some people, and they take much comfort from it. Which ones are those? The poor people, chiefly. Mainly the Leemen, though some of the other races subscribe to it also, sir. I have heard it is prevalent among some Hjorts and certain Skandars. It is not widely known among humans, and particularly not by such gentry as you, sir. But I tell you, there are many now who say that the time of the Revelation has come, that the blight upon the land and the shortage of food is the first sign of it, that the Coronal and Pontifex will soon be swept away, and the reign of the WaterKings will begin. And those who believe such a thing, sir, are going now toward the cities of the coast, toward Pidruid and Narabal and Tiloman, so that they can see the WaterKings come ashore, and be among the first to worship them. I know this to be the truth, sir. It is happening all through the province, and for all I know, it is happening everywhere in the world. Millions have begun to march toward the sea. "How astonishing," said Etawanalaka. "How ignorant I am, here in my little world within the world." He ran his finger down the length of the dragon tooth to the sharp tip, and pressed it tightly until he felt the pain. "And these, what do they signify?" "As I understand it, sir, they place them here and there as signs of the revelation, and as trail markers showing the route to the coast. A few scouts move ahead of the great multitude of pilgrims heading west, and place the teeth, and soon afterward the others follow in their path." "How do they know where the teeth have been placed?" "They know, sir. I do not know how they know. Perhaps the knowledge comes in dreams. Perhaps the WaterKings issue sendings, like those of the lady and of the King of Dreams." "So we will shortly be overrun by a horde of wanderers?" "I think so, sir." Etawanalaka tapped the tooth against the palm of his hand. "Simust, why have you spent the night in the Niak orchard?" "Trying to find the courage to tell you these things, sir." "Why did it require courage?" "Because I think we must flee, sir, and I know you will not want to flee, and I do not wish to abandon you, but I do not wish to die either, and I think we will die if we stay here longer." "You knew about the dragon teeth in the garden?" "I saw them placed, sir. I spoke with the scouts." "Ah, when?" "At midnight, sir. There were 3 of them, 2 leemen and a hjort. They say that 400,000 people are heading this way out of the eastern rift country." 400,000 people will march across my land?" "I think so, sir." "There won't be anything left once they've passed through, will there? They'll come through like a plague of locusts. They'll clean out such food supplies as we have, and I imagine they'll plunder the house, and they'll kill anyone who gets in their way, so I would suppose. Not out of malice, but merely in the general hysteria. Is that how you see it also, Simust?" "Yes, sir." "And when will they be here?" 2 days, perhaps 3, so they told me." "Then you and Jama should leave this morning, should you not? All the staff should go right away. To Falkenkip, I would say. You ought to be able to reach Falkenkip before the mob gets there, and then you should be safe." "You will not leave, sir?" "No." "Sir, I beg you—" "No, Simust." "You will surely perish." "I have perished already, Simust. Why should I flee to Falkenkip? What would I do there? I have perished already, Simust. Can't you perceive that? I am my own ghost." "Sir! Sir!" "There's no more time to waste," said Etawanalaka. "You should have taken your wife and gone at midnight, when you saw the teeth being placed. Go! Go! Now!" He swung about and descended the slope, and as he passed back through the garden, he replaced the dragon tooth where he had found it, in the pinina bed. In mid-morning the Gayrog and his wife came to him and implored him to leave with them. They were as close to tears as Etawanalaka had ever seen a Gayrog come, for Gayrog eyes have no tear ducts. But he stood firm, and in the end they departed without him. He called the others who had remained loyal together, and dismissed them, giving them such money as he happened to have on hand, and much of the food from the larder. That night he prepared his own dinner, for the first time in his life. He thought he showed respectable skill for a novice. He opened the last of the fire-shower wine, and drank rather more than he would normally have allowed himself. What was happening to the world was very strange to him, and difficult to accept, but the wine made it a little easier. How many thousands of years of peace there had been! What a pleasant world! What a smoothly functioning world! Pontifex and Coronal, a serene progression moving from Castle Mount to the Labyrinth, governing always with the consent of the many for the benefit of all, though of course some benefited more than others, yet no one went hungry, no one lived in need. And now it was ending. Poisonous rain comes from the sky, gardens wither, crops are destroyed, famines begin, new religions take hold, ravenous crazy mobs swarm toward the sea. Does the Coronal know? Does the Lady of the Isle? The King of Dreams? What is being done to repair these things? What can be done? Will kindly dreams from the lady help to fill empty bellies? Will threatening dreams from the king turn the mobs back? Will the Pontifex, if indeed there is a Pontifex, come forth from the Labyrinth and make lofty proclamations? Will the Coronal ride from province to province urging patience? No, 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 no. It is over, Etawanalaka thought. What a pity that this could not have waited another 20 years, or 30 perhaps, so that I could have died quietly in my garden, and the garden still in bloom. He kept watch through the night, and all was still. In the morning, he imagined he could hear the first rumblings of the oncoming horde to the east. He went through the house, opening every door that was locked, so they would do as little damage as possible to the building as they ransacked it for his food and his wines. It was a beautiful house, and he loved it, and hoped it would come to no harm. Then he went out into the garden, among the shriveled and blackened plants. Much of it, he realized, had actually survived the deadly rain, rather more than he thought, since he had had eyes all these dark months only for the destruction. But indeed, the mouth plants were still flourishing, and the night-flower trees, and some of the androdragmas, the dwicas, the sehornish vines, even the fragile bladder trees. For hours he walked among them. He thought of giving himself to one of the mouth plants, but that would be an ugly death, he thought, slow and bloody and inelegant, and he wanted it said of him, even if there might be no one to say it, that he had been elegant to the last. Instead, he went to the sehornish vines, which were festooned with unripened fruits, still yellow. The ripe sehornish was one of the finest of delicacies, but the fruit, when yellow, brims with deadly alkaloids. For a long while Etawanalaka stood by the vine, utterly without fear, simply not yet quite ready. Then came the sound of voices, not imagined this time, the harsh voices of city folk, many of them, borne on the fragrant air from the east. Now he was ready. He knew it would be more gentlemanly to wait until they were here, and bid them be welcome to his estate, and offer them his best wines, and such dinner as he could provide. But without his staff he could not provide much in the way of hospitality after all, and besides, he had never really liked city folk, particularly when they came as uninvited guests. He looked about one last time at the dwicas and the bladder trees and the one sickly halatinga that somehow had survived, and commended his soul to the lady, and felt the beginnings of tears. He did not think weeping was seemly, and so he put the yellow sehornish to his lips, and bit eagerly into its hard, unripe flesh. Chapter 8. Though she had merely intended to rest her eyes a moment or two before she began preparing dinner, a deep and powerful sleep came quickly over Hissune when she lay down, drawing her into a cloudy realm of yellow shadows and rubbery pink hills, and, though she had scarcely expected ascending to come to her during a casual before-dinner nap, she felt a gentle pressure at the gateways of her soul as she descended into the fullness of her slumber, and knew it to be the presence of the lady coming upon her. Hissune was tired all the time lately. She had never worked so hard as in the last few days, since news of the crisis in western Zimroel had reached the Labyrinth. Now the cafe was full all day long with tense officials of the pontificate, exchanging the latest information over a few bowls of fine Muldamar or good golden Doulornese wine. They wanted only the best when they were this worried. And so she was constantly running back and forth, juggling her inventories, calling in extra supplies from the wine merchants. It had been exciting in a way at first. She felt almost as though she were participating herself in this critical moment of history. But now it was merely exhausting. Her last thought before falling asleep was of Hissune, Prince Hissune, as she was still trying to learn to regard him. She had not heard from him in months, not since that astonishing letter, so dreamlike itself, telling her that they had called him to the highest circle of the castle. He had begun to seem unreal to her after that, no longer the small, sharp-eyed, clever boy who once had amused and comforted and supported her, but a stranger in fine robes, who spent his days among the councils of the great, holding unimaginable discourse on the ultimate destinies of the world. An image came to her of Hissune at a vast table polished to mirror brightness, sitting among older men whose features were unclearly limned, but from whom there radiated great presence and authority, and they were all looking toward Hissune as he spoke. Then the scene vanished, and she saw yellow clouds and pink hills, and the lady entered her mind. It was the briefest of sendings. She was on the Isle. That much she knew from the white cliffs and the steeply rising terraces, though she had never actually been there, never in fact been outside the Labyrinth. And, in a dreamlike, drifting way, she was moving through a garden that was at first immaculate and airy, and then imperceptibly became dark and overgrown. The lady was by her side, a black-haired woman in white robes, who seemed sad and weary, not at all the strong, warm, comforting person Alcinomi had met in earlier sendings. She was bowed with care, her eyes were hooded and downcast, her movements uncertain. "Give me your strength," the lady murmured. "This is all wrong," thought Alcinomi. "The lady comes to us to offer strength, not to receive it." But the dream Alcinomi did not hesitate. She was vigorous and tall, with a nimbus of light flickering about her head and shoulders. She drew the lady to her, and took her against her breast, and held her in a close, strong embrace, and the lady sighed, and it seemed that some of the pain went from her. Then the two women drew apart, and the lady, glowing now as Alcinomi was, touched her fingers to her lips, and threw a kiss to Alcinomi, and vanished. That was all. With startling suddenness, Alcinomi woke and saw the familiar dreary walls of her flat in Guadalume Court. The afterglow of ascending was on her beyond any doubt, but the sendings of other years had left her always with a strong sense of new purpose, of directions redirected, and this one had brought only mystification. She could not understand the purpose of such ascending, but perhaps it would manifest itself to her, she thought, in a day or two. She heard sounds in her daughter's room. Elamur? Marani? Neither girl answered. Alcinomi peered in, and saw them huddling close over some small object, which Marani put quickly behind her back. "What's that you have there?" "It's nothing, mother. Just a little thing." "What kind of thing?" "A trinket, sort of." Something in Marani's tone made Alcinomi suspicious. "Let me see it." "It really isn't anything." "Let me see." Marani shot a quick look toward her older sister. Elamur, looking uneasy and awkward, simply shrugged. "It's personal, mother. Doesn't a girl get to have any privacy?" Marani said. Alcinomi held out her hand. Sighing, Marani brought forth and reluctantly surrendered a small sea-dragon tooth, finely carved over much of its surface with unfamiliar and peculiarly disturbing symbols of an odd, narrow-angled sort. Alcinomi, still in part enveloped in the strange aura of the sending, found the little amulet sinister and menacing. "Where'd you get this?" "Everyone's got them, mother." "I asked you where it came from." "Venemoon. Actually, Venemoon's sister, Schulair, but she got it from him. Can I please have it back?" "Do you know what this thing means?" Alcinomi asked. "Means?" "That's what I said. What it means." Shrugging, Marani said, "It doesn't mean anything. It's just a trinket. I'm going to drill a hole in it and wear it on a string." "Do you expect me to believe that?" Marani was silent. Elamur said, "Mother, She faltered. "Go on." "It's just a fad, Mother. Everyone's got them. There's some crazy new Leoman idea going around that the sea dragons are gods, that they're going to take over the world, that all the trouble that's been happening lately is a sign of what's to come. And people say that if we carry the sea dragon teeth, we'll be saved when the dragons come ashore." Coldly, Alcinomi said, "There's nothing new about it. Nonsense like that has been going around for hundreds of years, but always hidden, always in whispers, because it's crazy and dangerous and sick. Sea dragons are oversized fish and nothing more. The one who looks over us is the divine, protecting us through the Coronal and the Pontifex and the lady. Do you understand? Do you understand?" She snapped the tapering tooth in half with a quick, angry motion, and tossed the pieces to Marani, who glared at her with a fury that Alcinomi had never seen the eyes of one of her daughters before. Hastily she turned away, toward the kitchen. Her hands were shaking, and she felt chilled, and if the peace of the lady had descended upon her at all in the sending, that sending which now seemed to have come to her weeks ago, it was entirely gone from her now. Chapter 9. The entry to Numenor harbor took all the skill the most skillful pilot could muster, for the channel was narrow, and the currents were swift, and sandy reefs sometimes were borne overnight in the volatile underbeds. But Pandaloum was a calm and confident figure on the wheel-deck, giving her signals with clear, decisive gestures, and the royal flagship came in jauntily, past the neck of the channel, and into the broad, sweet, safe anchorage, the only possible one on the Alhanroel side of the Isle of Sleep, the one place where a breach existed in the tremendous chalk wall of First Cliff. "I can feel my mother's presence from here," said Valentine as they made ready to go ashore. "She comes to me like the fragrance of alabandina blossoms on the wind." "Will the lady be here to greet us today?" Carabella asked. "I much doubt it," Valentine said. "Custom calls for son to go to mother, not mother to son. She'll remain at Inner Temple, and send her hierarchs, I suppose, to fetch us." A group of hierarchs indeed was waiting when the royal party disembarked. Among these women, in golden robes trimmed with red, was one already well known to Valentine, the austere, white-haired Loravade, who had accompanied him during the War of Restoration on his journey from the Isle to Castle Mount, training him in the techniques of trance and mental projection that were practiced on the Isle. A second figure in the group seemed familiar to Valentine, but he could not place her until the very instant when she spoke her name, and simultaneous with that came the flash of recognition that this was Telenat Isolde, the slender, enigmatic person who had been his first guide on his pilgrimage to the Isle long ago. Then she had had a shaven skull, and Valentine had been unable to guess her sex, suspecting her to be male from her height, or female from the delicacy of her features and the lightness of her frame. But since her advancement to the inner hierarchy, she had allowed her hair to grow, and those long silken locks, as golden as Valentine's own, but far finer of texture, left no doubt that she was a woman. "We carry dispatches for you, my lord," said the hierarch Loravade. "There is much news, and none of it good, I fear. But first we should conduct you to the royal lodging-place." There was a house in Numenor port known as the Seven Walls, which was a name that no one understood, because it was so ancient that its origins had been forgotten. It stood on the rampart of the city, overlooking the sea, with its face toward Alhanroel, and its back to the steep triple tiers of the isle, and it was built of massive blocks of dark granite hewn from the quarries of the Stoyanzar Peninsula, fitted together in a perfect joining with no trace of mortar. Its sole function was to serve as a place of refreshment for a visiting coronal newly arrived on the isle, and so it went unused for years at a time, yet it was scrupulously maintained by a large staff, as though a coronal might arrive without warning at any moment, and must needs have his house in order at the hour of his landing. It was very old as the castle itself, and older, so far as archaeologists could determine, than any of the temples and holy terraces now in existence elsewhere on the isle. According to legend, it had been built for the reception of Lord Stiamat by his mother, the fabled Lady Theon, upon his visit to the Isle of Sleep at the conclusion of the Metamorph Wars of 8,000 years ago. Some said that the name Seven Walls was a reference to the entombing in the foundations of the building, as it was being constructed, of the bodies of 7 shapeshifter warriors slain by Lady Theon's own hand during the defense of the isle against metamorph invasion. But no such remains had ever come to light in the periodic reconstructions of the old building, and also it was thought unlikely by most modern historians that Lady Theon, heroic woman that she was, had actually wielded weapons herself in the Battle of the Isle. By another tradition, a 7-sided chapel erected by Lord Stiamat in honor of his mother once had stood in the central courtyard, giving its name to the entire structure. That chapel, so the story went, had been dismantled on the day of Lord Stiamat's death, and shipped to Elesor to become the pediment of his tomb. But that too was unproven, for no trace of an early seven-sided structure could be detected in the courtyard now, and there was little likelihood that anyone today would excavate Lord Stiamat's tomb to see what could be learned from its paving blocks. Valentine himself preferred a different version of the origin of the name, which held that 7 walls was merely a corruption into the Majipoori tongue of certain ancient metamorph words that meant the place where the fish scales are scraped off, and referred to the prehistoric use of the shore of the isle by shapeshifter fishermen sailing from Alhanroel. But it was unlikely that the truth would ever be determined. There were rituals of arrival that a coronal was supposed to perform upon reaching the 7 walls, by way of aiding his transition from the world of action that was his usual sphere, to the world of the spirit in which the lady was supreme. While Valentine carried these things out, a matter of ceremonial bathing, of the burning of aromatic herbs, of meditation in a private chamber whose walls were airy damasks of pierced marble, he left Carabella to read through the dispatches that had accumulated for him during the weeks he was at sea, and when he returned, cleansed and calm, he saw at once from the stark expression of her eyes that he had gone about his rituals too soon, that he would be drawn back instantly into the realm of events. "How bad is the news?" he asked. "It could scarcely be worse, my lord." She handed him the sheaf of documents, which she had winnowed so that the uppermost sheets gave him the gist of the most important documents. Failure of crops in 7 provinces, severe shortage of food in many parts of Zimroel, the beginnings of a mass migration out of the heartland of the continent toward the western coastal cities, sudden prominence of a formerly obscure religious cult, apocalyptic and millennial in nature, centering around the belief that sea dragons were supernatural beings that would soon come ashore to announce the birth of a new epoch. He looked up, aghast. All this in so short a time? And these are only fragmentary reports, Valentine. No one really knows what's going on out there right now. The distances are so vast, the communications channels so disturbed. His hand sought hers. Everything foretold in my dreams and visions is coming to pass. The darkness is coming, Carabella, and I am all that stands in its path. There are some who stand beside you, love. That I know, and for that am I grateful. But at the last moment I will be alone, and then what will I do? He smiled ruefully. There was a time when we were juggling at the perpetual circus in Dulorne, do you recall? And the knowledge of my true identity was only then beginning to break through to my awareness. And I was speaking with Deliamber, and telling him that perhaps it was the will of the divine that I had been overthrown, and that perhaps it was just as well for Majipoor that the usurper keep my name and my throne, for I had no real desire to be king, and the other might indeed prove to be a capable ruler. Which Deliamber denied completely, and said there could be only one lawfully consecrated king, and I was that one, and must return to my place. You ask a great deal of me, I said. History asks a great deal, he replied. History has demanded, on 1,000 worlds across many thousands of years, that intelligent beings choose between order and anarchy, between creation and destruction, between reason and unreason. And also, it matters, my lord. It matters very much, said he, who is to be coronal and who is not to be coronal. I have never forgotten those words of his, and I never will. And how did you answer him? I answered yes, and then I added, perhaps, and he said, you'll go on wavering from yes to perhaps a long while, but yes will govern in the end. And so it did, and therefore I recaptured my throne, and nevertheless we move farther every day from order and creation and reason, and closer to anarchy, destruction, unreason. Valentine stared at her in anguish. Was Deliamber wrong, then? Does it matter who is to be coronal, and who is not to be coronal? I think I am a good man, and sometimes I think even that I am a wise ruler, and yet even so the world falls apart, Carabella, despite my best efforts, or because of them, I know not which. It might have been better for everyone if I had stayed a wandering juggler. Oh, Valentine, what foolish talk this is! Is it? Are you saying that if you'd left Dominin Barjazid to rule, there would have been a fine Lusavander harvest this year? How are you to blame for crop failures in Zimroel? These are natural calamities with natural causes, and you'll find a wise way to deal with them, because wisdom is your way, and you are the chosen of the divine. I am the chosen of the princes of Castle Mount, he said. They are human and fallible. The divine speaks through them when a coronal is chosen, and the divine did not mean you to be the instrument of Majipoor's destruction. These reports are serious, but not terrifying. You will speak with your mother in a few days, and she'll fortify you where weariness makes you weaken, and then we'll proceed on to Zimroel, and you will set all to rights. So I hope, Carabella. But, so you know, Valentine, I say once more, my lord, I hardly recognize in you the man I know, when you speak this gloomy way. She tapped the sheaf of dispatches. I would not minimize these things, but I think there is much we can do to turn back the darkness, and that it will be done. He nodded slowly. So I think myself much of the time. But at other times it's best not to think at all. A knock sounded at the door. Good, she said. We are interrupted, and I give thanks for that, for I tire of hearing you make all these downcast noises, my love. She admitted Talenat Hissune to the room. The hierarch said, My lord, your mother the lady has arrived, and wishes to see you in the Emerald Room. My mother here? But I expected to go to her tomorrow, at Inner Temple. She has come to you, said Talenat Hissune imperturbably. The Emerald Room was a study in green. Walls of green serpentine, floors of green onyx, translucent panes of green jade in place of windows. The lady stood in the center of the room, between the two huge potted tanagales, covered with dazzling blossoms of metallic green that were virtually all that the chamber contained. Valentine went quickly toward her. She stretched her hands to him, and, as their fingertips met, he felt the familiar throbbing of the current that radiated from her, the sacred force that, like spring water draining into a well, had accumulated in her through all her years of intimate contact with the billions of souls of Majipoor. He had spoken with her in dreams many times, but he had not seen her in years, and he was unprepared for the changes time had worked upon her. She was still beautiful. The passing of the years could not affect that, but age now had cast the faintest of veils over her, and the sheen was gone from her black hair, the warmth of her gaze was ever so slightly diminished, her skin seemed somehow to have loosened its grasp on her flesh. Yet she carried herself as splendidly as ever, and she was, as always, magnificently robed in white, with a flower behind one ear, and the silver circlet of her power on her brow. A figure of grace and majesty, of force and of infinite compassion. Mother, at last. Such a long while, Valentine. So many years. She touched his face gently, his shoulders, his arms. The brush of her fingers over him was feather light, but it left him tingling, so great was the power within this woman. He had to remind himself that she was no goddess, but only mortal flesh and daughter of mortal flesh, that, upon a time long ago, she had been wife to the High Counselor Damian Dane, that 2 sons had sprung from her, and he was one of them, that once he had nestled at her breast and listened happily to her soft song, that it was she who had wiped the mud from his cheeks when he came home from play, that, in the tempests of childhood, he had wept in her arms and drawn comfort and wisdom from her. Long ago all that. It seemed almost to be in another life. When the scepter of the divine had descended upon the family of the High Counselor Damian Dane, and raised Voriax to the Confalum throne, it had by the same stroke transformed the mother of Voriax into the Lady of the Isle, and neither one could ever again be regarded, even within the family, as merely mortal. Valentine found himself then and always after unable to think of her simply as his mother, for she had donned the silver circlet and had gone to the Isle, and dwelled there in majesty as lady, and the comfort and wisdom that formerly she had dispensed to him she shared now with the entire world, who looked to her with reverence and need. Even when another stroke of that same scepter had elevated Valentine to Voriax's place, and he too passed in some way beyond the realm of the ordinary, and became larger than life, virtually a figure of myth, he had retained his awe of her, for he had no awe of himself, coronal or no, and could not through his own inner vision see himself with the awe that others held for him, or he for this lady. Yet they talked of family things before they turned to higher questions. He told her such details as he knew of the doings of her sister Galliera and her brother Sate of Stee, and of Divis and Miragant and the daughters of Voriax. She asked him whether he returned often to the old family lands at Halanx, and if he found the castle a happy place, and whether he and Carabella were still so loving and close. The tensions within him eased, and he felt almost as though he were a real person, some minor lordling of the Mount, visiting amiably with his mother, who had settled in a different clime, but still was avid for news of home. But it was impossible to escape the truths of their position for long, and when the conversation began to grow forced and strained, he said, in somewhat another tone, "You should have let me come to you in the proper way, mother. This is not right, the lady descending from inner temple to visit the seven walls. Such formality is unwise now. Events crowd us. Actions must be taken. Then you've had the news from Zimroel?" "Of course." She touched her circlet. "This brings me news from everywhere with the swiftness of the speed of thought. Oh, Valentine, such an unhappy time for our reunion. I had imagined that when you made your processional you would come here in joy, and now you are here, and I feel only pain in you, and doubt, and fear of what is to come." "What do you see, mother? What is to come? Do you think I have some way of knowing the future? You see the present with great clarity. As you say, you receive news from everywhere. What I see is dark and clouded. Things stir in the world that are beyond my understanding. Once again the order of society is threatened, and the coronal is in despair. That is what I see. Why do you despair, Valentine? Why is there so much fear in you? You are the son of Damian Dane, and the brother of Voriax, and they were not men who knew despair, and despair is not native to my soul either, or to yours, so I thought. There is great trouble in the world, as I have learned since my arrival here, and that trouble increases. And is that cause for despair? It should only increase your desire to set things right as once you did before. For the second time, though, I see Majipoor overtaken by calamity during my reign. What I see, said Valentine, is that my reign has been an unlucky one, and will be unluckier yet if these plagues and famines and panicky migrations grow more severe. I fear that some curse lies on me. He saw anger briefly flare in her eyes, and he was reminded again of the formidable strength of her soul, of the icy discipline and devotion to duty that lay below her warm and gentle appearance. In her way, she was as fierce a warrior as the famed Lady Theon of ancient times, who had gone out upon the barricades to drive back the invading metamorphs. This lady, too, might be capable of such valor, if there were need. She had no tolerance, he knew, for weakness in her sons, or self-pity, or despondency, because she had none for those things in herself. And, remembering that, he felt some of the bleakness of his mood begin to go from him. She said tenderly, "You take blame on yourself without proper cause. If a curse hangs over this world, and I think that that is the case, it lies not on the noble and virtuous Coronal, but upon us all. You have no reason for guilt, you least of all, Valentine. You are not the bearer of the curse, but rather the one who is most capable of lifting it from us. But to do that you must act, and act quickly." "And what curse is this, then?" Putting her hand to her brow, she said, "You have a silver circlet that is the mate to mine. Did you carry it with you on this journey?" "It goes everywhere with me." "Fetch it here, then." Valentine went from the room and spoke with Sleet, who waited outside, and shortly an attendant came, bearing the jeweled case in which the circlet resided. The lady had given it to him when first he went to the isle as a pilgrim, during his years of exile. Through it, in communion with his mother's mind, he had received the final confirmation that the simple juggler of Pidruid and Lord Valentine of Majipoor were one and the same person, for with its aid and hers his lost memories had come flooding back. And afterward, the hierarch Loravade had taught him how, by virtue of the circlet, he could enter the trance by which he might have access to the minds of others. He had used it little since his restoration to the throne, for the circlet was an adjunct of the lady, not of the Coronal, and it was unfitting for one power of Majipoor to transgress on the domain of another. Now he donned the fine metal band again, while the lady poured for him, as she had done long ago on this isle, a flask of the dark, sweet, spicy dream wine that was used in the opening of mind to mind. He drank it off in a single draught, and she drank down a flask of her own, and they waited a moment for the wine to take effect. He put himself into the state of trance that gave him the fullest receptivity. Then she took his hands and slipped her fingers tightly between his to complete the contact, and into his mind came such a rush of images and sensations as to daze and stun him, though he had known what sort of impact there would be. This now was what the lady had for many years experienced each day, as she and her acolytes sent their spirits roving through the world to those in need of aid. He saw no individual minds. The world was far too huge and crowded to permit precision of that sort, except with the most strenuous of concentration. What he detected, as he soared like a gust of hot wind riding the thermal waves of the sky, were pockets of sensation. Apprehension here, fear, shame, guilt, a sudden sharp stabbing zone of madness, a gray sprawling blanket of despair. He dipped low and saw the textures of souls, the black ridges shot through with ribbons of scarlet, the harsh jagged spikes, the roiling turbulent roadways of bristling tight-woven fabric. He soared high into tranquil realms of non-being. He swooped across dismal deserts that emanated a numbing throb of isolation. He whirled over glittering snowfields of the spirit, and meadows whose every blade of glass glistened with an unbearable beauty. And he saw the places of blight, and the places of hunger, and the places where chaos was king. And he felt terrors rising like hot, dry winds from the great cities, and he felt some force beating in the seas like an irresistible booming drum, and he felt a powerful sense of gathering menace, of oncoming disaster. An intolerable weight had fallen upon the world, Valentine saw, and was crushing it by slow increments of intensity, like a gradually closing fist. Through all of this, his guide was the blessed lady his mother, without whom he might well have sizzled and charred in the intensity of the passion that radiated from the well of the world-mind. But she stayed at his side, lifting him easily through the darker places, and carrying him on toward the threshold of understanding, which loomed before him the way the immense decorate gate of Normork, that greatest of gates, which is closed only at times when the world is in peril, looms and dwarfs all those who approach it. But when he came to that threshold he was alone, and he passed through unaided. On the far side there was only music. Music made visible, a tremulous, quavering tone that stretched across the abyss like the weakest of woven bridges, and he stepped out upon that bridge and saw the splashes of bright sound that stained the flow of substance below, and the dagger-keen spurts of rhythmic pulsation overhead, and the line of infinitely regressing red and purple and green arcs that sang to him from the horizon. Then all of these gave way to a single formidable sound, of a weight beyond any bearing, a black juggernaut of sound that embraced all tones into itself, and rolled forward upon the universe, and pressed upon it mercilessly. And Valentine understood. He opened his eyes. The lady his mother stood calmly between the potted tanagales, watching him, smiling as she might have smiled down on him when he was a sleeping babe. She took the circlet from his brow and returned it to the jeweled case. "You saw?" she asked. "It is as I have long believed," said Valentine. "What is happening in Zimroel is no random event. There is a curse, yes, and it is on us all, and has been for thousands of years. My Vroon wizard Deliamber said to me once that we have gone a long way here on Majipoor without paying any sort of price for the original sin of the conquerors. The account, he said, accumulates interest, and now the note is being presented for collection. What has begun is our punishment, our humbling, the settling of the reckoning." "So it is," said the lady. "Was what we saw the divine itself, Mother, holding the world in a tight grasp and making the grasp tighter? And that sound I heard, of such terrible weight, was that the divine also?" "The images you saw were your own, Valentine. I saw other things. Nor can the divine be reduced to anything so concrete as an image. But I think you saw the essence of the matter. Yes. I saw that the grace of the divine has been withdrawn from us. Yes, but not irredeemably. Are you sure it isn't already too late?" "I am sure of it, Valentine." He was silent a moment. Then he said, "So be it. I see what must be done, and I will do it. How appropriate that I should have come to the understanding of these things in the 7 walls, which the Lady Thean built to honor her son after he had crushed the metamorphs. Ah, Mother, Mother, will you build a building like this for me when I succeed in undoing Lord Stiamat's work?" Chapter 10. "Again," Hissune said, swinging about to face Alcimer and the other Knight Initiate. "Come at me again, both of you at once this time." "Both?" said Alcimer. "Both, and if I catch you going easy on me, I promise you I'll have you assigned to sweep the stables for a month." "How can you withstand us both, Hissune?" "I don't know that I can. That's what I need to learn. Come at me and we'll see." He was slick with sweat, and his heart was hammering, but his body felt loose and well-tuned. He came here to the cavernous gymnasium in the castle's east wing for at least an hour every day, no matter how pressing his other responsibilities. It was essential, Hissune believed, that he strengthen and develop his body, build up his physical endurance, increase his already considerable agility. Otherwise, so it plainly seemed, he would be under a heavy handicap pursuing his ambitions here. The princes of Castle Mount tended to be athletes and to make a cult of athleticism, constantly testing themselves. Riding, jousting, racing, wrestling, hunting, all those ancient simple-minded pastimes that Hissune, in his Labyrinth days, had never had the opportunity or the inclination to pursue. Now Lord Valentine had thrust him among these burly, energetic men, and he knew he must meet them on their own ground if he meant to win a lasting place in their company. Of course, there was no way he could transform his slight, slender frame into something to equal the robust muscularity of a Stasilaine, an Elidath, a Divis. They were big men, and he would never be that. But he could excel in his own way. This game of baton, for example. A year ago he had not even heard of it, and now, after many hours of practice, he was coming close to mastery. It called for quickness of eye and foot, not for overwhelming physical power, and so in a sense it served as a metaphor for his entire approach to the problem of life. "Ready!" he called. He stood in a balanced partial crouch, alert, pliant, with his arms partly extended, and his baton, a light slender wand of night-flower wood, with a cup-shaped hilt of basket-work at one end, resting across them. His eyes flickered from one opponent to the other. They both were taller than he was, Alcimer by 2 or 3 inches, and his friend Stimmien even more. But he was quicker. Neither of them had come close to putting a baton on him all morning. 2 at once, though, that might be a different matter. "Challenge!" Alcimer called. "Post! Entry!" They came toward him, and as they moved in, they raised their batons into attack position. Hissune drew a deep breath and concentrated on constructing a spherical zone of defense about himself, impermeable, impenetrable, a volume of space enclosed in armor. It was purely imaginary, but that made no difference. Thani, his baton master, had shown him that. Maintain your defensive zone as though it is a wall of steel, and nothing would get through it. The secret lay in the intensity of your concentration. Alcimer reached him a fraction of a second ahead of Stimmien, as Hissune had expected. Alcimer's baton went high, probed the northwest quadrant of Hissune's defense, then feinted for a lower entry. As it neared the perimeter of Hissune's defended area, Hissune brought his baton up with a whip-like action of his wrist, parried Alcimer's thrust solidly, and in the same motion, for he had already calculated it, though in no conscious way, he continued around to his right, meeting the thrust from Stimian that was coming in a shade late out of the northeast. There was the whickering sound of wood sliding against wood as Hissune let his baton ride halfway up the length of Stimian's. Then he pivoted, leaving Stimian only empty space to plunge through as the force of his thrust carried him forward. All that took only a moment. Stimian, grunting in surprise, lurched through the place where Hissune had been. Hissune tapped him lightly on the back with his baton and swung around again on Alcimer. Up came Alcimer's baton. Inward came the second thrust. Hissune blocked it easily, and answered with one of his own that Alcimer handled well, parrying so firmly that the shock of the impact went rattling up Hissune's arm to the elbow. But Hissune recovered quickly, sidestepped Alcimer's next attempt, and danced off to one side to elude Stimian's baton. Now they found themselves in a new configuration, Stimian and Alcimer standing to either side of Hissune rather than facing him. They surely would attempt simultaneous thrusts, Hissune thought. He could not allow that. Thani had taught him, time must always be your servant, never your master. If there is not enough time for you to make your move, divide each moment into smaller moments, and then you will have enough time for anything. Yes, nothing is truly simultaneous, Hissune knew. As he had for many months been training himself to do, he shifted into the time-splitting mode of perception that Thani had instilled in him. Viewing each second as the sum of 10/10ths of itself, he allowed himself to dwell in each of those tenths in turn, the way one might dwell in each of 10 caves on successive nights during the crossing of a desert. His perspective now was profoundly altered. He saw Stimian moving in jerky, discontinuous bursts, struggling like some sort of crude automaton to bring his baton up and jab it toward him. With the greatest simplicity of effort, Hissune slipped himself into the interval between two slices of a moment and knocked Stimian's baton aside. The thrust from Alcimer was already on its way, but Hissune had ample time to withdraw himself from Alcimer's reach, and, as Alcimer's arm came to full extension, Hissune gave it a light touch with his own weapon, just above the elbow. Returning now to the normal perception mode, Hissune confronted Stimian, who was coming round for another thrust. Instead of making ready to parry, Hissune chose to move forward, stepping inside the startled Stimian's guard. From that position, he brought his baton upward, touching Alcimer again, and swinging round to catch Stimian with the tip as he whirled in confusion. "Touch and double touch," Hissune called. "Match!" "How did you do that?" asked Alcimer, tossing down his baton. Hissune laughed. "I have no idea, but I wish Thani had been here to see it." He dropped to a kneeling position and let sweat drip freely from his forehead onto the mats. It had been, he knew, an amazing display of skill. Never had he fought that well before. An accident? A moment of luck? Or had he truly reached a new level of accomplishment? He recalled Lord Valentine speaking of his juggling, which he had taken up in the most casual of ways, merely to earn a livelihood, when he was wandering lost and bewildered in Zimroel. Juggling, the Coronal had said, had shown him the key to the proper focusing of his mental abilities. Lord Valentine had gone so far as to suggest that he might not have been able to regain his throne but for the disciplines of spirit that his mastery of juggling had imposed on him. Hissune knew he could hardly take up juggling himself. It would be too blatant a flattery of the Coronal, too open a gesture of imitation. But he was beginning to see that he might attain much of the same discipline through wielding the baton. Certainly his performance just now had carried him into extraordinary realms of perception and achievement. He wondered if he was capable of repeating it. He looked up and said, "Well, shall we go another, 1 on 2? "Don't you ever get tired?" Stimian said. "Of course I do. But why stop just because you're tired?" He took his stance again, waiting for them. Another 15 minutes of this, he thought, then a swim, and then to the Pinator court to get some work done, and then— "Well, come at me," he said. Alcimer shook his head. "There's no sense in it. You're getting too good for us." "Come," Hissune said again. "Ready!" Somewhat reluctantly, Alcimer moved into dueling position and gestured Stimian to do the same. But as the three men stood poised, bringing their minds and bodies to the degree of balance the match required, a gymnasium attendant stepped out on the balcony above them and called Hissune's name. "A message for the prince," he said, "from the regent Elidath. Prince Hissune is asked to report at once to the regent at the office of the Coronal." "Another day, then," Hissune said to Alcimar and Stimian. He dressed quickly, and made his way upward and through the intricate coils and tangles of the castle, cutting across courtyards and avenues, past Lord Ossier's parapet and its amazing view of Castle Mount's vast slope, on beyond the Kinnikin Observatory and the music room of Lord Prankopin, and Lord Confalum's garden house, and the dozens of other structures and outbuildings that clung like barnacles to the core of the castle. At last he reached the central sector, where the offices of government were, and had himself admitted to the spacious suite in which the Coronal worked, now occupied, during Lord Valentine's prolonged absence, by the High Councillor Elidath. He found the regent pacing back and forth like a restless bear in front of the relief map of the world, opposite Lord Valentine's desk. Stasilaine was with him, seated at the council table. He looked grim, and acknowledged Hissune's arrival only with the merest of nods. In an off-hand, preoccupied way, Elidath gestured to Hissune to take a seat beside him. A moment later, Divis arrived, formally dressed in eye jewels and feather mask, as though the summons had interrupted him on his way to a high state ceremony. Hissune felt a great uneasiness growing in him. What reason could Elidath possibly have for calling a meeting like this so suddenly, in such an irregular way? And why just these few of us out of all the princes? Elidath, Stasilaine, Divis, surely those were the three prime candidates to succeed Lord Valentine, the innermost of the inner circle. Something major has happened, Hissune thought. The old Pontifex has died at last, perhaps. Or perhaps the Coronal. "Let it be Tieverinus," Hissune prayed. "Oh, please let it be Tieverinus." Elidath said, "All right, everyone's here. We can begin." With a sour grin, Divis said, "What is it, Elidath? Has someone seen a two-headed Melufta flying north? If you mean, is this a time of evil omen, then the answer is that it is," said Elidath somberly. "What has happened?" Stasilaine asked. Elidath tapped a sheaf of papers on the desk. "Two important developments. First, fresh reports have come in from western Zimroel, and the situation is far more serious than we've realized. The entire rift sector of the continent is disrupted, apparently, from Macedon or thereabouts to a point somewhere west of Dulorn, and the trouble is spreading. Crops continue to die of mysterious blights, there's a tremendous shortage of basic foods, and hundreds of thousands of people, perhaps millions, have begun migrating toward the coast. Local officials are doing their best to requisition emergency food supplies from regions still unaffected. Apparently there's been no trouble yet around Tilaman or Narabal, and Nimoya and Kintor are still relatively untouched by the farming troubles. But the distances are so great, and the situation so sudden, that very little's been accomplished so far. There is also the question of some peculiar new religious cult that has sprung up out there, something involving sea-dragon worship." "What?" said Stasilaine, astonishment bringing color to his face. "It sounds insane, I know," Elidath said, "but the report is that the word is spreading that the dragons are gods of some sort, and that they've decreed that the world is going to end, or some such idiocy, and—" "It's not a new cult," said Hissune quietly. The other three all turned to face him. "You know something about this?" Divis asked. Hissune nodded. "I used to hear of it sometimes when I lived in the Labyrinth. It's always been a secret, shadowy sort of thing, very vague, never taken too seriously so far as I ever knew, and strictly lower class, something to whisper about behind the backs of the gentry. Some of my friends knew a little about it, or maybe more than a little, though I was never mixed up in it. I remember mentioning it once to my mother long ago, and she told me it was dangerous nonsense and I should keep away from it, and I did. I think it got started among the Lee men a long time ago, and has gradually been spreading across the bottom levels of society in an underground sort of way, and I suppose now is surfacing because of all the troubles that have begun." "And what's the main belief?" Stasilaine asked. "More or less as Elidath said. that the dragons will come ashore some day, and take command of the government, and end all misery and suffering. What misery and suffering? Divis said. I know of no great misery and suffering anywhere in the world, unless you refer to the whining and muttering of the shapeshifters, and they— You think everyone lives as we do on Castle Mount? Hissune demanded. I think no one is left in need, that all are provided for, that we are happy and prosperous, that— All this is true, Divis. Nevertheless, there are some who live in castles, and some who sweep the dung of mounts from the highways. There are those who own great estates, and those who beg for coins in the streets. There are— Spare me! I need no lectures from you on social injustice. Forgive me then for boring you, Hissune snapped. I thought you wanted to know why there were people who wait for WaterKings to deliver them from hardship and pain. WaterKings? Elidath said. Sea dragons. So they are called by those who worship them. Very well, said Stasilaine. There's famine in Zimroel, and a troublesome cult is spreading among the lower classes. You said there were 2 important new developments. Are those the 2 you meant? Elidath shook his head. Those are both parts of the same thing. The other important matter concerns Lord Valentine. I have heard from Tunagorn, who is greatly distressed. The Coronal, he says, has had some sort of revelation during his visit with his mother on the Isle, and has entered a mood of high elevation, a very strange mood indeed, in which he appears almost totally unpredictable. What sort of revelation? Stasilaine asked. Do you know? While in a trance guided by the lady, said Elidath, he had a vision that showed him that the agricultural troubles in Zimroel indicate the displeasure of the divine. Who could possibly think otherwise? Stasilaine cried. But what does that have to— According to Tunagorn, Valentine thinks now that the blights and the food shortages, which, as we now know, are much more serious than our own first reports made them seem, have a specifically supernatural origin. Divis, shaking his head slowly, let out his breath in a derisive snort. A specifically supernatural origin, Elidath continued, and are in fact a punishment imposed upon us by the divine for our mistreatment of the metamorphs down through the centuries. But this is nothing new, said Stasilaine. He's been talking that way for years. Evidently it is something new, Elidath replied. Tunagorn says that since the day of the revelation he's been keeping mainly to himself, seeing only the lady and Carabella, and sometimes Deliamber or the dream-speaker Tisana. Both Sleet and Tunagorn have had difficulty gaining access to him, and when they do, it's to discuss only the most routine matters. He seems inflamed, Tunagorn says, with some grandiose new idea, some really startling project which he will not discuss with them. This does not sound like the Valentine I know, said Stasilaine darkly. Whatever else he may be, irrational he is not. It sounds almost as though some fever has come over him. Or that he's been made a changeling again, Divis said. What does Tunagorn fear? Hissune asked. Elidath shrugged. He doesn't know. He thinks Valentine may be hatching some very bizarre idea indeed, one that he and Sleet would be likely to oppose. But he's giving no clues. Elidath went to the world globe and tapped the bright red sphere that marked the Coronal's whereabouts. Valentine is still on the Isle, but he'll sail shortly for the mainland. He'll land in Piloplok, and he's scheduled to head up the Zimmer to Nimoya, and then keep going into the famine-stricken regions out west. But Tunagorn suspects that he's changed his mind about that he's obsessed with this notion that we're suffering the vengeance of the divine, and might be planning some spiritual event, a fast, a pilgrimage, a restructuring of society in a direction away from purely secular values. What if he's involved with this sea dragon cult? Stasilaine said. I don't know, said Elidath. It could be anything. I tell you only that Tunagorn seemed deeply troubled, and urged me to join the Coronal on the processional as quickly as I could, in the hope that I'll be able to prevent him from doing something rash. I think I could succeed where others, even Tunagorn, would fail. What? Divis cried. He's thousands of miles from here. How can you possibly— I leave in 2 hours, Elidath answered. A relay of fast floaters will carry me westward through the Glage Valley to Tremone, where I've requisitioned a cruiser to take me to Zimroel via the southern route and the Rhodamont archipelago. Tunagorn, meanwhile, will attempt to delay Valentine's departure from the Isle as long as he can, and if he can get any cooperation from Admiral Asenhart, he'll see to it that the voyage from the Isle to Piliplock is a slow one. With any luck, I might reach Piliplock only a week or so after Valentine does, and perhaps it won't be too late to bring him back to his senses. You'll never make it in time, said Divis. He'll be halfway to Nimoya before you can cross the inner sea. I must attempt it, Elidath said. I have no choice. If you knew how concerned Tunagorn is, how fearful that Valentine is about to commit himself to some mad and perilous course of action. And the government? Stesselane said softly. What of that? You are the regent, Elidath. We have no Pontifex. You tell us that the Coronal has become some sort of visionary madman, and now you propose to leave the castle leaderless? In the event that a regent is called away from the castle, said Elidath, it's within his powers to appoint a council of regency to deal with all business that would fall within the Coronal's jurisdiction. This is what I intend. And the members of this council? Divis asked. There will be 3. You are one, Divis. Stesselane, you also. And you, Hissune. Hissune, astounded, sat bolt upright. I? Elidath smiled. I confess I couldn't understand at first why Lord Valentine had chosen to advance someone of the Labyrinth, and such a young man at that, so quickly toward the center of power. But gradually his design has come clear to me as this crisis has fallen upon us. We've lost touch here on Castle Mount with the realities of Majipoor. We've stayed up here on our mountain top, and mysteries have sprung up around us without our knowing. I heard you say, Divis, that you think everyone in the world is happy, except perhaps the metamorphs, and I confess I thought the same. And yet an entire religion, it seems, has taken root out there among the discontented, and we knew nothing of it. And now an army of hungry people marches toward Pidruid to worship strange gods. He looked toward Hissune. There are things you know, Hissune, that we need to learn. In the months of my absence, you'll sit beside Divis and Stesselane in the place of judgment, and I believe you'll offer valuable guidance. What do you say, Stesselane? I think you've chosen wisely. And you, Divis? Divis's face was blazing with barely controlled fury. What can I say? The power's yours. You've made your appointment. I must abide by it, must I not? He rose stiffly and held forth his hand to Hissune. My congratulations, Prince. You've done very well for yourself in a very short time. Hissune met Divis's cold gaze evenly. I look forward to serving in the council with you, my Lord Divis, said Hissune with great formality. Your wisdom will be an example for me. And he took Divis's hand. Whatever reply Divis intended to make seemed to choke in his throat. Slowly he withdrew his hand from Hissune's grasp, glared, and stalked from the room. Chapter 11. The wind was out of the south, and hot and hard, the kind of wind that the dragon-hunting captains called the Sending, because it blew up from the barren continent of Souvrael, where the King of Dreams had his lair. It was a wind that parched the soul and withered the heart, but Valentine paid no heed to it. His spirit was elsewhere, dreaming of the tasks that lay before him, and these days he stood for hours at a time on the royal deck of the Lady Thean, looking to the horizon for the first sign of the mainland, and giving no thought to the torrid, sharp-edged gusts that whistled about him. The voyage from the isle to Zimroel was beginning to seem interminable. Asenhart had spoken of a sluggish sea and contrary winds, of the need to shorten sail and take a more southerly route, and other such problems. Valentine, who was no sailor, could not quarrel with these decisions, but he grew fiercely impatient as the days went by, and the western continent grew no closer. More than once they were compelled to change course to avoid sea-dragon herds, for on this side of the isle the waters were thick with them. Some of the Skandar crewmen claimed that this was the greatest migration in 5,000 years. Whether or not that was true, certainly they were abundant and terrifying. Valentine had seen nothing like this on his last crossing of these waters many years ago, in that ill-fated journey when the giant dragon stove in the hull of Captain Gorsval's Brangolin. Generally, the dragons moved in groups of 30 to 50, at several days' distance from one another. But occasionally a single huge dragon, a veritable dragon king, was seen swimming steadfastly by itself, moving unhurriedly, as though deep in weighty meditations. Then, after a time, no more dragons, great or small, were seen, and the wind strengthened, and the fleet made haste toward the port of Piliplock. And one morning came shouts from the top deck, "Piliplock ho! Piliplock!" The great seaport loomed up suddenly, dazzling and splendid in its forbidding intense way, on its high promontory overlooking the southern shore of the mouth of the Zimmer. Here, where the river was enormously wide, and stained the sea dark for hundreds of miles with the silt it had swept from the heart of the continent, stood a city of 11 million people, rigidly laid out according to a complex and unyielding master design, spread out along with precise arcs intersected by the spokes of grand boulevards that radiated from the waterfront. It was, Valentine thought, a difficult city to love, for all the beauty of its broad, welcoming harbor. Yet, as he stood staring at it, he caught sight of his Skandar companion, Zalzan Kavol, who was native to Piliplock, gazing out upon it with a tender expression of wonder and delight on his harsh, dour face. "The dragon ships are coming," someone cried when the Lady Thean was somewhat nearer to the shore. "Look, there! It must be the whole fleet." "Oh, Valentine, how lovely!" Carabella said softly, close beside him. Lovely indeed. Until this moment, Valentine had never thought that the vessels in which the seafarers of Piliplock went forth to hunt the dragons were beautiful in any way. They were sinister things, swollen of hull, grotesquely decorated with hideous figureheads and threatening spiky tails, and gaudy painted rows of white teeth and scarlet and yellow eyes along their flanks. And, taken one by one, they seemed merely barbaric, repellent. Yet somehow, in a flotilla this huge, and it looked as though every dragon ship in Piliplock was on its way out to sea to greet the arriving Coronal, they took on a bizarre kind of glory. Along the line of the horizon, their sails, black striped with crimson, bellied out in the breeze like festive flags. When they drew near, they spread out about the royal fleet in what surely was a carefully planned formation, and hoisted great coronal ensigns in green and gold into their riggings, and shouted raucously into the wind, "Valentine! Lord Valentine! Hail, Lord Valentine!" The music of drums and trumpets and cisterons and galistanes drifted across the water, blurred and muddled, but none the less jubilant and touching. A very different reception, thought Valentine Riley, from the one he had had on his last visit to Piliplock, when he and Zalzan Kavol and the rest of the jugglers had gone pitifully from one dragon captain to the next, trying in vain to hire one to carry them toward the Isle of Sleep, until finally they had managed to buy passage aboard the smallest and shabbiest and unluckiest vessel of all. But many things had altered since then. The grandest of the dragon ships now approached the Lady Thean, and put forth a boat bearing a Skandar and 2 humans. When they came alongside, a floater basket was lowered to draw them up on deck. But the humans remained at their oars, and only the Skandar came aboard. She was old and weather-beaten and tough-looking, with 2 of her powerful incisor teeth missing, and fur of a dull grayish color. "I am Gwydrag," she said. And after a moment Valentine remembered her, the oldest and most revered of the dragon captains, and one of those who had refused to take the jugglers on as passengers on her own ship, but she had refused in a kindly way, and had sent them on to Captain Gorsval and his Brangolin. He wondered if she remembered him. Very likely not. When one wears the Coronal's robes, Valentine had long ago discovered, the man within the robes tends to become invisible. Gwydrag made a rough but eloquent speech of welcome on behalf of all her shipmates and fellow dragon hunters, and presented Valentine with an elaborately carved necklace made from interlocking sea dragon bones. Afterward, he gave thanks for this grand naval display, and asked her why the dragon ship fleet was idle here in Piliplock harbor, and not out hunting on the high seas. To which she replied that this year's migration had brought the dragons past the coast in such astonishing and unprecedented numbers that all the dragon ships had fulfilled their lawful quotas in the first few weeks of the hunt. Their season had ended almost as soon as it had begun. "This has been a strange year," said Gwydrag, "and I fear more strangeness awaits us, my lord." The escort of dragon ships stayed close by all the way to port. The royal party came ashore at Majipoor Pier, in the center of the harbor, where a welcoming party waited. The Duke of the province, with a vast retinue, the mayor of the city and an equally vast swarm of officials, and a delegation of dragon captains from the ships that had accompanied the Coronal to shore. Valentine entered into the ceremonies and rituals of greetings like one who dreams that he is awake. He responded gravely and courteously, and at all the right times he conducted himself with serenity and poise, and yet it was as though he moved through a throng of phantoms. The highway from the harbor to the great hall of the city, where Valentine was to lodge, was lined with thick scarlet ropes to keep back the throngs, and guards were posted everywhere. Valentine, riding in an open-topped floater with Carabella at his side, thought that he had never heard such clamor, a constant, incomprehensible roar of jubilant welcome so thunderous that it took his mind away, for the moment, from thoughts of crisis. But the respite lasted only a short while, for as soon as he was settled in his quarters, he asked that the latest dispatches be brought him, and the news they contained was unrelievedly grim. The Lusavander blight, he learned, had spread somehow into the quarantined, unaffected provinces. The Staja harvest was going to be half normal this year. A pest called the wireworm, long thought eradicated, had entered the regions where thuyol, an important forage crop, was grown. Ultimately, that would threaten the supply of meat. A fungus that attacked grapes had caused widespread dropping of unripe fruit in the wine country of Kintor and Nimoya. All of Zimroel now was affected by some sort of agricultural disturbance, except only the area of the remote southwest around the tropical city of Narabal. Iulisan, when Valentine had showed him the reports, said gravely, "It will not be contained now. These are ecologically interlocking events. Zimroel's food supply will be totally disrupted, my lord." "There are 8 billion people in Zimroel." "Indeed. And when these blights spread to Alhanroel?" Valentine felt a chill. "You think they will?" "Ah, my lord, I know they will. How many ships go back and forth between the continents each week? How many birds and even insects make the crossing? The inner sea is not that broad, and the isle and the archipelagos make useful halfway houses." With a strangely serene smile, the agricultural expert said, "I tell you, my lord, this cannot be resisted, this cannot be defeated. There will be starvation, there will be plague. Majipoor will be devoured." "No, not so. If I could give you comforting words, I would. I have no comfort for you, Lord Valentine." The Coronal stared intently into Iulisan's strange eyes. "The divine has brought this catastrophe upon us," he said. "The divine will take it from us. Perhaps, but not before there has been great damage. My lord, I ask permission to withdraw. May I study these papers an hour or so?" When Iulisan had gone, Valentine sat quietly for a time, thinking through one last time the thing that he was intending to do, and which now seemed more urgent than ever in the face of these calamitous new reports. Then he summoned Sleet and Tunagorn and Deliamber. "I mean to change the route of the processional," he said without preamble. They looked warily toward one another, as though they had been expecting for weeks some such sort of troublesome surprise. "We will not go on to Nimoya at this time. Cancel all arrangements for Nimoya and beyond." He saw them staring at him in a tense and somber way, and knew he would not win their support without a struggle. "On the Isle of Sleep," he continued, "it was made manifest to me that the blights that have come upon Zimroel, and which may before long come upon Alhanroel as well, are a direct demonstration of the displeasure of the divine. You, Deliamber, raised that point with me long ago when we were at the Velalesia ruins, and you suggested that the troubles of the realm that had grown from the usurpation of my throne might be the beginning of the retribution for the suppression of the metamorphs. We have gone a long way here on Majipoor, you said, without paying the price for the original sin of the conquerors, and now chaos was upon us because the past was starting to send us its reckoning at last, with compound interest added." "So I remember. Those were my words, almost exactly. And I said," Valentine went on, "that I would dedicate my reign to making reparations for the injustices we visited upon the metamorphs, But I have not done that. I have been preoccupied with other problems, and have made only the most superficial of gestures toward entering into an understanding with the shapeshifters, and while I delayed, our punishment has intensified. Now that I am on Zimroel, I intend to go at once to Purifane. To Purifane, my lord, said Sleet and Tunagorn in virtually the same instant. To Purifane, to the shapeshifter capital at Illyravoin. I will meet with the Danipure. I will hear her demands, and take cognizance of them. No Coronal has ever gone into metamorph territory before, Tunagorn cut in. One Coronal has, said Valentine. In my time as a juggler I was there, and performed, in fact, before an audience of metamorphs, and the Danipure herself. A different matter, Sleet said. You could do anything you pleased when you were a juggler. That time we went among the shapeshifters, you scarce believed you were Coronal yourself. But now that you are undoubted Coronal, I will go, as a pilgrimage of humility, as the beginning of an act of atonement. My lord, Sleet sputtered. Valentine smiled. Go ahead. Give me all the arguments against it. I've been expecting for weeks to have a long, dreary debate with you three about this, and now I suppose the time has come. But let me tell you this first. When we are done speaking, I will go to Purifane. And nothing will shake you? Tunagorn asked. If we speak of the dangers, the breach of protocol, the possible adverse political consequences, No, nothing will shake me. Only by kneeling before the Danipure can I bring an end to the disaster that is ravaging Zimroel. Are you so sure, my lord, said Deliamber, that will be as simple as that? It is something that must be tried. Of that I am convinced, and you will never shake me from my resolve. My lord, Sleet said, it was the shapeshifters that witched you off your throne, or so I do recall it, and I think you have some recollection of it also. Now the world stands at the edge of madness, and you propose to offer yourself up into their hands in their own trackless forests. Does that seem wise? No. Necessary? Yes, Sleet. Yes. One Coronal more or less doesn't matter. There are many others who can take my place and do as well or better. But the destiny of Majipoor matters. I must go to Illyravoin. I beg you, my lord. I beg you, said Valentine. We have talked enough. My mind is set on this. You will go to Purifane, said Sleet in disbelief. You will offer yourself to the shapeshifters. Yes, Valentine said. I will offer myself to the shapeshifters.